A big welcome and good morning to wherever you are in the world. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, and welcome to Clay Pigeon. It's round 2 of the NAVOS NKC, the National Kart Cup 2022. Clay Pigeon in the southwest of England, just south of the town of Yeovil, and we've got some very, very fine weather. It's a little bit chilly, however, the sun is shining, brilliant blue skies. And if you just sort of ignore the cold, we could be anywhere in the world. However, ambient temperature of nigh on 5-6 degrees means for a cold day, but perfect conditions and consistently dry. I've got no rain forecast, so that means we're going to have a great day of racing ahead. We've got all of our usual NKC classes, the senior Rotax classes, Minimax UK Junior, Junior Rotax, Senior TKM and 100 UK coming up. You greet us, or you come to us, I should say, just in time for the first heat, and the first heat out will be the Senior Rotax class. Clay Pigeon is the shortest track that we visit on the NKC calendar. It's at 815 metres with a lap time of just over 30 seconds. We're going to see lap times between 34 and I think 37, 38 seconds. So it's a very busy lap, and it's going to be a very busy time for everyone here in the commentary booth and our cameramen out there on the track. We're going to be bringing you everything live as it happens, and with a full day of karting ahead, we look back to round 1 at GYG, Gleneagles, and we've kicked off the season, the 2022 season, so I can tell you who's doing what in what championship. The 100 UK class is being led by Jamie Crease. The senior Rotax 177s, we've got a tie at the front of that championship with Louis Large, who is on 246 points to 244 with Philip Howarth. Now these two, I expect to continue that battle in the 177 class, and two former British Championship protagonists, no doubt going to continue their on-track rivalry. The senior Rotax class, who we see out first, that's being led by Lewis Jones, who had a very, very good Gleneagles first round, taking the final in with top honours there. Ben Harper is second in the championship, and it was Ben who was perhaps Lewis's main protagonist in the proceedings. Lewis Jones starts on the second row for Heat 1. Just to give you an idea of what the heats are about, there's no time qualifying in NKC, so each competitor will get 3 heats, which then qualifies for their grid position for their respective final. The heats and how we sort out the grids for those heats are basically a random. You, as a competitor, you'll get 1 heat starting near the front, 1 heat starting in the midfield, and 1 heat starting near the back. So it's a pretty mixed grid, and what that brings, certainly when you're in the business of television broadcasting, which we are here this weekend, we've got some action throughout the pack with quicker drivers making their way through the field, and the karts on track already then with Senior Rotax Heat 1. Milton Steele Vassen on the pole position, and Milton was our plate winner last year, the 2021 NKC plate winner, with Riley Bourne alongside, kart 52. Second row is Lewis Jones and Callum Davies. Luke Walker and Jake Davis is on the 3rd row, and on the 5th row, Dan Andrews, Sion Smith. James Costin in 9th and Luke Evans 10th. Williams Rahan and Jez Owen are 11th and 12th. 13th is Jodine Newman and Ari Barker. 15th and 16th, Jill Lewis, Ellis Humphreys. Steve Jackson, George Walker are next. 19th and 20th, Sam Cresswell, Alex Warnaby. And as I say that, they're already around the lap, and they're looking good for the first start of the day then.
And good morning to you, Joe. I've
Hello,
done my
Nick.
stuff. I'll take them away.
So the second round of the NKC gets underway, and Milton Steele Vassen snatches the lead at that first turn. That's Billy's Bend. It's a double apex right-hander. It's 2 corners, actually, with a little bit of a straight in the middle of it, but we kind of treat that as one. Down the Sturmey Straight and into Hans Hairpin, named after Neil Hahn, a famous name in karting, and then into the Horseshoe now. It's a double apex again, left-hander, but you've got to position the kart across to the left. That right-hander there is called Buttons, after guess who? And then the final turn here at Clay Pigeon, the all-important top bend. It's very, very fast, and you carry that speed all the way down that curving start-finish straight. and then all-important braking area for turn 1, which is Billy's Bend. Billy's Blind, I should say. That's the first time I've called it Billy's
Well
Bend.
done, and I would call it Billy's Bend every day. We have a kart already off at turn 1, Billy's Blind, so that's why yellow flags waving, no chance of overtaking. And this is a quick, short circuit, isn't it, Joe? And with overtaking opportunities significantly less, well, opportunist, such as they would be, for example, at Glan a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, I think looking at the track, Hans Hairpin is going to be perhaps our main passing point. Here into turn 1, the karts are unsettled, aren't they? And that Billy's Blind is a very, very quick corner with very little speed difference. So it's very, very hard to get down the inside. Out of Billy's Blind, you're immediately into the S's, which is a very fast right-left. And then it's carrying momentum out of there into the hairpin, where we see our leader now being challenged very much by Callum Davies. Callum Davies started on the second row. Milton Silvassen started on the front row on the pole position. And these two getting out ahead of everyone. They've got a gap of about 1.3 seconds on the rest of the field. Third place is Jake Davis. Lewis Jones in fourth, current championship leader. Riley Bourne fifth. Sixth is Harry Barker. But the race very much for the lead as Callum Davies.
Yeah, Beautiful overtaking manoeuvre there.
Beautiful into the S's, carried it out to Billy's Blind and into the first turn here. Hits his apex there. Slides a little wide at the second apex, and that allowed Davis through. Very beautiful. I've got to say, I didn't expect to see anybody in there.
But I think that was half a mistake, wasn't it? Going a little bit too hot into the corner in the first place, drifting out wide. So Callum Davies takes the lead and sprints ahead. My guess is that obviously the easier to follow than to lead coming into place here, as Milton Steele-Vass not being lost in the slightest.
Now the kart livery on Callum Davies' kart is the Lando Norris livery. Lando Norris having brought his own kart out, manufacturer of karts, I think, with that livery, brand new for this season. The LN, Lando Norris starting his career in karting, and raced here at Clay Pigeon many, many times. He's still very much involved in the karting scene with this chassis. And as you can see, a very, very well designed and very quick chassis as it's leading our first heat.
The top 4 beginning to drift off a little bit at the moment. Kind of actually deciding to get themselves, it's almost like they had a downforce car and they gave themselves a second each between each other just to drift it through.
Callum Davies, a one to watch here at Clay Pigeon, clearly. I mean, Milton Steele-Vassen, he's no slouch, but Callum Davies, having gotten through on Steele-Vassen, has pulled away. The gap is half a second. I say the gap is up to 6/10 actually, Nick. Now, if you're watching karting for the first time, you might think 6/10, that's nothing. In karting, that's a lifetime. You can see how much space he's got.
Let's drop back and have a look at the guy in sort of third and fourth. Because certainly the third guy, Jake Davis, is beginning to move, I think, condensing up. And in fact, they're all getting a little bit closer. 32nd, third and fourth, you can see all in one frame now. That's Milton Steele-Vassen, Jake Davis and Lewis Jones. Still got 2 minutes, 53 seconds and a lap to go, which is quite good. If you look at it even then, you can see that third place man, Jake Davis, and fourth place guy are beginning to form a train of 3 as they go around the bottom end of the circuit and up through the S's.
Yeah, still, they seem equidistant, don't they, the first 4? So maybe, there's an element of tyre management going to come in, and it's not just about managing your tyres across the day. Just to remind everybody, if you're new to the NKC, it's 2 sets of tyres allowed per season. Now, that's in complete contrast to other series, even at club level, where you would be investing in a brand new set of tyres to get you through 1 day of karting. So it's very much a cost-effective formula that we have here in the NKC, and hence we've got huge grids. But what that does bring about is a little bit of discipline and managing your tyres across what is effectively 3 race meetings to get you through the season. Six race meetings across the year. So we are seeing...
But do you also get tyre management, Joe, where you want to, for example, Callum Davies has got out of the head now. He's established a lead and then just manage it. Doesn't try and pull away and show off because he's obviously trying to save the tyres.
And just talking to the drivers in the paddock, it's all about managing those tyres and not being too harsh. So if you turn into the corner, you need to get the car slowed down so you're not creating understeer by carrying too much speed in. And we're getting a challenge, aren't we? Jake Davis Jake Davis and Lewis Jones now closing up onto the rear end of Milton Steel-Vassen. That's a battle for second place, a three-kart battle for second place. Out of the final turn, that's top bend. Fast across the start finish, and there down the inside, but sliding wide. Now. Yeah, and that's allowed the guy in fourth place up into second.
Wow.
Lewis Jones takes two karts in one move, and it all happened at the first turn of Billy's Blind. Down the inside when Jake Davis.
Down the inside.
Look at the way he lost
that was
the
a
car.
second and a half, wasn't it?
Sliding
He the stab and sent it this day, and that
that's allowed.
absolutely unsettled Milton Steel-Vassen. And so, hello, I'm the gainer out. This is Lewis Jones. Thank you very much, boys. This is a parting of the Red Sea. I'll take second place.
Yeah, Lewis Jones, current championship leader, taking massive advantage of what went on there. Let's see if Steel-Vassen and Jake Davis can come by. Jake Davis looking very threatening on Steel-Vassen, and it's once again the momentum through Billy's Blind, the second part of Billy's Blind.
That's where Milton Steel-Vassen's lost every single position.
Yes,
it's almost like he's got the car understeering too much under. Whether he's taking too much speed in or he's not set, but it seems to have terminal understeer around that fast right-hand sweeper. It just drifts wide, and they go, oh, I'll just turn inside. Thank you very much.
Seems that they have just a smidgen more grip to hold on to that inside line for the first part of the S's.
Could be different tyre pressures?
It might be at this stage of the day. You know, everybody's been practicing here for 2 days. Zero time on the clock, Nick.
So
which means
we should have the last lap. Yeah, it was 7:05. This is the last lap. As always, karting too exciting. You forget where we are.
Yeah, and just to remind everybody that it's a 7-minute and 1 lap heat for all of our heats. The finals are a little bit longer. We go to 10 minutes for the finals coming up later this afternoon.
And across the line they go.
Checkered flag out. Callum Davies takes the win in very fine and commanding style, I've got to say. Lewis Jones second, Jake Davis third. Milton Steel-Vassen ended up in fourth. Jay Lewis fifth. Harry Barker on the number 6 is aptly sixth place. Patrick Williams-Rohage is 7th. Luke Walker 8th. 9th is Paul Ozan. Ellis Humphreys is 10th. George Walker 11th. James Costin 12th. Jack Jones 13th. Miles Barthorpe is 14th. Luke Evans 15th. Jody Newman was 16th. 17th was Dylan Tatum. 18th was Harold Wainwright. Remember, Harold Wainwright, 15 years old, his second year in NKC. He was racing with the seniors at 14 years of age. But Harold there coming through in 18th. Just going to scroll down the screen.
It's written there.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, I'm trying to do it right. Sam Cresswell, 19th. I'm doing it very prettily with my timing screen.
Well done, yes. Well.
Which I can't see because of the sun.
I know.
But I'm not complaining. The sun's shining, Nick, and it's going to continue shining all day.
Yes.
So, 20th, Jodie Fox. Let's just grab this and pull this back into order. 21st, Ben Harper. Dan Andrews is 22nd. 23rd was Toby K. Steve Jackson, 24th. Alex Warnaby, 25th. 26th, Jez Owen. Matthew Hildred was 27th. Riley Bourne, 28th. Lewis Williams-Ryan is 29th. Ian Schotfer is 30th. 31st is George Boxall, Nathan Hope, and Cian Smith. We lost Cian Smith on. We lost him at the very start, and Nathan Hope went out after 8 laps.
So that's a nice one to start off with. Next up, we have the second senior Rotax. Just say hello to those of you who are watching. It's great to have somebody with you. If you want to talk to us, come on to the YouTube YouTube feed, as we'll be monitoring that. So hello to Potter's RC Models. Hooray, go Owen Potter. So that's an RC and a karting link across there. Reese Conley says future F1 champ Owen Potter. Oh, there we go. Hayden Taylor, bit quiet on track. That's a few minutes ago. Hello from Sweden, says Pierre. It's high from the track, said Hayden Taylor. And so if you want to have a chat, just keep looking on the YouTube. And there's a link for the YouTube on the Facebook links, if that makes sense.
Next heat out is another senior Rotax class, but this is the 177 class. Now, the difference between the karts that you're going to see here and the karts that we've just seen in Heat 1 are they're slightly heavier. And this is for the taller, and
the more mature man.
I wouldn't say that, just taller and heavier. So you're allowed 177. That's an overall weight of kart and driver. That's 177 kilograms. And out of interest, The senior Rotax class that we've just seen out, they've got a minimum weight limit of 162 kilograms. So the closer you can get to that weight limit, the better, as it's all about power to weight ratio. We've got a full grid of 177s. We've got a very well subscribed 177 group. And Alex Thomas will start on the pole position from joint championship leader, Mr. Hoyth, who will start second. We've got Brendan S. I've got
Brendan S.
Brendan S. I'm not even going to do this until they come out because I've got.
Go on.
I've got shortened names here. So I've got Keith Mass. I know that's Keith Mason because he's number 12. Liam Rabjohns is 5th. Steve Mai. And I don't know what Mai is, so I'm going to leave that until we get them on screen.
This is when you start. It's all so well. Joe is so well prepared. He's even got his special Creventic 24 hours from his show last weekend clipboard, touched with the Tuscany sun.
Yes.
However, if you don't print the names out, it's quite difficult. Yeah, I can guess a few of them.
Well, we're not here to guess, Nick.
I think we are.
Because
I think we are.
We've done that before and it didn't end well.
Yeah, true. Good point.
So we've got the 177s out next. After this, just to give you an idea of what's coming next, the 100 UKs, will explain exactly what they are. Then we've got the first of the junior classes. But right now, out on track for what will be their pace lap. And they're very, very efficient here, insofar as we'll probably get them underway. And it's only a very, very short lap, 815 metres. I will keep saying that all day. Just over 30-second lap time. And for everybody to get enough heat into their tyres and be ready to go racing after one lap is pretty impressive. So it's Alex Thomas on the pole position from Philip Howarth, who's joint leading the championship after one round. Keith Mason, third. Brendan Smith, fourth. Fifth is Steve Maidment. That was the MAI.
Okay.
Liam Rabjohns is sixth. Seventh is Charlie Jowers. Simon Wheeler, eighth. Ninth is Oliver Smith. Aidan Hammond is 10th. Job Fifner is 11th. 12th is Mark Rowe. Dan Millward is 13th. Jai Oliver is 14th. 15th Thomas Eldridge. I'm not going to get 31 karts in this very short lap. And already we've got Alex Thomas and Philip Howarth very, very orderly coming through.
This is a very slow warm-up lap.
It is. They're really
they let the 20 catch up.
That's what it is. Kart 20 just getting onto the back. They may let them go.
So
very
there's
ordered.
a kerfuffle in the middle. Red cart pulling off there. So the red cart has pulled off. I think they're going to let them go, aren't they? Let's have a look. Are they going to wave them round? No.
Yes, we are.
We're off.
So
bad news for Kart 20 is pulled. The red cart is pulled off. Not sure who it is.
Very crowded into turn one. Let's see how they come out of Billy's blind towards the S's. The S's kind of sorts the field out. They have to behave themselves through there. As I say that, I see karts going three wide into and out of the S's. Looks like Philip Howarth as the lead, though, as they go into the horseshoe for the first time.
Yeah, it's the 101. It's Howarth who's got it. There's a lot of issues going on into that far hairpin, Hans hairpin. But they've kind of struggled out of that. And there's a huge string out of the first 7 karts. And then there's a kind of a battle of the wasps behind them. So leading.
Yeah, Philip Howarth leads as we expected. He's 6th in the British Championship, currently 6th in the country in the 177 class. It was all about Philip and Louis Large, former British 177 champion. I expect this weekend to be the same. This proving to be very popular with the 177 drivers across the country, and they've got their eyes on the NKC with some rumours coming out, which I'll mention later on in the programme.
You love a rumour.
Yeah, we love that rumour and speculation. Some really big hitters coming to the NKC in the middle of the season. But right now, Philip Howarth leads into Billy's blind for the second time.
Yeah, I think the more interesting. Let's drop back to second, third and fourth. That's where the battle is at the moment. That's Thomas Smith and Rabjohns. They come sweeping through the S's now.
Now, Keith Mason in the number 12, or on the number 12, is currently 5th. Keith started on the second row. Keith is the first of the Masters. Now, what do I mean by Masters? It's actually, no, Brendan Smith just ahead of him.
Is he a player within the Doctor Who franchise?
No, he's basically over 35.
That's not Masters.
I know.
Over 45,
well
possibly.
Over 35, yeah.
So battling hard now for second place. Thomas and Smith, as they come sweeping down to Billy's blind. Can he get up the inside? Looking for it. And he's just lobbed it in, but that's not going to last. It's
side by side out of Billy's blind and into the S's. And Brendan Smith, he was all out of controlledness into that corner, into the hairpin.
Very keen to get past. He tried the over and under, and in fairness to Alex, he said, OK, well, you can throw yourself off the track there. I'll just come back underneath you again.
He's very eager to get past Alex Thomas. He can see Philip Howarth
Massive lead for
just
Haas now.
Disappearing up ahead, and he wants to get by. That's not the place to get by.
It
Gets
is.
the momentum
It
out
is.
of the top bend, carries that momentum. It's a sweeping left-hander into
Ooh.
the first turn here at Billy's Blind, and he did have that
But-
advantage of the inside line. Nick.
Door closed there as well. So Alex Thomas there, proving us wrong. Our statement, it's hard to overtake here. He's obviously he has a kind of noticeable pace advantage. In fact, look now. There's a battle is for third and fourth. As Thomas has dropped, Smith has dropped back again, and he's going to. Oh no! That was just not on there at all. So let's see what happened there again.
That's got to be a bumper penalty. He got momentum out of the hairpin down towards the horseshoe, and he just came from nowhere. Rear wheel hits the rear wheel of Thomas ahead of him, and that's put Thomas off and was out of contention. However, I would like to think that Brendan Smith, well, that was Brendan Smith who hit him, wasn't it?
Yeah.
He's probably going to end up with a bumper penalty. What do I mean by that? Well, there's a mechanism on the front bumpers that if you hit them hard enough, they will drop. And I've got to say, the nose on that cart doesn't look like it's dropped considerably. What happens in scrutineering is the scrutineer will go around the carts, and if you have got a dropped nose, it means you've been making contact with other carts, which is a way to police the contact driving out. So Brendan Smith risking a bumper penalty, I think, looking at that cart.
Yeah, it's a long lead at the moment. Alex Thomas currently scored in 10th.
Now, who's that coming back at Brendan Smith? Looks like Liam Rabjohn's on the number 14. And Brendan Smith needing to put that contact out of his mind and get back into focus and get back into the zone, which he's trying to do now through buttons, the right-hander, accelerating, little bit of a lift, and then back on the power hard for the final bend here. Top bend is what it's called, through that sweeping start-finish straight, and then position the cart across to get it across to the left for the right-hander at Billy's Blind. Carrying speed, and that whole of the second part of Billy's Blind and into the S is basically forming one big long curve, and if you've got the grip you can get down the inside, as we've seen. Nick, look at this. We've got 5 carts beginning to close up behind Brendan Smith, Oliver Smith, Keith Mason, Joe Fifner, Adam Hammond just becoming part of that.
There's a big kerfuffle at Billy's Blind as well in the back of the field as yellow flags waved all around that, I call it turn 1 really. So, and the flags just came in as they came down here. So it's game on round Billy's Blind. 2 pairs of battling carts there. Oh dear. They're not really shutting the door on these small cars, but it's pretty aggressive stuff early on in the morning here at Clay Pigeon.
Yeah, all to play for, of course. These, how you finish in the heats, will designate where you start the all-important final, which is where you get the maximise your championship hopes. At cart number 12, Keith Mason doing a great job there in 5th place, holding off Joe Fifner and Aidan Hammond, just keeping those carts in behind him, keeping that good enough cushion to not come under any major threat from the 2 behind.
So it's 5 carts now in this train going into the Hands hairpin. No movements this time round, minute and 15 to go.
Yeah, they're
it's
really
6 carts now.
Yeah, they're really closing up, Nick. 6 carts. Oh, and down the inside has gone Mason. Was that Keith Mason moving down the inside of Oliver Smith? And look at the gap he's pulled. What's happened to Smith? Out of top bend.
Yeah, it's all going on.
Keith Mason has got that cart working. It's first time here for Keith. He's a local driver to Warden Law, where I'm from, and vice champion at the Warden Law Kart Club for 21 and 20 consecutive.
Oh, shuffling up in the hairpin again. But no one's quite brave enough to make a move. I suppose probably because at this point they are. It's risky. Oh, no, another one's gone.
Yeah.
That was just a 24 cart there of Brendan Smith. What is that the same guy again?
That's the second time.
Oh dear. Let's see. Brendan's become star at this program at the moment. I think this one he was trying to. I think he realised there's a problem. I think he was trying to get out of this one. I think I've made a mistake. Yeah, because you see,
No,
go around and lock. He realised this wasn't the second time. But this bite a bit that time.
He's getting great. He's got a great line out of the hairpin, which is kind of closing him down towards the horseshoe, but that's a very fast left-hander at the horseshoe. And I tell you what, Keith Mason had terrible luck at Glanigors in round 1, and he's carried a bit of luck there, so his luck is beginning to change, Keith, because that could have so easily have ended up with Keith going off there with a big hit in the rear. However, the opposite has
on the
actually
line.
happened.
No, he's got him. Yeah, the black cart there, thinking very heavily about sweeping round. There's a right train of carts who probably can still see. This is the last lap, everyone, by the way, who can probably still see the chance of getting past someone.
So we have got Philip Howarth, who we've kind of neglected because he's gone off and just rolled away with the lead. He's got 4 seconds, a 4-second lead. Then we've got Liam Rabjohns in second, Oliver Smith, and with Keith Mason right with him.
I just realised something.
Go ahead.
It's 7 minutes. It's not 7 minutes plus 1 lap. I don't think. Oh no, actually, perhaps it is. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
oh, it is.
7 minutes and 1 lap.
It's miscounted. Sorry, I've literally just looked at the wrong thing. Right, so I'm going to rewind that.
Yeah, do that.
Apparently, it's 7 minutes plus 1 lap.
So checkered flag out, then heat 1 for the senior Rotax 177 class, and Philip Howarth takes the win on kart 101. A gap of 3.5 seconds to Liam Rabjohns in second, Oliver Smith third, Keith Mason fourth, Joe Fifner is in fifth, Aidan Hammond came sixth, Rhys Llewellyn on the number 4 was 7th, Harry Rowett was 8th, 9th was Charlie Jowers, Alex Thomas 10th, James Yap was 11th, Darren Smith 12th, Brendan Smith finally ended up in 13th after those two comings together. Chris Skyver is 14th, Billy Clark 15th, Mark Rowe 16th, 17th is Jai Oliver, Steve Maidment is 18th, 19th is Thomas Elridge, Mike Edwards 20th, Dan Millwood 21st, 22nd is Dan Millwood. It was David Medlock in 23rd, Simon Wheeler, Richard Edwards, Michael Gamble, Thomas Hinton, Rort McLean, Adrian Smith in 29th, and rounding off the 30 kart field, in fact retiring after 3 laps, that was Stair Gilly. So a little bit of incident at the back of the field from 18th down, Nick. We lost a few karts, didn't we? Only completing 6 laps there from 20th place down over. So as ever in karting, we've got lots of action as ever. Hello to Ian Hall. Good morning, mate. Glad to have you with us. Ian, up in sunny Wingate in the northeast of England. Ian Hall has been a good mate of mine. In fact, I'm pretty sure Ian's done a bit of pro karting, and he certainly helped me push start my kart back in the day, back in the 90s. Out next, though, we've got the 100 UK. Now, this is our retro class. Bit of historic karting here. But
marvellous. Bit of two-stroke smell.
Yeah, certainly.
Did you read all those out, by the way, whilst I was doing it?
No, I didn't.
Oh,
no, I didn't.
Well,
do you want to?
Well, it's my job, really. You're the commentator. I'm colour. Hello, love. Yes, watching. You've read about.
I just noticed Ian, and Ian's a mate of mine. So.
Really big kid watching from the workshop, rebuilding the race car. Well done, guys. Great racing. Awesome coverage. Well, that's very sweet of you. Go Team LPR, Patrick and Louise, and good luck to Jodie Fox and Mady Foley, says Rachel Foley.
So the 100 UKs, these are 100cc direct drive. However, you do have a choice of throwing a centrifugal clutch on it to help with that starting process. But we are going to see if karts spin, going back to the day of having to get out of the kart, lift the rear end, push it a little bit, and then jump on it. As I thought, these karts needing an extra lap. These are 2 single-cylinder 100cc engines. Marcus Gray is on the pole position. Andrew Bradley is in second place alongside Adam Sirrett, Liam Hamling on row 2, Dominic Pine and Lee Jackson on row 3. Row 4 is Tom Pattle and Lee Hackett. Scott Williams, the owner of the O-Plate, is on 9th. Ross Kerno is 10th. Marcus Dorry and Ben Klukas are 11th and 12th. Dexter Bergman and Ed Peed are on row 7. Ed Peed we spoke to in our paddock walk. 15th and 16th is Owen Potter and Matthew Lawrence. Alex Kennedy, Wesley Graves are 17th and 18th. 19th and 20th is Ben Robinson and Brendan Williams. Then we've got Edward Scoffin and James Cannon, and rounding off the 24 car field, very, very healthy, Jordan Kendall and John Allen. Here we come, though. We've got them all ordered, and we will get the red lights going out, and we will get racing underway.
Oh, there's a crash in the front. That must be so frightening. That is a big accident. The leader turned round coming through. Let's see that one again before we'll get they're going to yell at this yellow flag, not red flag. Let's have a look at that one again.
I think that was Marcus Gray who started on the pole position.
Yeah, he
was
tipped across by the car. I'm not sure it was 52 or not. He was tipped around.
He's going backwards with everybody.
That is so frightening.
He's going backwards with everybody coming at him.
To be honest, well done the rest of the field, because that's the minimum amount of damage that could happen from that very frightening start line incident.
We've got another spinner.
And the 2 karts making love over in the corner there.
At the horseshoe, another spinner, and it's got cold. This has got to come down to cold tyres. We've got cold tyres on these karts. It'll take a lap or two
Too late,
for the tyres to come on and give these karts enough grip to actually be able to stay around the corner. That's completely mixed the grid up. If it wasn't already mixed up because of these mixed grid heats, it's very, very mixed up. And the drivers that will take advantage of that are the drivers that started at the back, and they will move ahead because of that. I can only describe as carnage there on lap 1 at the first turn.
So picking up the leaders now, and the leader appears to be kart number, is that 8? That's a massive
48.
change around 48 possibly, yeah. It could be 0 actually. Could be 0.
Well, the all plate is Scott
Who knows?
Williams. Yeah,
Who knows? It's 0.
It's Scott
It is
Williams.
0.
I can tell by the livery on the kart and the bright yellow and white suit that Scott uses. So the all plate holder,
Brilliant
Scott
move
Williams.
for second there.
Ross Kernow
From
through
the
it a
48.
second ahead of
Absolutely
Andrew
superb.
Bradley.
I think Bradley actually was a little bit unsighted by the concept that was a yellow flag being waved for Billy's. But in fact, it looks like Bradley's. Oh, and more instance accident down at the bottom of the hairpin as karts were trying to get inside on the grass. It has to be said, these TKM karts do seem to provide a little more action, don't they, than the Rotax. They're a little bit shorter,
Narrower,
and they're taking up less real estate, which does, as we see in F1, the bigger the cars get, the harder karts get, the harder it is to overtake. So nailing down the straight there, a little bit of a straight line speed advantage actually for the 22 kart for a second there of Marcus Dorey trying to get past Ross Kernow.
Well, these are on a Dunlop tyre, and they are the only Class A today to be on anything other than a Maxxis Sport tyre. So we do get a little bit of a different style of action.
Nice move by the 22 there of Dorey round the outside of Hans hairpin. My guess is that may have been Ross Kernow going, you know what, just take it for now, and I'll follow you for a few laps to see what's going on.
Discretion being the better part of valour. No point in wearing your tyres out. Again, same rule applies. 2 sets of tyres per season. 2 sets of Dunlop tyres for the 100 UK runners. So Scott Williams leads. He's got just over a second on Marcus Dorey in second, having moved ahead of Ross Kernow, who now sits in third. Fourth is number 3, Liam Hamling, and then Ed Peed. 0.6 seconds off the leader.
Lots of karts are just dead by the side. Of course, the reason for that being they haven't got onboard starters. So unless you can get a run up, which is very dangerous in a short circuit like this, it's very difficult to start them. So when you have spun and stopped in a TKM, normally that's it for the race.
Yeah, I mean, some karters do fit a starting system. However, that is added weight, and if you're really close to the weight limit, the last thing you want, you're going to have to take a chance and have a try at restarting the kart by lifting the rear end and running with it. And
so behind the 22, there's plenty of action. Certainly, you look at behind the 48, the 48-2, 47 coming into the hairpin now. I should read the names, but it's easy to go. Kernow, Hamling, Graves, Ed Peed, former Clio Cup racer in kart number 47.
Well, we've got a bit of interest here, Nick, because the leader, Scott Williams, on the O-plate is now already in amongst the back markers.
Yeah.
And we've seen time and again back markers coming into play. There is Scott Williams across the start-finish line, getting tucked in behind one of the back markers. He makes short work of that, gets down the inside of Billy's blind.
Liam Hamling got past Ben Klukas around Billy's blind that time as well, so he'll be attacking the 48 and the 2. They're the ones, Wesley Grave and Kernow. Then Pete, it's all getting up at that far hairpin. It's all getting kind of mixed up, as you say. The back markers make it slightly confusing, but that is the kart 2 of Wesley Graves in third under immense pressure now from Kernow, and I think it's not long before Ed Peed may join them. Interesting, it's an ebb and flow, isn't it? Some parts of the track, you saw just then, Graves opened up a space, but as you can see, there's now 4 karts bearing down him. More worried about behind than in front there, it seems, Ross Kernow.
Well, Ed Peed has got Ben Klukas with him in 5th and 6th. And Ed Peed, I remember from car racing, but I also remember Ed Peed from karting back in the 90s and early 2000s, a Formula A driver. And those karts were very, very sticky tired and very fast engines. And Ed Peed was telling us yesterday that the competition has not changed in any way, shape or form. It is absolutely intense out there on the track with every ounce, every inch of track. You've got to be absolutely on it. Let's factor in a bit of tyre management. Let's factor in a little bit of discretion being the better part of valour. And like I say, never fails to deliver. 100 UK Racing down the inside of 47.
That's not going to work.
Yeah, that's Ed Peed, just who I was talking about.
He's lucky not to lose a further place there from Klukas, another full-size car racer. So it's full-size car racers a go-go there.
Well, Klukas had gotten ahead of Ed Peed, and Ed Peed, that was Ed Peed coming back at him. And there, full send on the rear brakes. Remember, only rear axle braking on these karts, so you do get...
Ooh,
that's
3 abreast.
Three wide out of the horseshoe. Sorry, guys. You didn't get
There's
the
no
memo.
overtaking, we were told this. There's
Yeah.
one place you can overtake, and that's the hairpin. But apparently there are several places you can overtake if you've got a TKM.
You didn't get the memo. You can't go 3 wide out of there. Across the line then, nose to tail. Down
Kerno,
towards Billy's blind.
Klukas. So it's Klukas has got Kerno, and now in the back of those 3 is P, but this could swap in the next minute in the lap. Coming through.
We're inside the final minute as well, Nick, which here at Clay Pigeon means we've got 2 laps. That doesn't mean the final lap or the penultimate lap. We've got another 2 laps before we see anything resembling a checkered flag. Into the horseshoe, then Kerno, Klukas, Pede. These 3 absolutely as one. They're battling over 4th place. All important this, to finish as high as you can in the heats. And Ed Pede will be delighted with this because he did start near the back of this one. He'll start further forward in his next 2 heats. Who's that they're coming upon? Is that a back marker in the form of the... yes, it is. So that's a back marker. This battle for 4th is coming up upon towards the hairpin.
Off camera has been a change for the lead. Marcus Dory has taken Scott Williams going through Biddy's blind. It was a traditional up the inside, and it was sort of Scott drifted wide, perhaps his tyre slightly overheating. So 1, 2 and 3 are getting close together again. But this is a massive battle in the middle here. 4 karts sprinting around buttons and just trying to... Oh, let's get up the inside. And that changes again.
No, that's a back marker, Nick.
It's even worse.
They've been tripping over that back marker for the last lap, and the back marker's right
again.
in amongst it, side by side.
It's the
3 wide.
Yeah, it's the 3 is back marker, is it?
Really
no, it's Liam Hamling. It's not back marker. He's there.
Who, sorry?
It's not a back marker there. That's the 3, which is Liam Hamling. That's 4 karts fighting for a position.
What, that white, that's 40 something.
Yeah, 48. Ross Kerno. And Ed Pede is 47 and Ben Klukas is 84. They're all by.
Oh, right, they've got
it's
by
4
the back marker.
Yes.
Right.
These are 4 karts having a bit of a row. Last lap. So, last chance to make some sort of effort.
Kerno's lost out to Hamling at the horseshoe.
And so just come round as our leader. So just going there goes across the line. And it is Dory from Williams and Graves. This is the next 3. And it will be Klukas who picks up 4th. Ed Pede, Kerno. Oh, Hamling got Kerno. You're right. Hamling got Kerno in the last lap. In an all-action race. This one started with massive amounts of action. And it didn't stop, really.
No, it just kept going, didn't it? So
I remember these TKMs being a bit crazy at Glan as well.
Yeah, I think that's going to be season long. 100 UKs not failing to deliver. We've got some karts to recover. That gives me a chance to give you a rundown. 24 kart field. We had some retirements at that first corner incident. That was Adam Sirrett, Dominic Pine, Lee Jackson, Owen Potter and Ben Robinson who failed to restart from that one. Marcus Dory, though, great win, catching and overtaking Scott Williams, who ended up 2nd, Wesley Graves 3rd, and then that great battle for 4th, that was race long, wasn't it? Ben Klukas finally ending up in that 4th place. Ed Pede was 5th, Liam Hamling, last lap overtake on Ross Kerno, putting Ross down to 7th. Jordan Kendall was 8th, Andrew Bradley was 9th, Matthew Lawrence 10th, 11th was Lee Hackett, then we've got Dexter Bergman in 12th. Marcus Gray finished 13th, 14th was Edward Scoffin, Brendan Williams was 15th, 16th was Alex Kennedy, James Cannon 17th, and then just off the lead lap, Tom Pettle in 18th, and John Allen, a couple of laps down, or off the lead lap I should say, John Allen 19th.
Lots of dead karts to collect, but easy it was at Glam. We had to go up the hill and had that special Paul Marshall, who was the official dead kart collector.
Yes, he was.
Great race. Hello to... Joe Bow 75 ADHD Rocks, who says good luck everybody, and we couldn't agree more. And I was saying good luck for that guy who's facing the wrong way on the start-finish straight at the start of this race.
Yeah, he's going to have a fresh set of underwear out for the next heat, I would have thought.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
A couple of transponders there clicking over on the on the timing screen as they ran backwards along the.
We've got the first of our junior classes out next with Minimax and 100 UK. I think we've got 2 runners in the 100 UK juniors. Minimax Championship is currently being led by Alex Fraser. And just to give everybody, if I can find my cursor, Nick, which I can't because I can't see for the sun. Oh, there it is. Just to give everybody an idea of how things went at Gleneagles. Alex Fraser, 248 points. It's going to be Reece Green, who is his main competitor going into this second round. Championship, Louis Rees in third, Daniel Haynes fourth, Charlie Gillum fifth, and Eric Smith in sixth. Karts are out on track as ever, and we've got 7 Minimax competitors and 2 100 Junior UKs, or UK Junior as we will call them. Daniel Haynes on the pole position, Rees Green second, Charlie Gillum third, Ethan Carney fourth, Alex Fraser current championship leader fifth, sixth is Louis Rees, Eric Smith seventh, and then the 2 100 UK Juniors, Hayden Taylor on the number 40 and Yelena Osbar Scott is on the number 19. So 9 karts in total, 7 in Minimax, 2 in UK Juniors.
Getting ready for some action. James McDonald says, why isn't the finish line being shown at the end of the race?
Too much action.
Yeah, exactly. We had to finish, take the karts over the line.
Too much action.
We're away.
We're away. 7 kart Minimax. Now, these are Rotax engine karts. Same engines. And off onto the outside of Billy's blind. Not quite sure what happened there. The 2 100 UK runners start their own race, but we've already lost one of our runners. And going into the... It's a sweeping left-hander, and when you're on cold tyres, the karts are very, very unsettled braking for Billy's blind. And we had a kart there, just I'm not sure what happened.
He locked the rear, and that was it. He locked the rear with a bit of... I think he may have put a wheel on the grass, actually.
I think he was already sort of...
He's away again anyway. It's the advantage of a nice starter motor.
Oversteering to the left, which is tricky. Lap 1 completed. And we'll just see how that first lap has panned out for these Minimax runners. Rees Green leads. Right on his tail, though, Daniel Haynes, Ethan Carney, Louis Rees, Charlie Gillum. It was Eric Smith who comes through in sixth, and it's Alex Fraser who went off on the Lando Norris kart. So Alex Fraser, current championship leader, has it all to come back from and finds himself behind our 2 100 UK runners as well as the rest of the field. So he has regained, and he will have a bit of a damage limitation run in this first heat.
So long way back, Alex. Now I think he's really going to have he's going to need someone else to have some bad luck for him to make up any positions in this remaining 5 minutes, 42 seconds and a lap. Battle absolutely here for second, third and fourth overall. Haynes, Carney and Rees. That's Louis Rees rather than Rees Green, who's out in the lead. So those three as they nip down to the hairpin.
Thing about having just 7 karts in the field. I'm not detracting from a 30 kart field, Nick, but it does enable us to sort of focus on the action at the front of the field instead of having to leave it. However, on saying that, Rees Green has just checked out, hasn't he? What's the gap at the line with 5 minutes to go? It's already 1.5 seconds.
Ooh.
Ethan Carney now in second.
Ambitious by Rees. He's going to get away with it. Nope. Haynes comes across him. Carney getting a bit of an advantage there and gapping into second place.
Down the inside, he has a look at the hairpin, doesn't he? That's Eric Smith having a look down the inside of Daniel Haynes. I should say Louis Rees having a look down the inside of Daniel Haynes. That's a battle for third. The number 22 with the red overalls and the black helmet from the white kart. The number 47 coming out onto the start-finish straight. Things beginning to space out somewhat, with Rees Green leading by about just under 2 seconds from Ethan Carney. Then we've got that battle for third. Daniel Haynes, Louis Rees. Eric Smith and Charlie Gillum are running together in 5th and 6th. Alex Fraser, I think, has retired. Or is he still going round? I'll see if I can see
he
where...
says he's 2 laps out, so I think, I think he's probably decided to save his time. Well, I think, it might be, he's pretty much decided, I'm not going to get any points out of this one, so why wear the tyres out? Why wear the kart out?
Hayden Taylor is leading the 100 UK field of 2
Quite
karts.
a distance from Yelena.
Yeah, Yelena's dropping...
4 seconds back.
Dropping back.
So the 22 kart, the red machine of Daniel Hayes, and then the all-white 47. We used to, in the RC world, I know it's different here, we always say that it was especially painted by the Spanish painter Juan Can, because it's just a single colour.
We like that, though. We like strong colours.
So the pure white machine of Louis Rees, harrying and actually being joined now by Eric Smith in the 21 kart at the back of that. Eric was kind of dropping off there, but I think what's happening is perhaps in third place, Daniel Haynes running a little bit more conservatively and therefore effectively allowing the fifth place. Oh, that's a move here. So having a bit of a think about Eric Smith, having a right idea, but it's sort of a movement there to kind of discourage any idea about the inside.
Again,
from Haynes.
Billy's Blind is such a tricky corner. The cart, you're going through that sweeping left, and the cart's very unsettled. And you're kind of turning left when you have to settle the cart and get on the brakes to turn right. We've got a challenge, though, haven't we? Yeah,
Reese is going to have. He's having a battle here with Smith, and you can tell that because suddenly, slightly gapping him ahead, is Haynes.
Yeah, he slowed himself down there, did Eric Smith. Just poked his nose on the inside of the number 47, Louis Reese, and just look at what that's done. He's lost all that momentum. There's that word again, Nick, momentum.
Oh, yes.
Karting's all about any kind of racing, car racing, bike racing. It's all about momentum and carrying speed into and out of the corner. Defensive driving from Daniel Haynes. He's aware of Louis Reese right there. So the red cart with the black helmet, the white cart has got the ever advancing Eric Smith in the number 21, who's regained that ground he lost. So he's coming back at the 47. This is a battle for third, fourth and fifth that we're watching now. Just under 2 minutes of this heat left. Into Billy's Blind. Not really a passing place there. Fighting the cart through Billy's Blind there. Acceleration zone towards the right-hander and then the left-hander at the S's. Out of there, carrying that speed all the way down the hairpin. And a challenge at the hairpin. They close up, they concertina up. They'll space back out, coming out. Oh, and it's side by side coming out the hairpin. Not quite having the line into the horseshoe, though. Out of the horseshoe and into Buttons. It's a right-hander. Accelerate through that. Little bit of a lift, then straight back on the power for the top end. Using all of the curb and more there on the outside. Across the line now, minute and 15. Clock ticking towards that checkered flag. And very, very close battle between these three. Daniel Haynes in the 22, Louis Reese on the 47, and Eric Smith on the 21.
Thinks about now we have a bit of touch.
Yeah, that's going to cost him.
It's cost momentum, but I think beautiful move there. That was beautiful stuff by Eric Smith. Saw the lack of momentum of Louis Reese, and then switched areas 2 or 3 times to get past him. So they lapped one of the TKM 100s, the 100 UK juniors. So good move by Eric. He'll have that in his highlight reel, I reckon.
Yeah, when Louis Reese snagged the back of Daniel Haynes, it was like somebody pressed the pause button for an instant, and you just lose all that momentum. And we just saw there, Eric Smith saw that happening in front of him, and he knew that by the time they got to the horseshoe, that was his chance to pounce, and he did indeed. And look at that. He strengthens that position in 4th place. Daniel Haynes still ahead in 3rd, and now he's got a chance. Or has he, with just under, it's coming up to 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and the leader's already gone through.
So they've got, it's got 2 more laps then, because Reese Green hasn't tagged the 7 minutes. So extra battles ahead. They're getting a little bit closer to Haynes in the red cart, but not Smiths. They've kind of now got this triple gap, haven't they? In the 100 TKM. Hayden Taylor is about 6 or 7 seconds ahead of Yelena Osbar-Scott. And as they come round now to begin the last lap.
Last lap board, last lap board flies just beneath us, Nick, in our beautiful observation point here at
I know, the weather's lovely.
Pigeon. It's gorgeous,
super sunny.
It?
It's still chilly, but it's super sunny. The ambient, as they say, temperature is, and he looks it up, is 9 degrees, so it is picking up. The sun's going to come out.
Still chilly though. You still need your top
coat. Fresh. It's fresh.
Yeah.
Oh.
So final lap for leader Reese Green on the 71. That battle still rages though for 3rd, as the leader takes the checkered flag to become the winner of Heat 1 for Minimax. Reese Green crossing the line now. Ethan Carney, and then hanging on to that 3rd place. Daniel Haynes there across the line, just ahead of Eric Smith. Louis Reese will come in 5th. We look back towards Charlie Gillam, who crosses the line now. Hayden Taylor has already crossed the line and will finish 7th and take the 100 UK Juniors. Yelena Osbar-Scott will come in 2nd, 8th overall. And Alex Fraser, current championship leader. His 2nd round of the NKC, not starting as he would have liked.
No.
With a big off at turn 1. That's put him on the back foot for the other 2 heats to put him up the grid. Can't discount him, though. He'll be back for Heat 2 and no doubt back for the finals in very strong fashion.
Yeah, I mean, it's the advantage is that even though he has dropped one here as such, it is a small enough field that he can probably still get a relatively near the front start for the final. So,
yeah.
The definition, not the end of the world, really.
No, absolutely not, and that's the fact that Minimax is a small field, a small grid, will enable Alex not to fret too much about that and maybe go in and analyse what exactly happened there. We've got the.
Well, it's on camera, so you can watch it back and go, "Oh dear." My feeling is he got a bit. The way it went round, you think he must have had a wheel on the grass. But of course, the point to remember is that all these heats do score points for the championship, don't they?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah, it's. I'm not quite sure of the points.
Well, it's a winner. I think it's 50 points for a win, for a heat, and 100 points to the final. So the heats are a little bit more important than they often are in other events. It's not just a way of getting to the front for the trophies. There are points all the way through the NKC. So it's not. Whilst at the end of the day you want to win the final, you can win the final and only get 160 points. Or you can win the final and get 250 points.
Yeah. Junior Rotax out on track now. Braden Hill currently leads the championship. He had 2 heat wins and a 3rd place. So 2 wins and a 3rd in the heats at Gleneagles, and then he took the final in fine style. Ronnie Shrimpton was 2nd in the final, Ben Ficini 3rd. So these drivers out at the moment. Ashton French leads the field round. Archie Hardiman 2nd, Samuel Wyatt 3rd, Braden Hill 4th. 3rd row of the grid is Alexander I'm not sure what Alexander's full name is, as it's not there in front of me, Nick.
No, me neither, I'm afraid.
Jack Briscoe 6th, Rafi Celentano is 7th, 8th is Archie Bootle, Oscar Shrimpton is 9th, Ollie Morris rounds off the top 10. We've got a very ordered grid which enables us to go racing pretty much from the off field down towards Billy's Bend, side by side into turn 1, and it's pole position, driver sliding wide. Can he hang on to that
lost
lead?
3 places.
And it's from the 2nd row, I think that's Samuel Wyatt.
Here comes
into
the field. Someone spun off the edge. So who was that we lost? That was kart number 35. So that was Braden Hill. So one of the early favourites is off.
Yeah, Braden Hill, championship leader. Current championship leader.
I don't know if he got nudged or fell off, actually. I'm not sure. It wasn't really a great replay, so we'll have to just find out later.
Hard to tell, really, in the kerfuffle. That is always the case in karting. Here they come for the first time, and right away across the line there. That was the kart in 3rd place.
He's got 2-second lead in 1 lap.
It was Archie Butler who found himself on that very bumpy outside curbing. The leader, very much the possession of Samuel Wyatt in the number 20, who's gone into the lead by almost 2 seconds from Ashton French in 2nd place. Archie Butler 3rd, 4th is Archie Hardiman, 5th is Jack Briscoe, and 6th is, and I will find Alexander's name, it's Mirzoyan, I should say. Alexander Mirzoyan in 6th place. Joel Bowden 7th, 8th is Oscar Shrimpton.
So the battle really is the 4th and downward battle. 1, 2 and 3 have got away. Wyatt, French and Buttle. Rick Brind on the YouTube chat says good luck to Samuel and Ethan Wyatt. So that's worked so far. KT, come on James Rigby. Thimer, come on James. So there's plenty of support in this for the junior Rotaxes. But the battle really is that 4th on down at the moment. That's led by the 96 car of Archie Hardiman. But he's under pressure from Jack Briscoe. And in fact, there's now 3 of them having a right old knees up around the bottom of Hans Hairpin. And the brightly coloured blue and purple and yellow, red car of that's the 30 machine, I think, of maybe Elliot Thomas, I think.
Elliot Thomas has gone round the outside and had the Hans Hairpin last time by. He's gone up the order. Let's see where Elliot Thomas finds himself as they cross the line. 5 minutes remaining. He's up to 5th ahead of Joel Bowden. He went round the outside of Mason Perrin.
Bit of nudging there, and there's a place lost there, wasn't there? I noticed a little bit of nudging down the straight there. You see the cart out of shape. Without a cart, he had another cart's nose up his backside.
It's kind of unavoidable. You don't want to back out of it.
That's beautiful tightening there. But I think he's going to get eased out on the outside, and he is indeed. So it's still the 96. So it's still Archie Hamilton there. A battle all around that corner with Elliot Thomas. So that's the green helmet.
And he
bounces. Hardiman. And now it's a great run there for the 30 kart, I think it was. He had Mason Perrin, fantastic run up the inside there. I think they were the other two were too busy with each other. Perrin in the red machine just said, no, that's all, I'll take that one. Carrying the momentum, looking to get up the inside of Hans Hairpin. He was blocked off. That was an absolute, it's legal, but an absolute block there by Archie. So Archie having nothing from Mason or from Elliot in this one.
He did get the momentum out of the final turn there. Here he is right on the tail, but he can't discount Elliot Thomas to come back at him, and then joining in behind them, Joel Bowden, making that a 4-card battle for 4th place. Here they come again, and once again, Hardiman all the way across the curb, really upsets the kart. And will he challenge? No, he's got
but they can't go past here. Yellow flag. There's a kart off at Billy's blind. So as you are till they get to the S's here. And again, it's looking like an effort from. I'll tell you what. You have to say, R.G. Hardiman's got his defensive lines worked out, hasn't he?
Yep, he's having
very, very subtle, but you can see there is none shall pass. You can tell it's that because they are losing. This group is losing so much time to the top 3, and it's becoming an ever larger group. It's now a group of 6 in a train. 7 in a train now. All because R.G. Hardiman is driving defensively and cleverly, preventing anyone getting past him, but obviously going probably half to 3/4 seconds slower than he needs to.
He's well within his rights to drive the way he's driving, but
absolutely.
He's just keeping
it's
that
very
pace.
Clever. Jack Briscoe was trying to get through on the inside there, but he ended up just drifting out again. It's really hard in this train of very, very competitive karts. Sorry, Joe.
Yeah, he's just keeping himself positioned on the track. He's kind of like the cork in the bottle, because behind him all hell's breaking loose. The kart's being sort of stifled. There's a challenge in the buttons. It's not really a passing place. I've said that about pretty much everywhere at Cliff Pigeon have been proved wrong. So I'm about to be proved wrong about buttons not being a passing place.
What happened there?
I think
so the 30 got past. So someone right round the outside went Mason Perrin. And look at him immediately gapping R.G. Hardiman. I think he just managed to get round the outside, whilst Hardiman was more concerned with Elliot Thomas in the blue 37. So one of them's done it, and now the rest have to escape the bottle.
I think Hardiman lost time through buttons there as he was challenged. It kind of put him offline a bit. So Hardiman drops back now to 5th, and he's got people challenging behind him. Elliot Thomas, Ronnie Shrimpton, Finn Smith just
got past Ronnie Thompson, the horseshoe. But it'll all shuffle around again now. And there's three wide across the start-finish line. Up the inside goes to 72 of Ronnie Shrimpton.
Yeah, Ronnie Shrimpton takes 2 karts out and back into that position has gone Elliot Thomas.
Blimey.
I think that was the 37 who slipped back through, having lost out.
Just remind you, it's Wyatt, French and Buttle up at the front. Wyatt's got a 4.7 second lead. Second and third quite close together, but it's not quite as scrappy as this one, so we'll stay with this as it's the heats, not the finals.
I tell you what, Nick, outstanding racing from these juniors.
Absolutely.
You know, they're side by side. Here they go again across the line, then that's a change for position.
Yep, 61 got past there. Finn Smith and Ronnie Shrimpton past Elliot Thomas as they come into the S. Oh, too much curb. Oh, and a couple of them taking too much curb, it seems. Or it could just be they are so aggressive that they upset the kart. And what looks like a completely out of shape machine actually is completely in control when you're 12 years old.
Yeah, showing great skill and racecraft as ever in the junior Rotax class. We are inside. Yeah, now we are. Now we're inside the final minute.
3 laps then.
So plenty of time for more progression. As across the line, then Samuel Wyatt leads. He's got just under 6 seconds from Ashton French, who's got Archie Buttle right with him. Mason Perrin in 4th, Finn Smith 5th, Ronnie Shrimpton 6th now, Elliot Thomas 7th, 8th is Ethan Wyatt, but there's going to be changes.
Yeah, Buttle's just got past French through the horseshoe. So the second and third has changed. This is changing on a half-minute basis. Let's see if we can pick up second and third again. Just coming in through Billy's blind now, right together. Here they are, and they are battling hard. 22 going through the S's now. So it was actually Buttle who got him last lap, but these two are scrapping it out for second and third. Ashton French just behind. That's where he was overtaken last time. This exit here, it was better drive for Buttle that got him through. And looking like he's actually able to pull a gap. They're about to start their last lap in second and third. The rest of the pack is constantly changing on a half-minute basis, really.
Yep, leader already gone through to see
6 second lead.
That very welcome last lap board. He's absolutely bossed it, hasn't he? Samuel Wyatt getting off at the front of the field at the start and never being headed into the S's then for the final time. That battle for second. Archie Butler looks over his shoulder.
Thinking about it.
Yeah. Ashton French closes up onto the rear bumper into the hairpin as we expect. Out of there and into the double left-hander. That's the horseshoe, which fires you directly into buttons. And it looks like it's settled for second. Samuel Wyatt takes the flag and takes heat 1 for Junior Rotax. Across the line in second, Archie Buttle. Ashton French in third on the number 53. And then the battle for 4th, 5th and 6th.
Yeah, the flags away.
Across the line now. Yellow flag showing after the checkered flag. Mason Perrin it was who finished 4th. 5th was Finn Smith. Ronnie Shrimpton, great race for him in 6th, and Elliot Thomas through in 7th. They had a great and eventful battle throughout. Jack Briscoe 8th, 9th is Joel Bowden. Adam Catling is 10th. Ben Ficini 11th. Alexander Mazoyan is 12th. Oscar Shrimpton 13th. Braden Hill, current championship leader, recovered after that off at turn 1, recovered to 14th. So that was massive damage limitation for Braden Hill. Alfie Smith 15th. Tristan Bernard 16th. 17th was Dylan Mitchell. Josh Eaton Brown 18th. 19th was Levi Goodyear. James Rigby 20th. Alfie Bushell 21st. And the last of the finishers, Archie Hardiman. We lost Ethan Wyatt, Rafi Celentano and Ollie Morris in that race.
Cracking
Ethan
race.
Wyatt pretty late in the race, actually.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
It's
Yeah,
only
it was
one lap off.
Yeah, that was a cracking race, that was. And it certainly fired up the people who were watching. Obviously, the relations of the juniors. So we had James McDonald going, James Alec, let's go number 96 Italy 8505. And it was going pretty well for the 96 for a while. Then he dropped back a little bit. And then it's Baking with Maddie was raking on Elliot. Go on, Elliot, you can do it. And I got a question for you.
For me?
For you, because you've got the programme.
Oh, right.
Reese Conley says, when is race 2 of 100 UK? Is it after
100
lunch?
UK is, I can't really put a time on it. We've got Senior Rotax next, Rotax 177s, then Senior TKM. What did he want to know?
That one, next 100 UK.
And then the 100 UK
There's
is
4 heats.
following that, heat 2.
So I'd say about 40 minutes, probably.
Yeah, not long.
No, are there 3 heats that happens, or 4?
1, 2, 3 heats, and
About
then the
30
100
minutes
UK.
then. About half an hour, probably. Perhaps just over. Perhaps 35 minutes.
How dare he come in and out and dip in and out? He should be settled on the sofa.
Nailed onto the programme.
Yeah,
Every moment.
Settled on the sofa for a full 8 hours of action.
Absolutely.
So the second heat for Senior Rotax is out next, Nick.
So is that the B side, is it? Or is that the second run of the A side? I'm now confused now. I do confuse myself with these multiple split grids.
I've lost my cursor again in the sun.
Do you know in the juniors race against Stickman Bob? You're now a timetable bloke.
Yeah,
I assume they're not back out again until after lunch, are they? Oh yeah, Mini Max 100k juniors, or do they mean Rotax juniors?
No, juniors back out after lunch.
Back after lunch, yeah. So we've got lunch is going to be approximately 1 o'clock for half an hour, and then we'll have a very, very busy afternoon with another set of heats and also all the finals. Here we go.
Senior Rotax is out onto the track. Jack Jones leads them out. Scott Lowther in second. Paul Moran, we spoke to Paul in our paddock walk yesterday. Hello, Helen and the kids at home. Now, are you not preparing a Sunday roast at home?
Yes.
Or are you going to the pub?
Well,
you
yes,
fooled us last
indeed.
week, Helen.
That was
Yeah.
shocking to say the least.
There was I sort of, visualising
Salivating.
a scene out of a little house on the prairie. You sweating in the kitchen, preparing Sunday lunch, and all the time you were out at the pub being.
That's a little house and prayer, isn't it?
I don't know, but I think you should stop there.
Okay, friend.
So Paul Moran starting on the second row. Matthew Hildred alongside Pedro Oliveira is 5th. Lewis Berry 6th. 7th is Alex Wannabe. Dylan Tatum in 8th. 9th is Jody Fox. Simon Keeble rounding off the top 10. People to look out for: James Wood in 26th. Milton Steele Vassal starting 21st. Paul Ozan starting 19th. And Lewis Jones starting 31. So this is Lewis's start at the back. Off they go.
Oh, again, people realise that first corner is where you can make a move. There's an awful lot of shuffling about, and the amount of carts that are coming inside. So that's, again, a problem with one of the carts at the back of the field. But the problem is the carts are getting nudged about. Two more carts are facing the wrong way, going into the S's. So that's all gone a bit wrong for a few of them. But we'll find out who they are when they get left behind the timing in a second.
Massive carnage at the hairpin.
Oh dear.
And we've got a bit of a traffic stop. It's like the M25 down there. It came to a dramatic halt.
Three or four of them had problems.
Yeah, we've certainly had contact of various sorts there. As the leader, though, very much the lead of this heat. The possession of Jack Jones on the number 78. He's got Paul Moran slotting in behind, and Paul sliding a little bit wide there, or maybe not, carrying the momentum into the S's. Matthew Hildred's 3rd, Scott Lowther 4th, Pedro Oliveira 5th, 6th is Alex Warnaby, Simon Keeble 7th. Look at Paul Ozan up from 19th to 8th there. coming through the carnage at the hairpin. George Sanders 9th, rounding off the top 10, Luke Evans.
Yeah, you get carnage like that, and it's your heat to start at the back. It's like rub your hands with glee, isn't it, really?
It really was one of those unavoidable situations where we had karts being fired into the hairpin. And again, Nick, an 815-metre circuit, and we're getting these races underway after one warm-up lap, and there's no doubt
Chilly
about
day.
it. This chilly ambient temperature, chilly, relatively cold track temperature, the tyres are nowhere near where they need to be to give you the sort of grip you expect.
So we're currently looking at second place, which is Paul Moran, the 77. Oh, no. Oh, but no, I've got myself confused there because actually I think it's someone about to be lapped at the front. So who's that running around now at the front? It is me talking to myself. All right, the 99 car, is he a lap down? Yes, he is. That's Steve Jackson is a lap down, so he's not actually leading. So we're with the leader, which is Jack Jones, and then behind him is Paul Moran.
Yeah, it's the number 78 who
Yeah,
leads.
the big battle is for third. So let's go back, and there's a problem. There's actually a problem on the car. It's not a problem. It's a waving, an annoyance.
I think he's either getting tapped from behind or he's
not happy, is he? He's not happy. That is the 70 something.
26.
I thought it was the could be
Matthew
right.
Hildred.
Is it Hildred's upset? Is it?
Yeah, I think is that Paul Moran just ahead of him? I'll be able to check that out.
So you've got a lapped cart
underneath us.
So right ahead of him in third place, I think, is the 57.
That's right. It is.
So it's Pedro Oliveira. Pedro, who has a bit of a start at Glannigore, wasn't he? Because he had a win and then he was leading and then broke down right in front of us. So Pedro going well. And then behind him is an absolute swathe of karts.
Matthew Hildred in the 26 just coming out of the hairpin. Now he stopped waving. He stopped waving at people and
he's got the 47 on his tail of Simon Keeble.
Stopped being annoyed by people.
By life.
Yeah.
Now, the 99 car who's lost a lap, though, is pretty much on the pace of these. So he will be causing them quite a big problem. He's not one of these guys who's 3 seconds lap slow and drifts back. He's a guy who had to spin the first lap, but he's up to pace and up the inside there and back again. And the 47 28 have a bit of a battle around the bottom of the bend. That's quite interesting.
Yeah, not quite enough to challenge at the hairpin. Just ahead of these, it's the battle with Paul Moran. Who's got Pedro Oliveira, Paul Moran and Pedro Oliveira now coming together, just coming out of the top bend.
Yeah, we need to pick up second and third. They're coming down, about to cross into Matt's Cameron now. The green and the blue. Oh, up the inside goes the 57.
Yeah, Paul Moran.
Took him in the end. Now will the third... So Oliveira got it.
Paul Moran on the 77, wise enough just to let Pedro through. It was a great move by Pedro. He didn't make it easy for him, did Paul?
Lap carts ahead of both of them now. That's the 99.
Settled in now and leaving Pedro to chase after Jack Jones.
So he's all on his Jack Jones at the moment.
Who's very much on his Jack Jones at the front of this field. That's the 99 who's a lap down now after that first lap incident. And we're inside of 3 minutes of this second heat for Senior Rotax. And we're going to see Pedro Oliveira move away from Paul Moran, who'll be happy with the third place if he can keep Simon Keeble away from that third place. The 47, though, looking very challenging now and trying to close the gap. In fact, I think... No, that's the 99. I got excited there. The 99 ahead of the 77.
Paul Moran now waving heavily at the 99 lapped car, going, what the hell are you doing? Get out of the way. The thing he doesn't seem to realise is he's waving from behind, so there's no possible way that the 99 can see him.
That's true.
Steve Jackson, is causing frustrations and having no idea. It's going to be a lovely afternoon drive on a Sunday morning.
The thing is, if you've got the pace to get away at the start and maximise that heat starting at the front of the grid, and that's exactly what Jack Jones has done. 3.7 seconds from Oliveira. Time running out for Oliveira to catch him. That's a huge gap.
Yeah, he's not going to do that. Is that because he's even in clear air he's had the last couple of laps, he's been getting no nearer. Let's just.
So when you see that happening in front of you, if you're Pedro Oliveira, do you continue to push to bring down the gap, or do you just then sort of ease the pace and start looking after the tyres?
So the 47 now, Keeble in third, coming into Hans Hairpin now.
So Moran losing out towards the final stages of this heat. Kart 57, Pedro Oliveira through. There's the 47 of Simon Keeble behind him. Now they're spaced out now at the front. Nick, they've made their way through. The faster guys, faster drivers have made their way through to the front end of this field. Paul Moran in fourth. He's got Paul Lozanne, former Super 1 O-plate holder. Paul Lozanne, another driver that we featured in our paddock walk.
Nice move up the inside.
Yeah, hard man to keep behind you is Paul
Oh,
Lozanne.
that was unfortunate because he ended up losing 2 places.
He's
there.
took Adam Rogers with him, hasn't he? Adam Rogers saying, "Wait for me, Paul Lozanne."
Thank you very much for opening the door, and I'll hop through.
Yeah,
Like
Paul Moran.
He's like the worst. He was like the worst Jehovah's Witness there, wasn't he? He opened the door, he's straight in.
So change for that position, but just look at that battle for fourth and fifth.
Oof.
With the clock ticking towards the checkered flag, Paul Lozanne has not got things easy. He hasn't felt it necessary to drive defensively into the Hans hairpin, into the horseshoe then, and he's aware that Adam Rogers is there, but Paul Lozanne, very, very experienced head on the man, been around karting for many years, started here at Clay Pigeon when he was 1984, I think he said, as a child in junior Britain, I think it would be back then. So last lap board for the leader. So we're into the final lap of the second heat for Senior Rotax. As we stick with this battle, I'm not sure Rogers has got enough to challenge for that.
2 or 3 corners to go. We can just call the leaders over the line, though.
Checkered flag flies. Jack Jones does indeed take the win there.
Oliveira gained a second over that last 2.5 minutes. Now, how much that was extra pace and how much that was Jones easing off, I don't know. There go our guys. Keeble third. Paul Lozanne fourth. Adam Rogers fifth. Paul Moran sixth. George Chandler seventh. Luke Evans is eighth. Jake Davis ninth. Scott Smith took 10th on the last lap. Scott Lowther 11th. Thomas Storer is 12th. Then Matthew Hildred, Lewis Jones, Milton Steele, Vasson, who of course had a relatively average run, I think top 10 run last time, got a 15th in second run out. Howard Wainwright was 16th. James Costin was 17th. George Walker was 18th. Tommy Lee Davis was 19th. James Wood 20th. Jamie Hardley 21st. Then Gazzo in, Sam Cresswell. Jodie Fox 25th with Dylan Tatham. Then Martin Jackson, Tom Radburn, Martin Coe, Steve Jackson and Andrew O'Keefe in 30th was the last person to get the whole trip. Jay Lewis, Alex Warnbury, Scott Russell and Lewis Berry all had various levels of problems in another cracking race. We're doing well today, aren't we?
Yeah,
this track where you can't overtake.
Yes, yes. It's all about momentum, and if you've got just the tiniest bit of momentum over the cart in front of you, you can kind of use a tin opener and make your way through and just make space for yourself. It really is very, very technical track here at Wilton Mill, Clay Pigeon. Sort of out-of-body experience there. So that was Senior Rotax Heat 2. Out next is another Senior Rotax class. This is the heavier class, the 177 class. And the grid for that will follow shortly. Just to give you an idea of where the championship standings are. We had the final at Gleneagles won by Louis Large, who had 3 second-place heats. Philip Howarth is equal on points with a second place and 2 heat wins, and then a second place in the final behind Louis. Richard Evans had a fine third place in the final after taking heat number 1 win. So Richard in fourth. Lawrence Hilton, he finished second, won his third heat and finished fourth in the final. So he's very much at this moment in contention for leading the championship. Still early stages. It's a 6-round championship with visits to Fullbeck, Rowra, Landau, Wilton Mill, not necessarily in that order. Clay Pigeon here this weekend. The shortest track at 815 metres with a lap just over 30 seconds. We've been seeing laps in the 35-second margin up until now. So with the 177s, so 35 seconds is a Rotax 162 lap time.
And the heavier ones, hour and a half.
No.
Here we go.
35 to 36, high 36 is out onto the track then for Heat 2 for the 177s. And it's kart 177, aptly numbered, James Yap on the front row.
There's a fight for that kart.
I'm not sure. Michael Gamble's alongside, Harry Rowett and Thomas Hinton on row 2. Row 3, Stephen Login, Richard Evans in 6th. Carl Bryant and Alex Joyner on row 4. Row 5 is Mark Rowe and Keith Mason. Louis Large on the number 128 is 11th with Lawrence Hilton 12th. Terry Smith and Richard Edwards 13th and 14th. 15th and 16th, 8th row of the grid is Michael Mallet and Philip Howarth. Now, just keep an eye on that. Louis Large in 11th and Philip Howarth in 16th. These are the carters that came through at Glanigores to be battling out in the final, and we expect these to be moving through the order.
One thing I will say, and it's for all the races so far, is they've absolutely stuck to one warm-up lap, haven't they? They've always had a talk about it, because a lot of them at Glan were 2, weren't they? We've actually not had the start waved off. They want to run 2 laps of the TKM to need to warm up.
This is what's causing us problems, Nick, as they come across the line into turn 1. Billy's blind on cold tyres, and the car just snapping away from Michael Gamble, I think it was there.
And we've lost one.
Yeah, we've lost number 12. That's Keith Mason. Keith Mason falling foul of, was he pushed or did he go off of his own accord?
I think you're running on ice, so who knows? Oh, yeah. And then having a little spinette in the 76, I think that was. Martin Rees having a spinette on his own going into the S's. But here we go away, and leading is the 177 of Yap. And they've come through in a significantly better order than the previous race. They have all got through bar 2 carts unscathed. They're forming a lovely snake. No one's broken away. But first and second, massive challenge lead to the 12 of 82, sorry, of Harry Rout. I thought it was a 2 there, gets into the lead.
No, number 12's a back marker now.
No, it's 82.
It's 82, sorry.
No, I misread it because I've got old eyes.
Right, Harry Rowett then has
back in the lead, or into the lead, and already looking to move away.
So Harry Rowett leads on the number 82. James Yap now in 2nd.
Large up to 4th.
Yeah, Louis Large.
Well, he's up to 11th. He's up to 3rd from 11th.
Yeah, he's on the back of James Yap now, and looking like he's going to have a go out of the final turn here.
Oh, he's coming into the 2nd and 3rd where we're at.
Let's see what he does at turn 1. Billy's blind. As he's right, he slips out from and down the inside.
Beautiful move.
Textbook fashion. Louis Large helping to write the textbook here at Clear Pigeon. He's going to be going for that lead. And I didn't expect him to come up the order as quickly as he has.
He's showing some real class in these first 2 events. I mean, isn't this his comeback year or something? Or have I got the wrong person?
No. He raced in the British Championships last year in this class, And he was telling me that he's really gotten to grips with the setup on these carts, on this Maxxis Sport tyre, completely different to what these drivers would normally run in their club events and the other national series. So it's a little bit of a different driving style, he tells me, and a little bit of a different setup. But Louis finally getting his head around it in fine fashion. He took the win in the final at Glanigores with a great battle with Philip Howarth. We expect that to continue today, but right now it's all about Louis Large closing down on Harry Rowett on the 82. Less than a second was the gap last time by 9/10. Here we come across the line. What is it this time? Has he closed it ever so slightly? Yes, he has. He's took 3/10 out of him. So in 2 laps' time, Nick, with under 4.5 minutes to go, I expect Louis Large to challenge for maximum points in the heats.
Now, the way Harry Rout found no issue getting past James Yap, you kind of wonder whether he's going to be that pleased with the Louis Large attack. Because sometimes, obviously, in these heats, people go, no, it's fine, off you go, because I'll take the points. But you kind of think that this is Harry's chance to get the win, and because now, as we are aware, and it's slightly different here in the NKC, you get points for the qualifier.
Philip Howarth, by the way, on kart 101, who is currently joint leader in the championship, is now up to 5th with just under 4 minutes remaining, just getting past Carl Bryant on that previous lap. So he's not far behind Louis Large. Louis still behind Rowett as they go through the Hans hairpin into the horseshoe, and behind these two, that battle for 3rd now beginning to form a queue. James Yap, Richard Evans, Philip Howarth, Carl Bryant, just beginning to...
Does Louis get any closer now? Because he's
yeah, he took a 10th.
Took half a 10th that time.
Battle for 10th, Tim Darlow, Stephen Horner, down from Wardenlaw. Current Wardenlaw Club champion, Stephen, in 11th. But Tim Darlow moves ahead of Stephen Horner and puts Terry Smith in between him. There's Louis Large right on the tail now, Nick. It's going to come down to a bit of racecraft.
I'm going to say now, I think Harry's got a lot more for Louis. And I think he's now, if it was 0.539, he's got that kind of enough for gap so you can't throw it up the inside. The non-threat up the inside, they did take a 10th out of him. So Louis still showing intention, but it is obviously, it's always easy to follow and to lead. And with this level of...
well, you know what? Knowing Louis Large as I do, he's a very intelligent young man. He's not going to do anything stupid. He knows this is his first heat, and he's not going to risk anything. He's sat there. He knows how to pass. He knows where, and he's just watching. And what he's doing here is he's gauging Harry Rowett. He looks over his shoulder. Nobody there. Philip Howarth is there, Louis.
Took a bit of the inside curb there of the start-finish. Well, not straight, start-finish bend. Looking hard. And now, Large absolutely weighing up. You're quite right now. It's a case of let's look and see where I can get it through. And he's trying up the inside, but that's not going to work. And oh, wow, okay.
Yeah, switch back, slides wide.
Push him out, push him out, push him out. Is he going to stand? Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
He got the tin opener out the toolbox there, didn't he? Coming out the hairpin, he had the momentum, straight down the inside, and then he switches back to the inside.
There, he hadn't got it. And suddenly,
that was the last of the late breakers. Look at how the rear end came round.
Touring car racing.
And if anything, Harry Rowan's car just checked the slide a bit, didn't he?
That was Turkington and Plato or something, wasn't it?
Firm, very firm and firm but fair racing from these two at the front. Louis Large looking over his shoulder because he can see his nemesis, Philip Howarth, in the 101. He's on the 101 and he's chasing them down. And these two at the front of the championship, now first and third. He's going to gain points with this heat.
Top three in the frame, and that's certainly a comeback from nowhere from Howard. So obviously he's had... whilst these two have been arguing, he's absolutely gaining hand over fist. I don't know whether he had a situation where his tyres took a while to come in.
This is Howarth's home ground. This is his home track, so Philip Howarth is going to be very, very strong here at Clay Pigeon.
Look at right on the way, right on the way, right on the way.
That's the white and green card just coming up to the second place, Harry Rowett. Can Howarth with 30 seconds on the clock. It'll be one lap to go next time by.
So he's got 2 laps. Even the big man leaning down for a bit of aero advantage. I can't help think one less hamburger would be more of an advantage. And this is speaking for myself, obviously. I mean, you've lost a stone. You might make 177 these days.
Still going to be over with.
Oh, moving the outside at Hans hairpin. Thinking about now, I don't know, he might have been too far away. Have you seen Louis' overtaking manoeuvre?
Well, Louis now playing canny. He's intelligent enough to think, right, I'm in the lead. I've just got to keep enough of this pace to look after the tyres. He's aware. He keeps looking over his shoulder.
1 corner lap to go.
Here comes the last lap board now, so he knows there's 1 lap to go. Howarth down
outside.
The inside through the curve, but the outside of Billy's blind.
Got him.
Having to slot in behind.
That was superb. Front end, he hasn't that kart.
Harry Rowett knew what was coming there, and he closed the door through Billy's blind and into the S's. He still knows what's coming. Down the inside, side by side out of the hairpin. He'll slot back into that second place for the horseshoe. This is great racing from these two.
A
little bit of contact
together.
Howarth risks a penalty there on the bumper drop by coming into contact with the Rowett's rear end. And I hope for racing's sake that bumper hasn't dropped.
No, that was a great last lap by Harry Rowett, because Howard had more speed and he absolutely played him and then blocked him, not in a bad way. That was great. In fairness, Rowett may not have won that, but I thought his racecraft throughout the entire race was really, really good. And then, but Louis Large just had a bit too much for all of them.
Well, Louis Large was kept in check, wasn't he, for about 3 or 4 laps? But at the end, he had to succumb to the sliding advances of the number 128, who takes the heat win. Harry Rowett was second. Philip Howarth, I hope, will come third. I'm a bit worried about that bumper. Richard Evans fourth. James Yap fifth. Mark Rowe sixth, I should say. Tim Darlow 7th, Michael Gamble 8th, 9th is Michael Mallet, 10th is Alex Thomas, 11th I should say was number 66 Stephen Horner, Terry Smith 12th, Zach Bolton up to 13th. That's a great drive from Zach with Keith Mason after that first lap contretemps. Keith coming through and finishing in 14th. 15th is Aidan Hammond, Dan Millward was 16th, Jonathan Harrison 17th, Steve Maidment 18th, 19th was Carl Bryant, Brian McCready, Andy Gosling, David Medlock, Richard Edwards, Stephen Loggin, Martin Rees, Jack Goodyear finishing down in 26th. And then we lost Liam Rabjohns, Alex Joyner, Lawrence Hilton, Thomas Hinton and Darren Edwards there in the early stages of that heat. We're just recovering those karts I've just mentioned, and we very quickly will go into the the first heat for senior TKMs. This is the first time we've seen the 110cc karts out. Yep, we saw the UK's, which is the 100cc TKM engines.
Right,
these are the 110cc single cylinder air cooled 110cc, based on the 100 UK engine, but with a slightly bored out.
It's good you know what you're talking about.
I think I do. It sounds like I do. I hope I do.
Joe Bojo,
right.
75 ADHD says, "Oh my God, yes, well done, Zach Bolton. So blooming proud."
Yeah, Zach. Pardon me, just catching me with a mouthful of water. Yeah, Zach down from the northeast. He races at Wardenlaw and Teesside, and he's telling me he's had 6 race weekends on the trot. So yeah, he's completely bonkers, and here he is. Great to see out in the NKC, and I think he's bolting himself onto the 6th round. See what I did there?
Oh, very good.
So great to have Zach. Always good to catch up with Zach and have a chat. So next out, the senior TKMs. And if I can find me cursor, Nick, I'll have a look at how the championship looks for the senior TKMs. As ever, we expect some very, very tight racing. We've got the championship being led at the moment by Jake Campbell-Mills, and he had a heat win, a second and a third, with a second place in the final. Mitchell Ball is second in the championship. He had a heat win in his second heat and a 4th place in the final. Callan Lamont is in 3rd place in the championship. He won heat 3 and ended up 6th in the final. And then Leo Crabtree, he had a 3rd place in the final, a 2nd in his first heat. Ollie Milner is 5th, Lucas Sullivan is 6th, and then Louis Bevan, who had, if you remember, Nick, Louis is the driver who had an absolute nightmare in the heats.
Yes.
And then came through and won the final. So he had a 5th, a 24th, and an 11th in his heats.
Blimey.
Absolute nightmare. But Louis was right there. He's on the number 1, and there's a reason he's carrying the number 1.
Is he the champion?
He's the current champion. He's the reigning champion, the NKC champion in the senior TKM.
Zach Bolton's got a huge fan club. He says, "Well done to my big brother Zach Bolton." So he's got 2 on it, and I think he was 13th in the
and
last
who's that?
one.
Mel Bolton.
Mel Bolton,
So,
and
yeah, I take it.
Jojo Bo 75 ADHD Rocks is obviously also in the Zach Bolton team. You want to
How
talk
has
to us?
Zach got such a fan club then?
I don't know. He's obviously a lovely lad.
He is. He's a great kid.
If you want to chat to us, we're on the YouTube chat. We're not on the Facebook chat because it's too many pages open as it is. We're on the YouTube chat. Just come and have a word with us, and we'll be fine. We'll be fine. It'll be fine, and we'll talk to you. Seems to have lost the use of the English language temporarily.
Karts released. The NAVOS NKC continues, and it's the first heat.
So I assume these should get 2 warm-up laps as TKMs.
As TKMs. A little bit trick. Look at that. Cold tyres coming into play on that outlap. How many times have you done that, Nick? Did you race TKMs?
Yeah. Yeah, I raced TKMs in 1989 and 1990 before side pods were de rigueur,
really?
Which is why I had an accident at Tilbury where I had a wheel interlock accident, chucked me out and dislocated my shoulder.
Oh, really?
Which was literally the day after a party I'd been to where I didn't drink. Party I'd been to where I told my sister that karting was completely safe. The next time she saw me was in hospital.
Relatively safe, I think.
Well, that was it. But it's completely safe. And then she went, right. And I was in Essex General or something, having my shoulder. It was quite a big thing, so they give me a general, everything else in for a day.
So Alexander Lehman with Ricky Wright alongside Jason Lovett and Will Cregan, or Craigeen, I should say, on the second row. They're in order. They may get the go-ahead after just 1 lap of warm-up.
Blimey.
They've definitely been told this in the driver's briefing, haven't they? It's the 91 leading into Billy's Blind. That's Alexander Lehman.
Quite sensible into that first corner. I noticed it was a little bit less in-lane shuffling, and they kind of went through relatively easily together. We have seen a lot of kind of wobbling, but now they're going to start thinking about the racing starting as they come into Hans Hairpin for the first time. But no, one kart's gone spinning off the back there, but the rest have got through. I think he was probably lightly helped. Oh, must have a clutch. He's kept going, that one. So that's got a clutch, that kart.
Yeah, that one has. Good job. Cold tyres, again, coming into play, and it's the drivers who were the bravest on these very slippery
65
karts.
who fell off. I'm not sure who the 65. Matthew Temple has fallen off. 1 and 2 away.
Oh, it's Jake Campbell. Jake Campbell-Mills, who leads across the line for the first time. Will Cregan, while we were focusing on all the karts that were going off. up into the lead of this race. Jake Campbell-Mills leads across the 9. Will Cregan second. Alexander Lehman, who started on pole, down to third. Liam Circa up 3 places to fourth. Ricky Wright losing out the most there and dropping 2 to fifth. Louis Bevan up 2 places on the number 1 to 6. Keep an eye on him. Joseph Jacques is up 4 to 7th. And Lucas Sullivan coming through. With him, Matt Slate, Callan Lamont, Mitchell Bell rounding off the top 11.
So we're looking kind of like 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th. It's Lemon in 3rd in the 91 kart, leading this gaggle of much lighter coloured karts, which was that they went over the line, Circa, Bevan and Jacques, but they're now coming through into the S's and away into the hairpin.
Yeah, look at the number 1 down the inside.
Beautiful move. Is he going to make it work?
Another position for the reigning champion. He looks over his shoulder just to check where everybody else is who's followed him through as well.
55, yeah, Joseph Jacques said thank you very much as well. So another bit of Dory. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and it's the kind of 4th and 4th kart that's really beginning to make the move. That's our last season's champion.
Yeah, he's
Bevan. They'll be 4th this time round.
Up to 4th, and the question is, can he
The
catch?
leader's made a bit of a break, to be honest, in Jake Campbell-Mills, but this now is a train of cars. Interestingly, having got past, Bevan's not really gapping the rest of the field. They're following him round in a. We're looking at the 2nd and 3rd Cregan and Lehman battle here, and that is getting closer. So what's kind of happened is it's absolutely wonderful news for Jake Campbell-Mills. 2nd and 3rd are half a second apart, something like that.
Yeah, I'll tell you now, Nick, as they cross the line. Campbell-Mills leads. Will Cregan got a gap of 1.7 seconds. We've got then 2.2 seconds to Alexander Lehman. Louis Bevan right on his tail though in 4th. Joseph Jacques in 5th. Callan Lamont up to 6th ahead of Liam Circa. And Liam Circa has had a nightmare of a lap there and losing place. He'll be trying to hang on to those positions and getting himself as far up the order as he can in these early heats. But who can catch the leader? It looks to me as though Jake Campbell-Mills is kind of controlling the pace. Behind him, Will Cregan. There's the 84 of Will Cregan. Alexander Lehman has now got Louis Bevan even closer across the line. But Louis Bevan seems to have had his progress stifled as he gets towards the front of the field. We're inside of 4 minutes now. So getting towards half distance. Down the inside, Bevan. Not quite enough to get by Lehman. And Lehman just sticks to his line. As calm as you like. He knows Bevan is there. Nose to tail out of top bend. Bevan slotting in behind him now. Oh. He's getting into the slipstream. He'll get a bit of a drag through that curving left-hand sweep into the first turn, but not enough speed difference for Bevan to take advantage and just making Billy's bend into the S's all one turn. Out of the left-hand part of the S's and down towards the hairpin. Oh. This is where Bevan will strike, and he does. Textbook out-braking manoeuvre there. Very, very steady. No sliding of the rear end. And Bevan ahead of Alexander Lehman. Lehman will come back at him. This has allowed the 23 of Callan Lamont, who's moved up the order, and will now come through right on the tail of Lehman in the 91. Bevan looks over his shoulder there.
So
he's moved on to Will Cregan, hasn't he?
Next target is Cregan. Now, Cregan has dropped nearly 3 seconds off the leader, which is Jake Campbell-Mills. So I think whatever happens, it's unlikely that... Oh, and then he's trying to get back there, wasn't he? You can see that.
Yeah.
Alexander Lehman was thinking, I'll have a go at this one. He's getting a little bit of a nudge at the back. And I think he was kind of a 3-kart kind of push along at that point with Callan Lamont as well. But Bevan now stalking Cregan. Cregan's not got the ultimate in pace, but he has made some good starts. They go up very, very wide now. Can Bevan get the run into Billy's blind? Wham through, and they looking hard, not going to make the move.
On these 100 TKMs, on these senior TKMs, I say 100, I said that wrong.
110.
110. On these senior TKMs, there is very little speed difference into Billy's blind. So Billy's blind's kind of negated as a passing place.
Everywhere else,
here.
not so much.
Everywhere else, not so much, yeah. And for the Rotax classes, completely different approach to Billy's blind. So the speed difference on a Rotax Max, you can maybe make that move stick. You can't on 100 TKM. I've done it again. Senior TKM.
There's 4 of them
now. Here we go again. This is what I meant. This is what I mean. See if Bevan can move alongside into the braking area for Billy's blind. No, he has to slot in.
Behind
him,
making
me a liar, is Callan Lamont.
Well, he had a 4-car slipstream. That's why.
Was that Callan Lamont or Joseph?
And
Jacques?
also, just out of Lamont's gone past.
Yep.
Bevan's gone past Cregan. So whilst that was quite clever. Whilst we were watching the other overtaking manoeuvre,
Yeah. Bevan made it stick. He's good at the hairpin, isn't he, Bevan?
Yeah.
He absolutely is good at the hairpin. So Bevan ahead of Cregan. Now Lamont is ahead of Lehman, and Lehman is now behind Lamont, who's behind Cregan. Campbell Mills leads
by a long way.
by a long way. It's Louis Bevan in second. Pass 4 position, is it, into Billy's blind?
Trying again.
Side by side, all the way to the
eased
S's.
out. The 23. Lamont got massively eased out.
And Alexander Lehman takes advantage and moves up the order by about 2 carts back into third.
So it's still Jack Campbell Mills. It's still Louis Bevan. I think Cregan's still in third, isn't he?
No. Alexander Lehman in the 91 moved back up to third.
You're right. He
into
is.
the
91's
S's,
gone back in third. Then it's Cregan in fourth, and then fifth is back down to Lamont. Is it?
Yeah.
Having a constant swap around in these last couple of laps.
And we cross the line with about 15 seconds on the board.
2 laps to go then.
So, yeah, last lap.
Oh, another
board.
move. So basically, ever since you said you can't overtake on Billy's blind in the
Everybody,
100 senior TKM, everyone has done.
Yeah.
But that worked out very, very badly for the 23 kart, who was ahead for a picosecond, then lost a place.
They've just been taking it sort of very conservatively, haven't they? Just sitting behind one another.
Well, the other thing to
until
remember is they
the time is
will
right.
have different levels of grip now, depending on where they are in the tyre life and where they are in the tyre pressure and how they've used them. So, you start off with no grip, all of you, and it comes up and goes down even in these short races at differing amounts.
So last lap board for the leader, J. Campbell Mills. Louis Bevan crosses the line in second. It's Alexander Lehman in third. Will Cregan, though, he's not happy, is he? He wants that position. And there behind, just getting constantly mixed up. A little bit of disconsolate waving there and a little bit of contact into the Hans hairpin for the final time. I'm not quite sure how that's
out
panned
there.
out.
So the 23 now is at the back of that entire field. So he's still, he hasn't got, Callum Lamont hasn't gained him a Mitchell ball in that one round.
J. Campbell Mills takes the flag, Nick,
Yep.
to take the first of the senior TKM heats. Louis Bevan,
Happy with second, I would think, from where he started.
very much so. Alexander Lehman will finish third. Joseph Jacques finishes in fourth. Will Cregan eventually finishes in fifth. Sixth is Mitchell Ball. Callum Lamont seventh. Matt Slate eighth. Ninth is Lucas Sullivan. Ollie Milner rounds off the top 10. And then in 11th, we've got Leo Crabtree, Charlie Savage, Matthew Horton in 13th. 14th is Oliver Fathers. Leanna Page is 15th. Liam Surkar 16th. Ricky Wright, Adam Surkar, James Hull, Matthew Temple rounding off the top 10. Then we've got James King and Stephen King finishing 21st and 22nd. Adam Crofts Davies finishes in 23rd. And we lost Jason Lovett on lap 1.
And more action all the way.
Heat 2 for 100 UK coming next.
That sounded like we were playing advert or something.
Yeah, no.
Have
we not got an advert?
No, we haven't got any adverts. No, it's
Right.
it was absolutely. I'm linking into a break of some sort.
Coming next, the
The
NAVOS NKC.
The Joe Bradley story.
Just recovering some carts there. The number 17 of Jason Lovett I mentioned, going off after 2 laps, just being helped over the fence.
So how many heats till lunch?
We have got. Is that all you can think about?
No, I'm just trying to work. I'm trying to tell.
3 heats.
Trying to tell the listeners.
Right. Okay. 3 heats.
So we have 3 heats till lunch. At lunch, we'll play out our
Paddock walk.
Our paddock walk from yesterday. So
It was a bit of a nostalgic paddock walk.
it was,
Ed
and I'd like to point out that the nostalgia levels between Joe and I are very long because we're very old.
Yeah.
So we managed. Yes, you talked about the old karting, the stuff you used to do when you were team manager in British Touring Cars and Renault Clio Cup.
Yeah. Met Ed Pede, who was one of our Mardi Gras he drove for Mardi Gras and was one of our main competitors in Clio Cup when we had Mickey Doyle.
Did you finally admit all the cheats they were doing? Because all your teams, all the Renault Clio Cups were cheating in some way.
No, we weren't. That's not what you do.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Second heat for 100 UK is being led out by Owen Potter and the man we've just been talking about, Ed Pede, on the number 47. Second row of the grid, Dexter Bergman and Matthew Lawrence. Then we've got Ben Robinson, Alex Kennedy, Wesley Graves and Brendan Williams. And then rounding off the top 10, Edward Scoffin and Marcus Gray. It's a very short lap here at Clay Pigeon, 815 metres. So we did see the 100 UK field being given a second lap because of the nature of the configuration of these carts. Some have got clutches, some haven't.
They're not trying to be in order for the first lap, are they?
No, they tend not to be. They tend to need
So
to
why
blow
have these guys got 1 lap, and the other two-stroke TKM, the TKM National, has got 2 laps.
Well, it's just
1
the way
lap.
I think it's the way
That was basically decided by the front 2, thinking, I'm not doing 1 lap.
always. I need another lap just to make sure that my jetting is right. And in the paddock walk, you'll hear Paul Ozan mention that about how you fiddle with your jetting on the kart, on these karts. In the Rotax Max, you've got to live with the jet that you decide at the beginning of the race. A little bit different going back to the date. We've got the field now coming more together than they were on that first outlap. This is, you know what, this is very, very important to get a bit of heat into these tyres to give you a bit of braking efficiency and grip efficiency in turn 1.
I can see that they've actually kind of hammered themselves around that lap and 3/4, and now they're begrudgingly slowing down.
It's Ed Pete starting on the second
They're
row.
getting a really big wave, and that's caused a massive kerfuffle, the really big wave. And the 45 was completely out of position. They've got to go.
That's a bit of a fist fight into turn 1 of Billy's Blind. And who's that coming out? It's Ed Pete, I think. Bright green helmet.
47.
Number
Pete
47.
in the lead. Yep. And then it's the 98 in seconds. So Bergman goes down to second.
Very experienced
and he's
driver.
Just lost that. No, he hasn't. He's cut off. I think he'll lose the second place to, I think, Matthew Lawrence in the 14, but he's snapped across his nose. No problem whatsoever. And then it's in 4th place. It is the 89 of Ben Robinson. So Owen Potter appears to be the big loser in this first one.
Shorter wheelbase, narrower track than we see on the Rotax class of karts here on these 100 UK
Fit in the back
karts.
of Sierra. Can I just say that right now?
They will do. They will fit in the back of a Sierra hatch.
Yes.
So across the line, Ed Pete leads, Dexter Bergman second, Matthew Lawrence third, Ben Robinson fourth, Wesley Graves fifth, sixth is Jordan Kendall, Owen Potter seventh, eighth is Brendan Williams, Andrew Bradley ninth, 10th is Liam Hamling, and that might not be the same.
No, because there's a lovely move by the 2 kart of Wesley Graves. I think he's up to 4th, but it was beautiful up the inside there, going around the back end of Billy's Blind and then into the S's. So the leader getting away, Ed Pede doing a full Renault clear on these guys, disappearing in the future. But the next 5 are right together. There's another move again. That's another great move. But I think that was Graves. I could be wrong, but there was a up the inside. Absolutely, the kart really moving forward is that blue and green 2 machine of Wesley Graves. No overtaking around the blind, yellow flag. So just follow to the second half where you get the green flag now as they come into the S's, sweeping through, taking a much. It's interesting. The TKMs.
Very down the inside, Wesley Graves has gone on Bergman, by the way, the number 2, second in the championship
Absolutely
last year.
Going well.
Yeah.
When you go through that little low camera you've got on the S's, it's noticeable the TKM stick to the line much more than the Rotax, which is a bit more kind of tail out, a bit more flamboyant. These things stick to the line. And we've lost a 13. The 13's got a problem. Looks like he's got a puncture, actually, on the right-hand side.
That's Brendan
Williams, yeah. He's got some sort of issue, which is mean the right side. He's looking at it, going, "What's going on?"
Yeah, he's dropping down the order
and
now.
He's out now. He's out. Is he's pulled off? I say he's pulled off.
Ed Pede has got a gap of 1.7 seconds now to Wesley Graves, and the question is, can Wesley Graves?
Graves, I think, has already gained about 0.3 of a second on him.
Yeah,
that is not 1.7 seconds on any Christmas card
list.
Well,
we're going to keep him. We'll monitor that because Wesley Graves is going to close down on Ed Pede, and he wants this heat win.
The battle is where we're at the moment, though, which is with the 3rd, 4th and 5th. We'll just keep an eye on 1st and 2nd. 14 kart of Lawrence getting a little bit of a lead over the 98 of Bergman. And then you got Kendall and Robinson there in that 4. The lead went down 6/10 there. Pete down to Graves, lost 6/10.
Yeah, plenty of racing left. 4 minutes on the clock. So I can see
Ed's going to be in trouble.
Wesley Graves, I can see Wesley Graves closing down that
and
gap.
Eased out there, I think. He lost the position, but the kart now in the back of those 4 and in 6th place is the 98, sorry, I said Bergman. I think it's lost 2 places there. And what's happening actually is that second and the first 2 now getting quite close together. Let's pick up the first 2 over the line, 47 and the number 2. This is the battle for the lead, and another half second there, Joe. So Wesley Graves taken 1.1 seconds out of the overall lead in just 2 laps. They come into Hans hairpin for the 6th time.
Don't need a stopwatch now. He closes right onto the bumper of Ed Pede into Hans hairpin. And as we go around the rest of the lap through the horseshoe, double left-hander coming up now and then into the right-hander buttons. This is going to put him in great position across the line to maybe challenge into Billy's Blind. 3 minutes on the clock, right on his bumper now. Ed Pede leads, but Wesley Graves on the number 2, looking like He's going to challenge into Billy's blind through the sweeping
I
left.
think he was helping him along down there.
Yeah, he probably was.
Oh,
Not
Pete.
quite enough, Pete. The last of the late breakers there.
Pete was looking behind, more he's looking in front round that corner. He went round that corner by telepathy, sorry.
What you've got, I'm not sure of.
Oh, there we
Wesley,
go.
Yeah, Wesley Graves, textbook, down into Hans hairpin.
Can Pete come back up the inside? No, he's going to get eased out. I was surprised Pete didn't take the inside line there. Perhaps he felt, having seen him come to him, felt it was inevitable. There's nothing he could do.
Maybe discretion being the better part of valor. Very, very experienced karter, Ed Pete, and he knows how quick Wesley Graves is. So I think we'll wave bye-bye to Wesley Graves. He's going to move ahead, isn't he?
Yeah,
Already
absolutely.
the gap out to nearly 4/10. So behind them, Jordan Kendall comes through. But look at the gap. Look at the battle for fourth. Ben Robinson, Matthew Lawrence, Scott Williams on the old plate in sixth. Marcus Dory into seventh. Dexter Bergman now down to eighth. And we've got movers and shakers in that fourth down to ninth place. That's where the action is. Scott Williams, who took the All Plate win at Wilton Mill last year and carries the All Plate into 2022, up to sixth place now. And
They're right together now.
Behind him. Who's that behind him?
That's
Ahead of him.
That's the 89, isn't it?
It is. It's Ben Robinson.
Ben Robinson now in fourth.
So Scott Williams, Matthew Lawrence losing 2 places and dropping from 5th to 7th. Scott Williams and Marcus Dory moving ahead now 5th and 6th. But look at Scott Williams on the all plate. He's right on the bumper of Ben Williams.
Oh, up the inside. That is the... Is that 89 of
84.
Robinson or 84?
Ben Klukas.
Are we that far back, are we?
Yeah, Ben Klukas in
Oh,
ninth.
you're absolutely right, yeah.
But Ben moving up the order.
Another cart with a problem there on the outside, going slowly. I don't know if it's a lapped cart or not.
Ben Klukas is one of the quicker drivers on that 84, so he's moving through the field. Remember, this is the sort of action that mixed grids give us.
So the second of those carts is the zero cart of Scott Williams. So it's the Robinson and Williamson battle here. The battle for fourth. Where's third? Oh, third's got a little bit of a gap. So this is the fourth and fifth and sixth right together and up the inside. Oh, I thought he was going to get that one. That was kind of an optical illusion on the camera there. Look, he was way much more inside of Robinson than he actually was. But the O-plate of Williams now under pressure himself from the 22 of Marcus Dory.
Yeah, out onto the start-finish straight, out of top bend using all the curb. Here they come. It's a slipstream battle through the curving. Entry to Billy's blind. Down the inside goes Williams. Has he made it stick? He has indeed. And Dory goes through with him. He's got the line into the S's and he makes that stick. So Marcus Dory follows Scott Williams ahead of Ben Robinson. So into fourth now for the all plate. And Marcus Dory going with him.
He's going to get, I'm not sure if he's going to get 2 laps. He might do. I'm just waiting for Wesley Graves across the line to ping the next one.
So looking for Wesley Graves now in the number 2. Crosses the line now for last lap board
Last
for
lap,
the
yeah.
leader.
So there's only one more.
Yeah, last lap board for these carts now who are...
Surprised that Scott's not pulled away once he's got ahead. And in fact, he's got a little bit of a sniff there from Dory about going past the O-plate man. But not happening. He's going to do it. He's going to do it now into the hairpin. Scott going around. Scott, oh, he's giving it a go.
Down the inside.
It's mostly grass on that part of the corner, and he's easing him out. That is Silverstone Club Circuit touring cars every Sunday of a weekend. That is.
Yeah, great move for Marcus Dory. Caught Scott Williams napping. Checkered flag for the winner though. Wesley Graves takes heat number 2 for 100 UK. Ed Pede in second. He'd be happy with that. Here comes third place Jordan Kendall in that scrap for fourth. That went the way of Marcus Dory there right at the flag at the final time through the Hans hairpin. Scott Williams 5th, Ben Robinson 6th, Ben Klukas, look at that for a drive, up from the rear of the grid here, up to 7th. Liam Hamling 8th, 9th was Matthew Lawrence, Lee Hackett 10th, Dexter Bergman 11th, Andrew Bradley 12th, Adam Sirrett 13th, 14th was Edward Scoffin, Marcus Gray 15th, Owen Potter 16th, Tom Pattle was 17th, Alex Kennedy it was in 18th, John Allen 19th, and James Cannon 20th. We lost Dominic Pine, Brendan Williams went out on lap 2, and then Lee Jackson, Ross Kerno, we lost on the opening lap. Heat number 3 for the senior Rotax classes next. Before we go to the break, we've got senior Rotax 162, followed immediately by the senior Rotax 177. That'll take us into the
light
lunch
heavy.
break.
Thanks to all who are watching here. This is the NAVOS NKC round 2 from Clay Pigeon, supported by the National Kart Cup with 100 UK. Thank you to RJ Racing, Alfano, Edwards Motorsports, A47 Garage. My name is Nick Damon. My co-commentator is Joe Bradley. To my right, trying to keep the cameras moving in some sort of way, is Paul Bateman. He's leaving now. This is a problem. And on the cameras are Ash Valentine and Matt Guppy, and they're the ones doing the work, to be honest. We're just talking about it.
They're out there in the environment,
in the weather,
aren't they?
I'm very worried because Paul's run away.
Has he? Is he coming back though?
I assume there's a reason he's run away. I don't think he's panicking.
Knowing how old Paul is, I have a feeling I know exactly why Paul has run
away.
Well,
he can't wait 2 heats.
Yeah, no. 2 heats, 40 minutes, 20 minutes total.
I'm saving mine up for lunchtime.
So how long is lunch break? Lunch break is 30 minutes, Nick.
Theoretically,
we've got our paddock walk,
which is 15 minutes
to share with everybody.
Yes, that's 15 minutes.
So 15
and then
minutes
we'll just show a blank screen for a while, going.
Well, we'll be back. It gives us a chance to get a breather, and more importantly, our marshals here at Clay Pigeon gives them a chance for a bit of a break and a cup of tea.
Hello to Ed Pickering. How are you? One of our multiply regular listeners from Japan. This could be interesting. Looks like I might have to do some cutting of the cameras for a second.
Going to be very interesting. So out onto the track has come the, don't know how that's gotten wrapped around there, Nick. But it has. Ian Shorter has led the senior Rotax field out. Ellis Humphreys alongside. Young 15-year-old Harold Wainwright out in third. Paul Ozan, complete ends of the spectrum. Paul Ozan going through a midlife crisis, as he said, middle-age crisis, back into karts after a big layoff. Scott Russell and Miles Barthorpe, 5th and 6th. Louis Ball and Ben Harper. Looking down the order, we've got at the rear of the field, and we've released them. We are racing with the number 14. I think that was the 14 going off into the lead. We'll be able to see through the S's, everybody in order without any incidents to report. So in very ordered fashion, a great start from the number 64 of Ellis Humphreys, who did start in the front row. We've got the number 13, a spinner at the horseshoe, but Ellis Humphreys it is who leads by a considerable margin across the line to complete lap number 1. Behind them, though, this is the battle. Harold Wainwright, Paul Ozan, Miles Barthorpe, Scott Russell through in 5th, Louis Ball 6th, and Harold Wainwright holding off Paul Ozan, the very experienced former All-Plate, Super 1 All-Plate holder. Behind them, the number 124 of Miles Barthorpe right with them. So these three battling for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Across the line to complete lap number 2. Will Ozan make a move? He does indeed. Remember, this is where he started his karting. He knows Clay Pigeon didn't make that stick, and in fact he loses out almost to the number 124 Miles Barthorpe. So Paul Ozan, he had to have a try, didn't he? And he did. He slid wide though, just could not check that momentum adequately enough to keep Wainwright behind him. So the 15-year-old continues in 2nd. 1.3 seconds up the road, though, is Ellis Humphreys.
It's not right.
It's his 2nd season in the seniors as well.
He's a big lad.
He's 6'3".
I thought he couldn't be in the CS 214. 215 anyway. Or
special dispensation because of his experience.
And size.
And, I mean, you know,
he's doing all right,
he's very
mate. He's
capable,
doing brilliant, yeah.
Racing with the seniors. Paul Ozan's coming back at him, though, into the S's for the 4th time. And behind Wainwright, got a bit of a...
We've got a kerfuffle. We've got 2 karts off at the hairpin.
They've been there a couple of laps now, Nick.
Yeah,
they're just sorting themselves out.
They're actually moving them now, which is why the yellow flag's waving more vigorously.
Right in the accident report, I think.
The leader a long way ahead, Ellis Humphreys, and then you've got this battle for 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th.
Harold Wainwright, he's in 2nd. What's the gap of the line to the leader, though? Paul Ozan still trying to get by. Doesn't try down the inside of Billy's blind, but behind Paul Ozan, Miles Barthorpe, Louis Ball, Ben Harper, Scott Smith, Scott Russell, Lewis Jones, Jay Lewis, Martin Jackson in 11th. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 karts now, about to make that 6. Behind Harold Wainwright, who's doing an absolutely sterling job keeping the more experienced. I mean,
Azan looks very aggressive. The way it was an aggressive feeling to the way his cart's hanging around the back of Wainwright there. But he's actually under maximum pressure himself and Miles Barthorpe, isn't he? Miles is looking for an error, but they are sticking to the line like glue, these guys. You're not seeing that. I think what has happened, in fairness, in the last couple of hours, since they were last out, hour and a half, is the track temperature, the actual tarmac temperature, have gone up quite a lot. Because whilst the air temperature is low, it is sunny. So I'd expect the track temperature is probably quite healthy by now.
Yeah, I think so. Ideal conditions, because the engine's like cold, and when the air is cool, it's thicker. You get more oxygen into the air. Here comes Ozan again.
Oh, he thought about that one. He's up.
Yeah, he has to slot in behind Wainwright. Wainwright just positioning his cart just a little bit to the centre of the track, and that just closes off that potential of a pass at Billy's blind. Here they go along the Sturmey Straight, and now Ozan down the inside. Textbook outbreak into a hairpin.
I kind of felt, and again, you see this happening a couple of times now, and you kind of thought, why did the guy in the lead not take the defensive line? I mean, maybe because it's early in the race, he's not that bothered, but the 29 there of Harold Wainwright, I kind of thought it was obvious what was going to happen. Why don't you just move across? Just use you have the track.
It sometimes feels very uncomfortable to drive defensively, doesn't it? Because you kind of compromise the exit of the hairpin towards the horseshoe, and that's probably what's been at the forefront of Wainwright. Wainwright knows that he's got a challenger in the form of Miles Barthorpe now. You can see the rear end of the number 72 of Paul Ozan now just eking away from him. And with less than 2.5 minutes remaining in this heat, it's whether Wainwright can keep Barthorpe. And behind Barthorpe, they're just queuing up. They're queuing up behind young Harry. Here they come again.
Up the inside for Barthorpe. No, that wasn't. And also, that if you don't make the move, you lose quite a bit of time. You lose 2 or 3 tenths by thinking about it, then being in the wrong place for the first part of Billy's blind. And that has caused there was a gap between Barthorpe and Ball, and that's gone because he decided he wanted to try and overtake. And Ball now very aggressive, looking to try and nudge Barthorpe round. So this is either going to be the greatest racing ever or incredibly large amount of tears.
Barthorpe through at Button.
And 2 of them are going to get it. It's going to be that usual thing. One gets through the doors open. Can he keep it shut? He can. Oh,
yeah.
Well done, Wainwright.
Miles Barthorpe just had a lot of momentum out of the bend to the right-hander at Buttons.
Getting worse for him now. Wainwright dropping 2 more places. He got edged out slightly there, and now that 29 car, I think he's down in 6th, I think it is, because Ball and Harper got past him. There's more battling going on at the Hands hairpin. And the victors come away again, and up the inside goes the white cart. And it's
the 42 of Jay Lewis coming through there.
Yeah.
He went through with Ben Harper, didn't he?
And so it's this train of carts now. So I think it's the 70 of Lewis Ball. Yeah, he's now got the 42. Absolutely right. Yeah, of Jay Lewis behind. Lewis, of course, was having a lot of action in the first heat.
Jay Lewis up 2 places up into that 5th place. Harold Wainwright now down to 6th. Ben Harper in 7th. So it wasn't the 62, but the 42 that I saw. So Ellis Humphreys leads with a 4-second gap to Paul Ozan, who's got another 4 seconds to now Miles Barthorpe. Or 0.6 of a second, I should say. That's not showing me the gap in chronological order. That's a 1.1 second to Louis Ball in 4th. Then we've got Jay Lewis right on the tail of Louis Ball. Harold Wainwright, Ben Harper, Scott Smith, Lewis Jones, and rounding off the top 10, Scott Russell.
So nothing but action, but we have one man, Ellis Humphreys, 4.2 seconds ahead. Now the second and third are now getting very close together, which is the 72 and the 1. So you can pick up second and third. They're just about at the top of the track now, and they are coming. So they're coming now down the start finish. This is the second and third battle, and they're going to go into the run into Billy's blind now. And this is the battle of second and third. It's Ozan and Barthorpe. Barthorpe, once he was released from that corked bottle, he's quickly got onto Ozan's tail, but catching, certainly with Ozan's pace, you think it's not a foregone conclusion he'll get past, though, Joe?
No, he's only got 1 lap to do it as well. They're on the final lap, and Barthorpe has just closed that gap down to Paul Ozan, where it's a very experienced pair of hands ahead of him. Very experienced head in the form of Paul Ozan, as the checkered flag is readied for the leading driver. Ellis Humphreys takes the flag now. Paul Ozan finishes in 2nd. Miles Barthorpe through in 3rd, right on the tail of Ozan. Lewis Ball in 4th. Jay Lewis in 5th. Scott Smith finishes in 6th. We've got Lewis Jones in 7th. Harry Rainwhite finishes 8th after that sterling job of keeping everybody behind him in great fashion. That's what you've got to do in the heats when you've got faster drivers coming through. It's all about stifling their progress. Callum Davies in 9th. 10th is Scott Russell. Jodie Newman 11th. 12th is Martin Jackson. Luke Walker was 13th. Andy Powell was 14th. Ben Harper 15th. Harry Barker 16th. Sion Smith 17th. Simon Keeble 18th. 19th was Patrick Williams-Rohage. Grace Lee Davis was 20th. 21st is Jamie Hardy. And then we've got from 21st down George Sanders, Nathan Hope, Tom Sully, Riley Bowen, Ben Blowers, Martin Coe, Andrew O'Keefe, Ian Shotter, George Boxall, and we lost Louis Williams-Rohage and Toby Case on that opening lap.
Edward Pickery, my long-time RC watcher from Japan, has asked a question. What does Rotax mean?
It's the manufacturer's name. It's the name of the manufacturer.
Of the engine.
Of the engine, yeah. It's an engine manufacturer.
TKM is an engine manufacturer as well.
Yeah, Talco Motors is what TKM stands for, and that's an engine manufacturer. The two main engines in current karting or the three main engines I should say, is the Rotax motor. The Ayami motor features a lot in national championships, and the TKM, which is the Talco Motors. So yeah, in a nutshell, that's what Rotax is. It's basically the engine that is on. In fact, all of our classes are named because of the engine that they're running. So the Rotax, when we say the Rotax classes, that's the engine. The TKM classes are TKM engines, and just to confuse it, the UK, the 100 UK class, uses a TKM engine.
That does confuse me.
Well, it's only UK is TKM. TKM uses a TKM engine.
Well, yeah, I see.
You're getting there.
I'm getting there now. Yeah.
So Minimax.
I'm just literally now. Do they use mini engines?
They use Rotax engines because it's to give it its full title. Senior Rotax Max is its full title.
So what was the difference between Rotax and Rotax Max? Is it a new?
Nothing.
It wasn't like a second generation Rotax engine. The Rotax Max.
Rotax Max.
I know there's a Rotax Evo engine.
That's just the new evolution of the.
Have they gone for lunch early?
Of the initial.
Are they rescuing
Max.
carts?
I think we're rescuing carts. We've got people.
The marshals are still out.
Yeah, we've got one more heat before lunch, Nick. I know you're really keen to.
No, I'm arranging things with the team. You see.
Good lad. Yeah.
I'm working. There's a lot we need to do. Are you
arranging food for us?
There's a lot. Someone's getting food, but I've got many technical things to do actually.
Okay. We've got carts out on track, so let's go racing. And this time the 177 Steve Gilly leads the field out with Colin Campbell. Jai Oliver and Dan Millwood are on row 2. Row 3 is Jake Lewis and Darren Edwards. Thomas Eldridge and Alex Jones are on row 4. Stephen Horner is 9th with Andy Gosling alongside. Then in 11th and 12th, Joe Piffner and Chris Skiver, I should say, or Skivier, to give him, I will pronounce that right. Liam Rabjohns 13th, Billy Clark 14th, Brendan Smith, Martin Rees, Ben Hitch, Michael Gamble 17th and 18th, 19th and 20th, Stephen Logan and Charlie Jowers, Darren Smith, Oliver Smith 21st, 22nd. Then we've got Simon Wheeler, Thomas Childs, Rock McLean, Reese Llewellyn. Keep an eye on this guy, the 101 of Philip Howarth, who will come through from 27th and no doubt feature in the top 10. Terry Smith, Lawrence Hilton, Michael Mallet and David Medlock. So Philip Howarth, I think I've seen Philip Howarth out. This is maybe his third and final heat. I may be wrong on that one. Here we go. We get the go-ahead.
Oh, big accident underneath us right now. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 carts having massive problems. Do we get that at all? Was it kind of out of camera? See it again.
The
leading. I think we cut away from this. I think unfortunately it got cut away from it. Did it cut away from? No.
Big accident
that was a car
right now. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7
going across the left-hand side on the grass, then coming back onto the track.
All running again.
Yeah, we've all continued. The centrifugal clutches on these carts enable them to stay running and then basically just pull away. That's allowed us a very settled field, apart from the midfield, who just recovering from that.
It has very much upset. It's very much upset the timing though. If it was spinning on the timing beam. So I may have to try. It's yours. Yeah, I may have to try and work out why that slightly upset the timing beam. Because everyone's spun on it.
Have we knocked the timing beam over?
No, it's fine now.
No, it's fine now. It's sorted itself out.
Sort of. But I think somebody has actually managed to score themselves 2 laps. I think some of the people at the back aren't actually at the back.
Oh, this is
so the people who scored 1, 2, and 3, I think the ones who spun at the front, click the thing twice. So this is going to be a drive.
Dear.
Yeah. So who's leading? That cart there. What cart that? It's 26.
26 is down, showing down in. Where is 26? That wasn't 26. There he is, Steve Gilly. He's showing 0 laps.
He's not got a transponder at all, so that's great. That's a great stuff for Steve. His transponder's not working.
Yeah,
but I believe that blue car is in the lead. This is one we're going to have money for this last one.
Steve Gilly started at the front of the field.
Right.
So there's every chance that Steve Gilly.
And 22 is currently scored 4th, and that's what I think. So I think Gilly is leading from Millwood, and those top 3 are erroneously scored with an extra lap.
We're going to have to hand chart this, aren't we? So through in the lead, 26. Then we've got the 22. Then we've got the 47, and then the 57, and then, quite frankly, everybody came through as 1 there. There's all sorts of consternation into turn 1.
Yeah, so he's now scoring the leader. Actually, the leader's not there because he's got an issue, but the second place man is now scored in 3rd. So, oh no, I don't think. I think I'm wrong here.
Have we got a full course caution? I know we've got a yellow flag out of the. We've got yellow flags flying into the first corner. Then we've got a green flag into the S's. So we're clear.
26 leading, 22, 53, 47. I think is the order.
53 is showing 12th.
Oh, for flipping hell! That has absolutely fired a missile into the timing, hasn't it?
Yes, it really has.
So let's look at some carts and not say what position they're in.
Yes, because we have no way of working
this
out. So
for those of you who didn't see, what happened was there were 6 carts who had a spin literally on the loop. So what happened was their transponders would have run over the loop 3 or 4 times and completely confused everything. So we're currently with the person we think is in the lead. Let's drop back to the kind of the gaggle of carts, about 3 carts further back. They're led by the white car 320. So he's coming around the Billy's Blind now. That's the 320 of Joe Oliver. He's definitely somewhere in the top 5.
Right. So the leader is
we want to know who we think's the leader.
See that number 20?
We think that's the leader. We don't know. We're with the 320 though.
Steve Gilly showing.
So it's the white cart with the orange. He's got the jet black cart is behind him, the 29, and he's coming. He's about to hit the cross hatchings of the timing of the grid now. And he goes under the timing barrier now and into the view of the Billy's Blind camera with Matt Guppy. So that is 320 battling hard. And this is an exciting battle in the middle of the field. Well, Rort McLean's not leading.
Dan Millwood hasn't completed 6 laps. The leader's completed 3 laps. And Dan Millwood has completed 6 laps.
Well, I think he did a triple spin.
So I think we're going to have to reserve our judgment on this one, Nick.
Oh, no, I've got an update now.
It's completely clarified.
We have an update. I think that's correct. Apart from 26. So I think apart from Steve Gilly, that is now the correct order.
Steve Gilly was started on the front row.
Yes, he's not got a transponder working, so he's not been scored at all.
Right.
So his transponder isn't working. I'm not sure whether it's his problem or the timing people's problem, because that'll depend whether he gets the result back. So that is the order.
We're looking at the order.
Do you not think so?
No. Because third place cart has done 6 laps, fourth place cart has done 7.
Right.
Look, we've got 2 third place carts and 1 fourth, and then we haven't got a 5th and a 6th. So Philip Howarth, according to the timing screen, is up into 6th. I'll see if I can get a visual on this and try and make sense of it. So yeah, he is probably 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8th on the road. The leader, who we think is the number.
Well, Steve Gilly has now been scored with 5 laps, which is weird.
Yeah.
So this is very confusing. Black and white there are 2 driving standards for 25 and 24. Beneath me, that's the 24 is Brendan Smith and 25 is Thomas Eldridge. They're getting driving standards. Steve Gilly, I'm sure, is leading this race, despite whatever the timing says. And it looks like the 53, I think, is in second, but he scored miles down, isn't he, 53? Chris Scriver. It's very, very confusing. It was all caused by that spin on the first lap.
Especially when second place is showing in 3rd and the second place cart is showing in 4th. we didn't hit the timing in.
It's literally that's the loop there,
situation.
and they span on the loop. Now, it's a good point actually that Harry Sinian says it should be a minimum lap time, so you can't double score it. But obviously, that's perhaps not. It always gets set in RC racing because of the short lap times. You actually set a minimum time, so you can't trigger it twice in like 5 seconds or something.
Right.
It may be that wasn't the case,
loop.
but I just think that if you saw the accident happened on the loop, it's like you can see why it's caused problems. We will get a result at some point.
Yeah.
If you're a Steve Gilly fan, I think
after
he's
lunch,
leading.
probably, Nick.
Yeah. If you're a Steve Gilly fan, I think he's leading. So Gilly is being closed down by. Oh, look at that one, straight up the inside there, and I think that was that. I believe that was the change to either second or third, with the green and white machine. There's only a couple more laps of this to go. So the green and white machine there that we went through, getting waved on by his fans, waved back to his fans. Brilliant stuff by the 101 there. I think Philip Howarth scored in fifth. He's still in third. Who knows? I think he's actually in third. I think he's in third.
I'm really looking forward to seeing the result sheet for this heat. Because I think it's going to be vitally important to the championship where Philip Howarth finishes, because he's come up from the back of the field, and
Is he first? Is he third?
Is he? He's certainly showing in on the road. I can see him in third.
Now he's gone past with no battle. He went past. I think the 53 actually isn't in that position because he let him through. So Scrivener let him through really easily. So I think he knows he's a lap down. And behind him is that massive battle with the black cart 29. Is that of Fifner? Yes, the black cart is definitely in second or third, just ahead of the 23. Last lap.
We're showing Steve Gilly, who's on the 26.
Gilly's got an issue with his transponder, so I think he's won this. The 29 and the 23 are battling, and they've got half an hour to sort this rubbish out, though, because it's lunch next. I've never seen that before.
No, neither
Never
right.
seen that.
Neither right.
Gilly punches the air. He doesn't know he's 5 laps behind, officially.
Yeah,
Great.
I think Steve Gilly takes the win on the 22.
Great.
Is that Philip Howarth up into second?
I think so, yeah.
So Howarth finishes second. This is all just provisional. The 53.
Yes. This is all commentary time, not official time.
The 53 I got as finishing third. So we'll have to wait until after lunch to clarify that.
To work
one,
out
Nick.
what the heck's going on.
Yeah. So we go into a little break now, everybody, and then we'll be back with you after a 30-minute lunch break.
So we're going to show a bit of a 15-minute or so feature we did, and then we are going to have a 15-minute piece of information on the screen saying we're coming back. But we're back in half an hour, so we're back with live action at about 20 past 1. See you in a second. Hello and welcome to the second round of the NAVOS NKC Karting Cup from here, the glorious Clay Pigeon Raceway. Well, it's round 2, it's equally as fresh as round 1, but the track very, very different from round 1, isn't it, Joe?
Very different, Nick. 815 metres. It's just over 30 seconds a lap. It's going to be very, very busy. Going to be very busy for us, keeping our eye on everything, but it's the shortest track we are going to come to in the NKC Championship, and from that it's a very, very busy lap. There's maybe only 2 passing places. It's very fast in sections. Again, we're going to talk about momentum. Do we ever talk about anything else? We're going to talk about momentum, and it's going to be very tricky. The people who can pass are going to really sort of come to the fore here.
Well, it's nice to see a complete contrast of Glenn in round 1, but what we the same as Glenn in round 1 is that Joe is going to go into the paddock and chat to a few of our, karting stars.
Paul Moran, he's on the number 77 in senior Rotax. Paul, round 2 of the NKC. Tell me first, how was round 1 for you?
A learning curve. Never been to GYG before. First time there. Stuck at it. It was a long physical all weekend, having not been in the kart over Christmas. So I was feeling it for a couple of days afterwards. But yeah, it was good. It was good.
First time here as well, I believe.
First time.
So
here.
another learning curve.
This one's not as long.
Yeah.
Not as fast, not as technical, I don't think. But it's still got to find those little bits, haven't you, here and there.
Now I spoke about what was going on at home while you're out here working. Sorry. playing, Helen. He's playing. And there was talk of a chicken dinner being made, wasn't there? However,
hopefully there'll be some leftovers for sandwiches tomorrow morning or Monday morning.
However, there was no chicken dinner. Helen went and took the kids to the pub, is that right?
She took the kids to the pub, yes. Thomas and Daniel went to the pub for Sunday lunch.
For chicken dinner, though?
Probably, yeah. Carvery.
So what's happening this Sunday while you're here?
They haven't told me the plans.
So there could be a chicken dinner being made.
I think
Helen slaving over the stove.
They wanted to get rid of me. They wanted to get rid of me. But yeah, they'll be up to fun. I think it's cinema today. They've got tennis and football and everything else that the kids do because it's cheaper than karting.
I tell you what, though, in all fairness to Helen, I've been where you are. I've karted for many years. You do need the support of a partner, don't you, to allow you to do all this? Because you're away from home for a couple of days, aren't you?
Yeah, she's brilliant. The family are brilliant as well. So it's we don't get out much, working from home now with COVID and all the rest of it. So me coming away with a weekend with a few of my mates, it's good. It's good. We enjoy it. We have a laugh. We can't be fast, we'd be famous. We're on YouTube. Hey?
We are indeed. Thanks, Paul. Best of luck this weekend.
Thanks.
Number 29, Senior Max. It's a little bit different. The driver of the 29 is only 15. Now then, why is a 15-year-old in the senior class? I'll tell you why. Because I'm not standing on a box to talk to him. Harold Wainwright.
Yeah. You
were H. Wainwright at round one, but now I've discovered you were Harold Wainwright.
Yeah.
How have you gotten away with being in with the seniors and being only... Are you sure you're only 15?
Yeah, because of how tall I am and I've got lots of experience in karting, they let me come and do it because I'm not old enough yet, but they come and let me do it. So yeah, last year we finished third. Hopefully this year we can win it, but it's going to be difficult. Can't wait.
How tall are you?
I'm 6'3".
Right, that's a lot taller than me. So you came third in the championship last year, yeah? And was that in juniors?
No, I was in seniors.
Oh, you were in seniors again last year, so you were 14?
Yeah, that was my first year in seniors last year. I had my first race in seniors last year. We won the round at fullback last year, and we finished third in the championship.
So you don't mind racing with the adults then? It's just somebody to race with, I suppose, another competitor.
Yeah, it's good fun racing with the adults. It's a new, different challenge, and yeah, it's enjoyable. I enjoy it.
Are they more aggressive in the adult class?
Probably a little bit more aggressive, but it's fair, but yeah, it's fair. It's fair racing. Yeah. It's good. I enjoy it.
And we're here at Clay Pigeon. Is it a track that you like?
Yeah, I've been here once before. We came and did the round here last year. We struggled a bit last year, I think. We've just been struggling with the setup a bit, but yeah, it's good. I enjoy it. Right, this track, it's a very fast track, very fast flowing. Yeah, it's very fun.
And you mentioned setup, etc. What's the key to getting the car to work at Clay Pigeon?
I think, especially if you've got the local knowledge, your local track, it's definitely going to come into play.
Right.
But yeah, there's also you got to be consistent.
What are you aiming for this weekend? What are you going to be happy with on Sunday evening?
Top 10.
There you go, Harold. Best of luck, mate. A name I saw in the programme for the first round, which was at Glannick Gores, was the name of Ed Peed. I look and I'm happy to say he's in the programme for this one, round 2 of the NKC. Ed, I remember you racing Clios a long time ago. Here you are racing back to karts, though.
I know, not much changed. I mean, this track, honestly, this track that hasn't changed. Like Thruxton, it hasn't changed throughout the years. I think the last race here in the late 90s.
So you raced karts at a pretty high level back in that day. Then you moved into cars, and like millions of other people, ran out of budget as we all did. And here you are back in karts. Did you have a break from motorsport at all?
No, I didn't. No, it's just I do a lot of coaching, a lot of race driver coaching. So something to get back into that's not massively expensive, but also it's really good racing. I mean, this class, everyone's really close. Good, clean racing. It's tough to win, for sure.
Yeah, it always is, isn't it? Now, is this a Formula TKM?
Yeah.
Right, so this is the 110cc? 100cc. So is this 100 UK?
Yes.
Right,
yeah.
So this is a retro class, isn't it? Is this the sort of car you would have been racing back in the 90s in period?
Not this particular one. I raced Formula A.
Oh,
so
right.
Formula A kart, so with the Fullerton kart. So we raced that, but these ones were just coming out as I sort of finished.
And this was a kind of a cost-effective formula, wasn't it? Harder tyres, engines that weren't as kind of stretched as the Formula A boys were.
That's it, yeah, and it keeps the cost down. They run to about 6 hours before a rebuild, which is mega, because otherwise you're spending a lot less money, you see.
Yeah, it's all about that. Yeah, I mean, have they changed any? I mean, you know, are they exactly as you would remember in 1990?
Yeah, they are. Yeah, everything's the same. You know, there's nothing really changed really, apart from just like fresher tyres, and off we go.
You're a bit older now, Ed, if I say so, you know, a few more grey hairs around the sides. It was a long time you were racing. He was racing Clios in 2007 is when I remember Ed. What's the competition like? Has it changed any?
It's tough. Yeah, it's tough. It's always tough.
Is that because you're getting old, you mean?
Maybe. But no, it's you know, it's just nice to keep sharp, really.
Yeah.
You know, I don't feel old when I get out there, though. I feel like it all comes back to me. But I mean, like, yeah, certainly getting underneath it, doing the engine.
Yeah, I mean, that's the hard bit. The driving's easy, I would imagine. You did all right in round one, if I remember. Give us a bit of a recall on what happened in round one.
Yeah, I did good in the heats. So I was on P2 for the final. Managed to get him into the first corner, lead the first couple of laps, and then he got me. And then I was close for him for about 8 laps, and then he just gradually pulled away. So, but it was a good race, though. It was a good race.
So this weekend, payback, going to be that top step?
Of course, yeah, of course. I'll try anyway.
Yeah, he's never changed. Thanks, Ed. Some brotherly rivalry here at the NKC for 2022, and that's in the form of Ethan and Sam Wyatt. 2 brothers. Ethan here is 12. Sam, you're the oldest one at 15. I'll start with you first, Sam. How long have you guys been racing?
Roughly about a year.
Right, so that isn't long, really, and here you are in a national championship.
Indeed.
Yeah, how are you finding it?
We've got decent pace at the moment, just a few tenths off, but hopefully we're going to be on the fresh tyres tomorrow, so we should have an advantage.
Right, Ethan, that's the tactic, is it? You've started at GYG with a fresh set, you're going with another fresh set here at Clear.
We didn't do GYG, we skipped that round.
So this is the first round for you guys?
Yeah, so fresh tyres tomorrow.
Right.
Hopefully get on the pace quick.
Right. Ethan was telling me, Sam, that he is the quickest of the both of you. Is that right?
I don't think that's true, no.
Why do you not think that's true?
I'm faster, definitely.
Is that right?
No.
See what I mean about brotherly rivalry. So what's a game of Monopoly like in your house with you two?
I'll win every time, yeah.
Is that right? Is he the banker as well?
Cheats.
So what are you expecting? I'll ask you first, Ethan. What will you be happy with on Sunday tea time?
Maybe a top 5 finish. I'd be happy with that. I'll try my best, but it is what it is at the end of the day.
Sam, you?
Yeah, top 5 as well, but just in front of him.
So I'm going to ask you one question now, and I'll come to you for the answer then. Is it massively important to beat your brother?
Yes. Yeah.
Of course it is. Anyone who's been around karting any length of time will be familiar with the name of Paul Ozan, and he's here racing in the National Karting Cup. Paul, great to see you. I remember you racing in the 80s when I was racing karts, but you were at a much higher level. You were running pretty much at the front of the British Championship karting scene at that time.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, I started 1984. I started. Back then it was in junior Britain class. I lived in Guernsey at the time, so I was travelling over to England to compete in the Super 1, racing like David Coulthard, Dario Franchitti, Alan McNish, a lot of top drivers. So it was a good pedigree, and I learned from the best, really. Yeah, it was good.
You were telling me earlier that your first race was here at Clear Pigeon. This is where it all started.
Yeah, that's right. As I said, I lived in Guernsey, so from Guernsey to Weymouth was the ferry route. Right. So this was the closest track, in England for us. So yeah, my very first race in the UK was at this track in, I think 1984 it would have been. Yeah.
Now, twice British Plate winner. Yeah. Is that right? British Open. You had a bit of a break. You haven't been racing since the 80s. You had a bit of a break and moved away from motorsport. How long since the comeback?
Yeah, okay. I think I stopped competing at top level 2002. My last race was actually at this track, was the O-Plate in Rotax, which I won. Yeah. Then I stopped racing then until probably 2016, 17. Right. And just had this midlife crisis to want to go and do it again, yeah.
Yeah, and here you are back. The karts that you would have raced back then would have been a direct drive kart. The Rotax kart, a little bit different by the way of this centrifugal clutch. Yeah. Does that bring about a different driving style?
Yeah, it's completely different. Obviously, with these water-cooled engines for starters, big carburettor, and the way you have to apply the power is completely different to what the Class 1s would have been years ago. You could just literally put your foot down, come out the corner. With these, it's a bit of a different technique to getting it right, yeah. And the other thing with these as well is that you've got a fixed jet. You can remove it and obviously change to a different size, but obviously years ago I was used to playing with the jet in as you were driving. Yes. So you can't do that with this. So if you're wrong with this, you're wrong through the whole race.
and also a big part of the NKC, I think, is the tyre regulation. Yeah. 2 sets of tyres per season. And that's 6 races. Yeah. And now that's completely different to any other type of karting series in this country.
Exactly, and that's really attracted me to this series as well, because the actual Rotax class, the Mojos, are probably around about 170, 180 quid. And you need a set for every race you do. Yeah. Even at club level to stand a chance. Whereas, okay, this is like a national event. What they've done with the tyres are £99 plus VAT for a set of tyres, and you're allowed 2 sets a year. Yeah, incredible. So can't go wrong. Yeah. It's good.
And what type of performance difference is there with the tyre that you would use at any other club and the NKC tyre? Yeah. Surely it's harder, yeah?
Yeah. I mean, these tyres obviously are a lot harder, but they're also a lot more consistent. So you can get a good day's running out of here, and you lose a few tenths from what there would be new, but where with their actual tyres, you need a set on a day. You set on for 1 test day, maybe 2 sets for the next test day. Where with these, you've got a really consistent. You can do little things on your car and you can feel the difference, and not think, well, maybe it's the tyres or maybe it's not the tyres getting worse. You can actually feel the difference. It makes it, from a consistency point of view and setting your car up, really nice. Yeah. It's good.
It's all part of the sport, isn't it? I think. And you know what? You've been racing karts since you were a kid. Yeah. Here you are in midlife crisis. His court, not mine. Yeah. What is it about karting that makes it so addictive?
It's just great, isn't it? It's a good weekend away. The family come down, enjoy it, and yeah, it's nice to come to these circuits. It doesn't cost you a lot of money really to come and compete in the championship, and just the driving pleasure I get still, even though I've been doing it like 40 years. Yeah, it's just great. I still enjoy it. Yeah.
Thanks, Paul.
Hello, everybody. Just back after our lunch break. Well, nobody had any lunch because the queue was too long. After all, let's sit and look at the lunch break and hope desperately we can have some. So the marshals are walking back, which all means the carts are going to come out, but they're obviously being a couple of minutes. So it gives us a chance for those who were with us before the break, for us to give you the actual result of that last heat where we were all confused because they all spun on the starting line and it was all a bit of a nightmare.
Well, actually, just to compound the issue of everyone spinning on and going over the loop more than once, there was a little bit of an issue with the timing and the timing loop. That's been rectified, some technical work gone on. So, yeah, it really was a bit of a confusing situation with regards to the start of the heat number 3.
There we go. This is like we've got a professional guy who's just showing us how to do it.
And that's the problem when carts then go back towards...
And then spin out, because that's the line, that is the timing loop. Yeah, that's the timing loop they're spinning on.
The timekeepers were very much on it, and this is the result for Heat 3 for Rotax 177. We got that right, Nick, from hand lap chart.
Yes.
Steve Gillian, the 26, was the winner, and he won by a remarkable 3.3 seconds from Philip Howarth, who came up from the back of the grid to eventually come second, and he almost came to a stop in that start line fracas. So for Philip, who's current joint leader of the championship coming into this round, to come second, that was a great all sort of damage limitation run from the back of the grid. It's always, to get up as far as you can. So maximum points for Philip Howarth with regards to where he started that. Joe Pfiffner was third. Andy Gosling on the 23 was fourth. Dan Millwood was fifth. Ben Hitch was sixth. Liam Rabjohn 7th, Jai Oliver 8th, Alex Jones 9th, 10th was Oliver Smith, Rhys Llewellyn 11th, 12th was Thomas Elridge, Jake Lewis was 13th, Stephen Horner was 14th, Thomas Charles 15th, Michael Mallet 16th, Lawrence Hilton 17th, Brendan Smith 18th, David Medlock 19th, and then we've got from 20 down to 31st, Colin Campbell, Michael Gamble, Stephen Loggin, Billy Clark, Charlie Jowers, Terry Smith, Darren Smith, Martin Rees, Chris Scivier, who was a lap down, Rourke McLean was a lap down, and then we lost Darren Edwards and Simon Wheeler on lap 3. All available on Alpha Timing Results, by the way. The Alpha Timing website brings you right up to date with what's happening during the meeting, with live timing available.
So what is our order of heats for this post-lunch period when it begins finally?
We've got the second heat for our junior class of Minimax and UK Juniors. We've got our second heat for the junior Rotax class. But then the senior Rotax, we've got our fourth heat. Remember, it's not 4 heats for everyone. We've got a well-subscribed grid for the senior Rotax classes, which means that we have indeed got 5 heats for the Rotax classes, but each competitor only gets 3 heats.
Right.
And those heats qualify
rotationally
for
around,
grid.
yes.
Yeah, for the grid.
So some people did all their 3 heats this morning.
I think so.
That's
I'm
a
sure.
hefty quick turnaround, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Phil Howarth is one
You
of
haven't got to change tyres, I suppose.
No. And so we're pretty much into the, let's call it the final iteration of heats for pretty much all of our classes after the first 2, which is the junior classes. We then round off and finalise and conclude our heats with the 2 junior classes, and the senior TKMs comes last. And then we will pretty much go straight into our finals. All of the heats 7 minutes and 1 lap, just to remind everybody, and then the finals 10 minutes and 1 lap, so a little bit longer. That might change. I've seen that happen in the past. If we get a lot of delays and we're behind in the programme, we can have that reduced to maybe 8 minutes, anything really.
Yeah, luckily.
But at the moment it stands as 10 minutes and 1 lap for the finals.
Yeah, we've been lucky so far. We've not had any incidents which required any movement on the ambulance, which is what you always want. You always want to see the ambulance not moving.
Now, the senior Rotax classes, that's the 177 class, and the senior Rotax classes have a B-final because of the size of the grids. Now, the B-final, the first 4 qualify onto the back of the year final. So the key position to be in that final, the final qualifier for the year final, is 4th place. So you may find, viewers, that we will kind of lock on to that 4th place battle, as that's really where it's all at with regards to the final for the 4 qualifiers getting into the A final. That's what it's all about. So after the 2 B finals to kick off that section of the event, we then move into our A finals, which there will be some magnificent trophies to present later.
I've got
on
a
this afternoon.
magnificent trophy. So yes, this is round 2 of the National Kart Cup at Clay Pigeon. We next travel up to as far north as I want to go, to Cumbria, to Rowra on the second weekend. It's the 14th and 15th, isn't it? So we're actually live on the 15th, I think. So it's third Sunday.
Yeah, that's right.
The month.
A little bit of a change from the first weekend of the month, isn't it?
So we're on that one, and following Rowra, we then have theoretically the Super Cup, the NKC Super Cup at Fullbeck on the first weekend of.
So what's that, Nick? That's a one-off.
That's
weekend.
a one. It's like the event we did last year, which was in fact the not the NKC, the 100 UK Super Prix. It's that. So it's a Super Prix. So it's a big one for the historics with some help from the NKC.
So is it a plate meeting for the Rotax classes?
Not at the moment, though. I've had a conversation with Ollie that it might change. So that's a little bit up in the air about what it's exactly going to be now. It is going to be the 100 UK Super Prix. What else it incorporates is like a bit like that at the moment.
Okay.
Then we go to Wilton Mill. First weekend. No, we don't. Go to Wilton Mill later on. When do we go to Wilton Mill? First weekend of August.
Weekend of July.
July. I've missed a month, that's why.
Yeah.
I don't know, a month. So actually, and then we go to Wilton Mill, and then we go to Fullbeck for a round. But there's karts, so enough of me talking rubbish.
Well, no, I mean, with the mini-max have come out. There are 7 karts. Where do we finish the season?
Fullbeck. Yeah, Fullbeck in early September.
And that's round 6, 6-round season.
6 round and a Super Prix.
Yes. So it's mini-max. These are Rotax engined karts.
I think, shall we actually, for the start of this race, concentrate on the TKM 100 Juniors, those 2 karts, and give them a little bit of time?
Yes.
So let's those 2 karts at the back, guys. It's 2 karts at the back who look slightly different and got smoky exhausts. We'll just give them a couple of laps, because otherwise they can get forgotten in these events when we look at the front.
So these are these 2 karts that we're going to look at. They've got TKM engined. The other karts in this field, the Mini-Max, they're basically the same engine.
So they'll hang back,
125cc.
and then they'll start their own race with the 40 and the 19.
Hayden Taylor tends to be the quicker driver. Yelena Osbar-Scott.
They didn't leave such a big gap this time. They were miles behind the Mini-Max last time. Italy, I think they ended up getting lapped, but these are in a separate class. 90 and the 40 pulling away a little bit. This is the beginning. I was chatting to the UK guys, and they were saying this is the start. They hope this is the start of a much bigger class. You know, a lot of these karts are available. Obviously, they are by nature, the historic nature, a lot cheaper to purchase and run than the Rotaxes, because you're effectively using new old stock, aren't you? Really.
Yeah,
and you get a chance, and you get to learn about not falling off because you can't restart your engine. So that is the lady racer. Yeah, I'm assuming Elena's female. I think so. I think
so. Yeah. Elena Osbar-Scott, the junior TKM, junior.
And there's much more compact dimensions of the TKM karts compared to the
100 UK Junior is actually the correct terminology.
Yes, so they are 100 cc's.
Yeah. Mini-Max has been led by Alex Fraser, who came into this round as the championship
What we'll do
leader.
is we'll let Hayden go, and we'll pick up the front of the Mini-Max team, which are about to go into the S's now. So we just switch to the S's camera, and they just swing through there. And then take them on Ash's camera outside. There we are. So that's our leader. It's Alex Fraser.
Alex Fraser, remember, had a nightmare in Heat 1 and had to retire. He's on the Lando Norris kart. That's the livery of the LN kart.
He's even got the livery on his overalls as well, hasn't he?
Yeah. Not sure what.
He's given the full livery there.
Louis Rees is second, Eric Smith third, Ethan Carney fourth, Reese Green fifth. Sixth is Daniel Haynes and Charlie Gillam seventh. 7-kart Mini-Max field in the NKC. And a bit of a place change for fourth place.
Yeah, it's Reese against Smith on the camera.
I think
for second and third.
Yeah, I think we've had Green just go ahead of Carney.
So they're shuffling themselves around this first one after lunch. They get the kids out first, so the adults can digest their lunch a bit better. And again, Eric Smith looking quite aggressive once he gets rolling. Takes a couple of laps to get into it seems.
Using all of the road and more, aren't they? Just keeping that momentum up onto the start-finish.
I noticed that they're using. I noticed they're using different sort of, I'd say, body shells, body kits. How much of the Rotax Mini, how much is homologated? Is it just the engine that's homologated and everything else is pretty free?
I wouldn't say pretty free. There are regulation side pods that you can run and nose cones, and you have to run the nose cone kit. That is a mechanism that if you impact the front of the cart sufficiently, it will drop the nose down. That's where you get a penalty. It's kind of to police out contact driving. Back in the days when we karted, contact driving was kind of commonplace. It was, you went into a hairpin, waiting for the nudge up the back to just push you wide enough. But that's not really clean racing, and it was getting out of hand. And it came down to the subjective interpretation of officials, and it kind of assists the official in officiating and taking the opinion out of it of whether what was and wasn't intentional. And sometimes it's unavoidable and not deliberate contact that you can fall foul of, but that's unfortunate. That's just part of the game, and some you win, some you lose, is the attitude that you must take. Second place is what we're watching there, Nick.
All together, second, third and fourth in a train. That's what we like to see.
Yeah. And
fourth place, which is Reese Green, looking the most aggressive of the three of them, thinking, is he going to move there? And actually kind of forced Eric Smith to take a tighter line through Billy's blind, which has just dropped him slightly off the back of Reese, and there through goes Reese Green, Reese and Reese. So I'm using a surname and a first name, which you should never do.
Yeah.
So it's actually Reese and Green, and they're now nailed together. Reese in the 47, Green in the 71.
So it's Louis Reese from Reese Green.
Yeah.
Yeah. Across the line to complete 7 laps. Alex Fraser.
And I think at this point, Reese Green's very shaping to make a move.
Yeah,
and
there he goes.
Oh, and he just, as he swept through, he kind of actually took the cornering away from the 47 of Reese, because Reese was about to be a rear wheel to front wheel contact.
Coming out of Billy's Bend, I noticed that the 47 of Louis Reese, it takes that long sweeping arc into the S's, kind of create Billy's Bend into the S's as kind of one long curving arc, which you can carry a lot of momentum, but sometimes you get carts sneaking up the inside and kind of forcing the issue.
Yeah, there's two lines, isn't there? There's the line when you go on your own, there's the line then there's a defensive line where you've got some immediate pressure, but they've all stretched out a little bit, a couple of tenths between all of them, taking away the chance of any sort of immediate interaction. I know what I need to do. Do you want to talk for a bit? I want to do something sound-wise.
Yeah, okay. It's beginning to get a bit spaced out now, isn't it? The battle beginning to settle in. Alex Fraser has gone up. He's up the road by almost 4 seconds. Just crossing the line any moment now to complete 9 laps. There he goes, just underneath us. And behind him is now Reese Green, about 3.9. That's been about the gap pretty much the whole race. Louis Reese down to 3rd in the 47. Eric Smith 4th. Ethan Carney 5th. Daniel Hayne 6th. 7th is Charlie Gillam. And the 100 UK Juniors, Hayden Taylor ahead of Yelena Osbar-Scott. Only 2 100 UKs. Trying to encourage more competitors in the class to the junior classes and the junior drivers into the 100 UK category. And with a cheaper tyre, it is a very attractive series for all of our classes, really. And just to give you an idea of what a Minimax is, Nick. So a Minimax is a Rotax engine. It's a 125cc engine, water-cooled, slightly smaller radiator, but it's basically the same engine as you will carry through junior Rotax into senior Rotax, just with less air restriction.
And if it was us, into Rotax 177.
Certainly into Rotax 177 as we grew.
And widened.
I mean, you know what? Harold Wainwright in the senior class is 15. It's his 2nd season in the senior class. Because at 15, he's 6'3". So in the junior class, he would be massively disadvantaged in junior Rotax. So with a special dispensation last year to run in NKC, because of his karting experience, he's allowed to run with the seniors and has a better day's racing because he's more competitive.
So we're looking at the 71, second place Reese Green. He's a long way off Alex Fraser, as you said, a non-score in the first round with a problem at the first corner.
The battle is behind. It's Louis Reese, Eric Smith and Daniel Haynes.
Is that it, though?
There it is. There's the battle for what is 3rd, 4th and 5th. 3 karts just beginning to concertina up.
Last lap.
Oh, and there's a bit of a variation on the line through that section of track here at Clay Pigeon that I spoke about. A long arc into the S's. They're already into the hairpin and out of the hairpin. And just here on the last lap, the Alex Fraser leading this class has already encountered the 100 UK runners. As we see the checkered flag wave, Alex Fraser takes the win in very commanding style.
Yeah.
Reese Green second, Louis Reese in third, Eric Smith fourth, Daniel Haynes fifth. There's Charlie Gillam across the line in sixth, and then Ethan Carney seventh. Hayden Taylor will take the 100 UK junior class, and Yelena Osbar-Scott will be second.
I
in
think
100
it's quite
UK.
nice, a more sensible, more quiet race to ease us into the afternoon with.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, roll repast, which we didn't have any of.
All going to come to a crashing halt now with the junior Rotax.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
And as ever, it's their second heat, Nick. It seems ages since we had these karts out for the first
Well, this
heat.
was the most popular heat as far as the chat was concerned. Baking with Maddie is very fond of Elliot. I'm not sure which Elliot it is, but
Is Maddie baking at the moment?
well, you'd hope so. I noticed the roast chicken fibber hasn't been on the line.
No, she hasn't, has she?
No. Now we found her out.
Helen Moran. Or I don't know. I'm not sure if Paul and Helen are married, so forgive me, Helen.
Yes, assumptions you can no longer make.
No, but assumptions that she was slaving over a hot stove at the first round of Granny Goes is wrong as well.
Exactly, yes. I couldn't be bothered.
Josh Eaton Brown leads the junior Rotax off the dummy grid. Levi Goodyear alongside Alfie Smith and Mason Perrin are on the second row. Adam Catling and Tristan Bernard. Then we've got Ben Ficini and Ethan White in 7th and 8th. 9th and 10th is Dylan Mitchell, Ronnie Shrimpton. Finn Smith, James Rigby are on row 6. Row 7 is Ashton French and Archie Hardiman. Then we've got Samuel Wynett and Braden Hill, 15th and 16th. Jack Briscoe, Oscar Shrimpton, 17th and 18th. Alexander Mirozian is 19th. Ollie Morris, 20th. 21st and 22nd. Archie Buttle, Rafi Celentano, who had a non-finish in Heat 1. Joel Bowden, Elliot Thomas, 23rd and 24th. And it's Alfie Bushel who rounds off the 25-card field.
And they're shuffling about. They certainly weren't looking in line for an instant start, but now it looks like it will just be a one-lap warm-up. They're coming together quite nicely. Leader's putting the throttle down, and we're getting a green. We are, and off they go.
It's the 78 of Josh Eaton Brown using that. Oh, he slid wide. He slid very wide and ends up, what, 6th place, 5th place? 4, 5, 6th place for the pole sitter. Slid very wide at that first turn and got absolutely gobbled up by the carts behind him, who just slipped down and through Billy's blind. We'll get a handle on that number as they come through the horseshoe.
So an early break made by the all-red machine with the white helmet.
Let's see as they cross the line then, Nick, how they
30 in the lead. So it's Mason Perrin's made a great start. He made up a few places last time in the heat as well. Levi Goodyear second, Adam Catling third, Ronnie Shrimpton fourth, Alfie Smith fifth, and Josh Eaton Brown is indeed 6th place.
Yeah, 3 places for Ethan Wyatt up into 8th, but 2 places for Mason Perrin going into the lead. As he is in the all-red cart with the all-red overalls and the white helmet. There's a battle for third beginning to heat up. That's Adam Catling and Ronnie Shrimpton in that order. Card 45. Catling, Shrimpton in the 72, and then Alfie Smith. He's wanting to join in with that little battle into the first turn of Billy's blind. And he had a look.
I think he might get away with it. I think he's just carried that momentum right round the corner there.
It's a thing that
Adam
we see all the time.
Yeah, Adam Catling, I think, a little bit left the door open. I think you said he was going for that super sweepy line, which just left it open, and there was enough momentum from Shrimpton to get through. Yeah. So Shrimpton did a good job there. I mean, but I'm not certain if when he watches his own replay, not our replay, that if you say please he left the door open quite so wide.
Keep an eye out for Braden Hill as well.
He had a bad first round, didn't he, Braden?
Had a bad first heat. He came into this second round of the NKC Championship, leading the championship.
It's not gone. I mean, the first heat didn't go well.
And he's
down in 10th now.
Yeah, he came up from the back of the field though, and he's moving up the order into 10th. So making great progress Braden Hill, keep an eye on him. He has moved up another 2 places that lap. So is this battle for 3rd place?
I think it's battle for 4th, actually. 4th, 5th and 6th.
Here we go, side by side. Oh, slots back into position there.
I'm not sure what the thought. I'm interested what the thought process of various karters is as they come into that corner, when they go for it, when they don't, because there doesn't seem to be kind of any rhyme or reason one way or t'other.
Down the inside at the hairpin, though, the 61 having a look, just behind these 2. That's the number 16 of Levi Goodyear, Ronnie Shrimpton, trying to get on terms with the rear bumper of Levi Goodyear. Here they are, across the line then. 5 laps completed. Mason Perrin already up the road. 4.3 seconds, the gap to the leader. These 2 slowing one another down, though. And there,
Shrimpton up the inside again.
That inside line into the S's out of Billy's blind, working very effectively for Ronnie Shrimpton.
Yeah, he's got a good run through there. It's made him 2 places already. Puts him into 2nd place now, but he's got 4 seconds to catch up with Mason Perry. Just disappeared as the battle now kind of commences behind him for 3rd and 4th. Smith and Catling. Does Smith get past?
Finn Smith past Goodyear.
Yeah. So it's now a Smith versus Shrimpton battle.
That's for 2nd and 3rd now. Here's Finn down. Oh no, he didn't have enough on the brakes. He left his brakes massively late and slid wide. He's lost a little bit of ground to Shrimpton, but you've got to try. You've got to try that page of the textbook, haven't you?
Absolutely, yeah, go for it every single time, 100%.
Out of the hairpin then, Hans hairpin, named after Neil Hahn. And Shrimpton's got that cart working well, the inside wheel just lifting up, unwinding that axle out of buttons into top bend and out onto the start and finish line. He's right on his bumper though, is Finn Smith.
Oh no, decided against it. Decided against the chuck and didn't get, and obviously we know already that Shrimpton's very, very good around those bits of the corner, so that's interesting.
Oh, down the inside of the hairpin, Finn Smith.
Yeah.
Down the inside of the hairpin and making it stick as they come out of the hairpin towards the horseshoe. And he's got enough to keep Ronnie Shrimpton behind him. Now all Shrimpton can do is try and hang on to Finn Smith. Just look at the pace of Smith though, already out of top bend, and he's pulled what's that, 2, 3, 4 cars as he crosses the line.
No, it's an impressive running there. I mean, he's come through the field and he's just, Shrimpton, who looked to be the man in form at one point, now is, absolutely going for it. Come on, Levi, we got from Stickman Bob, making Mama proud. Where's Levi in this one? Can't see a Levi anywhere, actually.
Levi Goodyear.
Oh, 4th.
Levi Goodyear.
I can't read, apparently. That's that's a major issue. The reading has gone wrong.
Stickman Bob making Mama proud.
So,
well, he's in 4th at the moment, and Finn Smith, Ronnie Shrimpton, as I say that, he just drops down to 5th. So Levi finding himself dropping down the field because of obviously some quicker drivers will have started the heat.
Yeah, there's this
behind him.
There's a reasonable gappage within these heats, which is enabling some of the people to actually, a bit of space. Rather than getting involved in a fracas, they can pick off a cart by cart by cart. With Aston French at the moment. And then we'll drift back to Levi Goodyear and Adam Catling. So Catling's dropped quite like a stone, isn't he, really, throughout this particular heat. There's Goodyear with the orange suit.
Update on Braden Hill's progress, current championship leader. Braden Hill up to 8th.
That's Aston French. Sorry, that's Aston French, the orange suit. Sorry, we've picked up a black suit. Sorry, black suit with the. It's very confusing now. What's happened actually is there's been a big shuffle up. You can see that lap, and so basically we're now looking at the 16 of Levi Goodyear. That is Goodyear in the white, and then behind him is the 45 of Catlin. So for a second there we were looking at the French and Wyatt battle. Wyatt, of course, won the first round.
Well, it's the cart just ahead of Goodyear. Sam Wyatt moving ahead of these 2 carts, so and now pulling out a gap.
So Goodyear under pressure from Catlin.
And Wyatt, if anything, moving onto the tail of Aston French.
Yeah. So this one could be coming to its denouement here.
I think this is the battle I'm talking about.
Yeah, no, that's the Levi and Catlin battle. And Catlin getting quite close, but it's right ahead of them. If we move forward one pair of carts underneath you now, Ash, is both with orange helmets, which confused me massively. And that is the 53 and 20 battle. And that,
Yeah, that was a challenge there, but some defensive driving. Great driving from these two. Ashton French, Sam Wyatt has come through the field, and the 53 of Ashton French having to drive defensively at the hairpin. It's the number 20 of Sam Wyatt behind, and Sam has moved up the order.
Wheel-to-wheel action, yellow flag again down at the... the yellow flag is because the race is over now. And he gets it by a couple of seconds, not by very much there.
We talked to Sam Wyatt yesterday, didn't we?
Yeah.
Right at the flag there, Sam Wyatt moving up the order. Sam, the older brother of Ethan. Ethan finishes in 23rd. But at the flag, Mason Perrin took the victory.
We were all amazed that Ethan was only 12.
Yes, I know, he was very tall, wasn't he?
He's near the 15-year-old.
Yes, he was very tall. He is very tall as Ethan. So Mason Perrin takes the win. Finn Smith, 3.6 seconds further back. Another 3 seconds to Ronnie Shrimpton. And then we've got Ashton French in 4th, Sam Wyatt in 5th, Levi Goodyear in 6th, Adam Catling 7th, 8th is Braden Hill, Archie Butler 9th, Alfie Smith 10th, Josh Eaton Brown in 11th, Dylan Mitchell it was in 12th, James Rigby 13th, 14th is Tristan Bernard, Elliot Thomas 15th, Ben Ficini 16th, and then in 17th we've got Alexander Mazoyan, 18th is Alfie Bushell, Jack Briscoe 19th, 20th Joel Bowden, Oscar Shrimpton 21st, Ollie Morris 22nd. There is Ethan Wyatt, 2 laps off the lead lap. Not quite sure what happened to Ethan there. Archie Hardiman, 11 laps completed. And Rafi Celentano, another non-finish or down the order for Rafi. So another heat of problems for Rafi. Next out, or I should say, Nick, coming next.
Coming next.
Senior Rotax, heat number 4.
Coming next on NKC Round 2, it's Senior Rotax. Well,
Yes.
last week...
Don't do that.
What soap?
Please don't do that.
Oh,
I
you
don't
know.
even know what that was.
What
was
soap?
it? Was that what that was?
No,
So
it's a soap theme.
you really
That's
are
another.
old.
That's another thing that Ash won't ever
He
see.
won't ever understand as well.
No, won't understand the controversy it caused as well.
Daytime television, that wasn't it?
No, it was a comedy about daytime television.
Ah, right. Senior Rotax, heat number 4.
Here we
Out
go.
On to the
Big
track.
boys, big toys.
Tommy Lee Davis leads. Martin Coe second. Martin Jackson, Steve Jackson. Battle of the Jacksons in 3rd and 4th. And it's the 87 that's been caught out on cold tyres.
Nice power turn though. In fairness, which is hard to do in a kart.
He needs to start in 3rd place, or at least on the 2nd row.
Is he going to come through?
I would imagine so. He'll make his way
It's
through.
lots of a battle to get
Edge
through. He's
his
got to
way
go through about 20 karts.
3rd row of the grid is George Walker, Adam Rogers, Sam Cresswell and Tom Radburn are on the 4th row. 5th row is James Wood and Harry Barker, Jez Owen, Simon Keeble on the 6th row. 7th row, Lewis Barry, Scott Lowther. Then we've got Andy Powell down to the northeast, Jack Jones in 16th, Pedro Oliveira, keep an eye on him moving through the order, Luke Evans in 18th, James Costin, Dan Andrews, Louise Williams, Rahaj, and then we've got Cian Smith, Grace Lee Davies, George Sanders, Thomas Storin, Milton Steele-Vassen, Tom Sully, Ben Blewers. Here they are, though. I can't even tell you who's next. Paul Moran down in 31st.
I don't think the 87 got back up again. I'm not sure though. No, he didn't.
Tommy Lee Davis.
So he started 18th in the air, Martin Jackson.
Oh, did he? That's disappointment. Tommy Lee Davis absolutely got a blinder of a start and was well ahead by the time they crossed the line. But he leads this race into the Hans hairpin for the first time.
Yeah, they come out again. It's a much cleaner run through the hairpin this time. In fact, it looks like every single kart's got through safely through the first round. No one's off, no yellow flags. I think it might be the first time actually today we've had that. But out in front with a good lead. Ooh, he lost a bit of momentum though. So that was an error mistake. Well, 1-3-3 of Tommy Lee Davis. He lost a huge amount of momentum coming out of the exit of Buttons, actually the top bend in fact. And he now is in a kind of a 5-kart train. They're all a couple of tenths behind each other. And that is D. Davis, Walker, Coe, Radburn and Barker. And the battle for lead now is joined as Walker begins to make up a bit of space. But it was a little minor mistake coming out top bend.
What is the number of that second place car?
39.
39, so that is George Walker. And George Walker scythed into that second place. He's now latching onto the rear bumper of the number 133, Tommy Lee Davis. Lee Davis looks over his shoulder.
Oh, he's got nothing. He's got nothing for him.
Here comes Walker.
He let him through. Let him through.
Who just
absolutely
powers by.
Just let him through. That wasn't even there was no attempt there by Lee Davis to stop that happening. Just let him through, which is fine. It's sensible driving. If you know it's not going to happen, why ruin your own race?
Yeah.
To let the hair go. It's fine.
Trying to keep him back. Yeah, George Walker clearly the quicker kart there, and Tommy Lee Davis starting on the pole, but he knows where he is. He knows where he is in this grid, and he's allowed George Walker through. Martin Coe still in third place.
99 kart just fell off the track. Can't see which one that was. 99, don't know.
Steve Jackson.
Thank you, he fell off.
Steve Jackson was sixth, now dropping down the order.
Now. So we're now looking at the battle. Oh, and the battle, well, straight up the inside, coming round the exit of Billy Blind into the S's, and that was a move for position. And I think that, I'm not quite sure, I think it was a move for third, because running in third now is the 6 kart. Yeah, Harry Baker came through past Martin Coe there at the back end of Billy's Blind, and Baker looking to have some severe speed in that kart, and I think he will begin to also get onto terms with Tommy Lee Davis.
Bit of action in the midfield, just to mention Jack Jones and Pedro Oliveira moving up 3 places to 12th and 13th. That's demoted Andy Powell and Scott Lowther losing 2 positions there. And if anything, I think that Scott Lowther, another position lost, down to 16th.
And battle for second and third now right together through Hans Hairpin. And interestingly, it was again another slightly wide moment for the 133 Tommy Lee Davis, and he just lost drive again. A little bit too flamboyant, I think, sometimes with the driving. And that's losing him momentum, that's the word of the week,
Harry
all the
Barker.
way to the straights, and it's Barker on his tail.
Yeah, Barrett Barker, clearly the quicker. Here we go. Will he make a move down the inside?
Yeah.
Oh, they touch. They touch into the braking area.
Not prepared to be quite so friendly there.
Yeah, Harry Barker slotting in behind Tommy Lee Davis. But it's the number 133 that nearly had Barker tripping over him, didn't he? They're into and out of the hairpin already. Now, Tommy Lee Davis showing discretion, being the better part of valour with dealing with George Walker, who's gone off into the lead by 2.5 seconds. He's now got the quicker Harry Barker on the number 6. Right behind him, through top bend. Very fast entry onto the start-finish section. Curving towards the first bend here at Billy's Blind. And again, absolutely nose to tail and squeezing down, using the proverbial tin opener to make that gap happen. Harry Barker moving up into second place, as Tommy Lee Davis having to slot in and be settled and be sorted for third. It's not going to be long before Tom Radburn, Simon Keeble come and close that gap to Tommy Lee Davis, and that's no disrespect to Tommy. As the karts in 4th and 5th now chase him down. 7 laps completed. Now the gap from Harry Barker to the lead of George Walker was 4 seconds. So the question is, well, with 2.5 minutes remaining, I think time's run out for closing a 4-second gap. He may reduce it, but he's certainly not going to be in any position to challenge. The number 1, Thomas Storer, up to 18th. Paul Moran up to 25th from 31st. And Andy Powell, we mentioned him having a great battle in the midfield. He's moved up ahead of Jezzo, and as has Luke Evans ahead of him. And the gap between the leaders out to 4.4. So George Walker still the fastest kart on the track at the moment, and increasing that lead by a good chunk of 0.4 of a second.
Lee Davis obviously he's starting the lead and has kind of drifted back to the pack, but he's made the most of his front of his 3 heats. Of course, when you start the front, middle and back, he's made the most of it. Won't want to lose too many more positions, but under increasing pressure from Tom Radburn and Simon Keeble. I think he's been a little bit more demonstrative as Rogers looks to go up the inside of it. So Keeble doesn't go over, sorry. So Keeble in the 47 car was thinking about it going into Billy's Blind, and now through the S's. And now it's 3 of them. Now will he throw it up the inside? He does, into the hairpin, and makes it. Now luckily there, Lee Davis got back online now before he would actually lose any more. Now aiming to nudge out the 22 of Tom Radburn, but now into 4th place.
And Adam Rogers looking like, I'm coming to join the party, boys. Let's just latch on to the back of Radburn. It's Radburn's turn to try and get past Tommy Lee Davis, and Tommy driving a great heat here. He knows he's not one of the quicker drivers, but he's doing a great job hanging on to 4th place now. In the same fashion, he hung on to 3rd. And Tom Radburn having to find a way by. Look pretty equal into Hans Hairpin there. Out of the hairpin and down towards the horseshoe through the double apex left-hander. Keep it tight on the exit for Buttons, right-hander. Accelerating hard, little lift, turn in and then back on the power for top bend. out across the line. Can Radburn have a go at Tommy Lee Davies into turn 1? Billy's blind. The answer is yes, down the inside. And Tommy Lee Davies just slotting in behind the number 63. Next on the list is Tom Radburn. That's who Tommy Lee Davies has to keep behind him now. It's going to be 1 lap to go board. Next time by for George Walker.
Yeah, a couple of seconds ago before the 7 minutes is up. Just wondering whether Walker's just going to cross the line. Is he going to beat it? No. So it's the last lap for everybody. As Walker goes off this monumental lead he's got, which is must be on the region now up to 6 seconds, or must be a 5.7. Keeble goes behind, he's a couple of seconds back, and then we've got this battle. Rogers now in 4th, Lee Davies in 5th, Tom Radburn is 6th, Martin Coe is 7th. The question is, will Radburn get past Lee Davies?
That's the question that we're going to be certainly find the answers for by the time we get to the flag, as George Walker continues on his winning way. The battle that we are focusing on is the battle for 5th and 6th. As time is running out, George Walker checks the checkered flag. Harry Barker will take the checkered flag behind him. And Simon Keeble finishing in 3rd, Adam Rogers 4th. Tommy Lee Davies did indeed hang on in fine style in 5th. Tom Radburn 6th, Jack Jones 7th, Martin Coe 8th. Pedro Oliveira up from the rear of the grid with James Wood in 9th and 10th. 11th is Sam Cresswell. Luke Evans 12th, Dan Andrews 13th, Andy Powell 14th, Callum Davies 15th, 16th is Milton Steele-Vasson up from the rear of the grid. Thomas Storer in 17th, Lewis Paul in 18th. It's George Sanders in 19th, rounding off the top 20 is Scott Lowther. And then from 20th down to 32nd place is Martin Jackson, James Costin, Tom Sully, Paul Moran, Lewis Perry, Andrew O'Keefe, Sion Smith, Grizzly Davies, Louise Williams, Rahaj Jesuin, Ben Blowers, and Steve Jackson just finishing off on a lap down off the lead lap. So we're staying with senior Rotax for the next heat, but this time the slightly heavier class of 177s. Now we've seen Phil Howarth certainly doing very well in the heats. His championship protagonist, Louis Large, will want to maximise his points in the next heat. So out onto the track then, Rhys Llewellyn leads the field round with Lawrence Hilton alongside. We've then got Richard Edwards and Thomas Childs. 3rd row of the grid, Michael Mallet, Jonathan Harrison. Then we've got Andy Gosling, Tim Darlow, Brian McCready, Billy Clark, Jack Goodyear, Chris Sivier, Adam Hammond, Thomas Hinton, Harry Rowett, Simon Wheeler, Adrian Smith, Mike Edwards, Carl Bryan, Steve Maidment, Alex Joyner, Zach Bolton, the Zach Bolton fan club back with us no doubt. Then we've got Alex Jones, Stephen Horner, Mark Rao, Ben Hitch, Louis Large starting in 27th. Keep an eye on Louis. Richard Evans, 29th is James Yap, and then Jai Oliver in 30th. We've got a great looking grid, the number 4, bringing the field round and getting them all gathered up before they come out of buttons towards Top Bend. And they'll come towards the start line. Patience, patience, patience. Now we go. And we are underway. The number 13 there, very, very aggressive down the inside, but off into the lead has gone Rhys Llewellyn. The Lawrence Hilton, Richard Edwards battle, we'll see how that has panned out by the time they get to the S's. I can see everybody is through. A couple of carts across the grass, causing a bit of a traffic jam as they charge down Sturmy Straight, I should say, towards the hairpin. We've got 2 off at the hairpin, 3 off at the hairpin, 3 helmets I can see. Not sure if that's any of the championship protagonists. I see Louis Large continues. The leader, though, Rhys Llewellyn, crossing the line on the number 4, tucking that cart into the left-hand side of the track. Richard Edwards in the 77. He comes through in 2nd. Lawrence Hilton 2nd in 3rd place. Then we've got Michael Mallet, Thomas Childs, Tim Darlow, Michael Mallet, Andy Gosling, the leaders, or the leader, seems to be pulling away, but that battle for second is what we're going to focus on. Loris Hilton and Thomas Childs. Here comes Llewellyn. 2 laps completed. The gap he's pulled out already out to 2.1 seconds. We've got a change for second in the form of Thomas Childs moving ahead of Lawrence Hilton as they go and chase off after the leader. Stephen Horner moving up the order, trying to find out where championship leader Louis Large is. Starting at the rear of this field, up to 19th for Louis already. Llewellyn crossing the line again. 3 laps completed. No change for second or third. Tim Darlow 4th. Andy Gosling 5th. Harry Rowett up to 6th ahead of Michael Mallet, now 7th. Chris Sivia is in 8th. 9th is Richard Edwards, and moving into the top 10 is Carl Bryant. The 62 of Thomas Childs. He's the second place kart. He's not making any kind of inroads into that lead, which is out to 2.5 seconds.
Louis Large made no progress this race either, has he?
No, he was 19th the last time I looked. He's up to 17th, so he's making a little progress as we go.
He's up to 17th. He is. Yeah, that's right. Yep.
Here is the battle for second, beginning to come back together with one another. Thomas Childs and Lawrence Hilton seemingly have been racing from the very start of this race. Not much in it as they come into Billy's blind for the 6th time. 5 laps completed. Coming up to half distance now, so still plenty of racing. Plenty of race time for this to develop, Nick.
Yeah, they've sat. I've noticed is the pack catching them up or drifting away from them? I had to go and do some camera maintenance, so I've missed the first 3 minutes of this race.
No, they pretty much got off into the lead or at the front.
More great racing and a fantastic run by Reece Llewellyn, out there by 3 seconds now.
Yeah,
Charles scored second.
Llewellyn started on the pole and he's checked out.
So you got Tom Charles. Louis Large in 13th now, so that's 4 in a lap he's taken.
He's moving up the order, isn't he? We've lost Jack Goodyear. He's dropped down to 22nd with what looks like a problem. Now these karts that are chasing down the leader, Thomas Childs, Loris Hilton, Tim Darlow,
Here's
Andy
the
Gosling.
action.
This is where the action is, though.
And it's the red kart, which is the easy one to see because it's red, compared to these normal combinations of blue and yellow. And that's the 18 and Tim Darlow. And he's actually lost a place. Oh, Darlow's placing up on 3 wheels. Goes the, I think it's 23, I think it was. Yes, Andy Gosling.
Yeah, you've got to get the car to handle like that, Nick, so you unwind the axle. You've got to get that inside rear wheel up in the air.
Would these cars, I'm asking questions I've always wondered, would these carts go quicker with a differential? Because they have a solid, just to explain to those who are new to kart racing, they have a solid rear axle, which is why they lift the wheel up to help them rotate. But if they had a differential, would they actually go any quicker?
No, because you'd sap power to drive the differential. So all of them cogs that you're turning do sap power. So they wouldn't, technically speaking, yes, because you'd be able to drive through the constant arc and the differential would take that up. But it's not necessarily the quickest way even to drive a car with a differential.
Well,
that's why
interestingly, in the world of RC, in the fastest and grippiest class, which is 1/12 racing, they've now started using rear solid axles again. After spending years trying to make the smoothest, most least resisting difference would spin like this, they've now gone for something where they actually want to have a solid rear axle.
If you drive the rear axle and get the kart, you need a good front end to get that kart pointing at the corner, and then get the kart to rotate on the rear axle and basically drive it forward rather than sideways.
I think Darlow's off another couple of places this time as the leader goes past now, and then that's Riesler in the Bull Black Cart, second place, 62 Thomas Charles, and third and fourth now are right together, Hilton and Darlow through Billy's blind. And
just crossing the line now is Louis Large, who stays in 11th, by the way.
So there's two pairs of racers battling for the, I suppose, the minor placings really, but it doesn't really count every place is important during heats. A, because you're scoring points in the championship, and B, because you're scoring positions in the start of the main final grid.
Less than half a minute for Rhys Llewellyn before he will see the 1 lap to go board. Not sure there's going to be any kind of change of place from the battle that we're watching. They've been circulating together. Oh, and as I say that, down the inside he's gone.
They love proving you wrong, don't they?
Yeah, they just love it. It's that's the
23's taking Andy Gosling taking Darlow there, 4th and 5th.
Kind of commentators curse, isn't it? I'm just saying there he's been sat behind Tim Darlow for a few laps. Now he's been released. He's pulled out the biggest gap we've seen. 1 lap to go board for Llewellyn, who's just gone into Billy's blind, the first turn here. As we continue to watch that battle for what is 5th downward, 5th and 9th. I'll keep an eye on where the leader is. He's absolutely took massive, optimised the advantage of starting on the front row, and will take top points and top honours in this heat.
Large currently 11th, Llewellyn. Excellent run, really, by the guy in the all-black suit, isn't it? Kind of like the Johnny Cash of racing.
The bad guy. He does take the win by a margin of 3.3 seconds from Thomas Childs. Andy Gosling, well for 3rd place for him. Lawrence Hilton finishes 4th. Harry Rowett 5th. 6th is Tim Darlow. Michael Mallet 7th. Carl Bryan 8th. Chris Riviere is in 9th. Thomas Hinton 10th. Louis Large stays in that 11th place. Ben Hitch 12th. Richard Evans 13th. Alex Joyner, Alex Jones, Jai Oliver, Zach Bolton 17th. James Yap, Brian McCready, Stephen Maidman, Jack Goodyear 21st. 22nd, actually that's different than what mine's in, Nick, on the screen.
Is it?
Yeah. 21st, Jack Goodyear. 22nd, Aidan Hammond. 23rd, Billy Clark. Jonathan Harrison was 24th. Then Mike Edwards, Richard Edwards, Adrian Smith. And then I think we lost Stephen Horner on lap 11. And Mark Rowe on lap 2, Simon Wheeler on lap 1. So it's you know what? It's extremely tight and competitive, and I have no way of working out or get any inkling of who's where on the grid, especially with the mixed grids, Nick.
What's the next race, Joe?
Coming up next is Senior TKM.
Senior TKM, everybody. Senior TKM.
And that's the 110cc TKM engine, air-cooled.
Is it 110cc? If I can keep you talking, you can't eat your food. If I ask you many, many more questions, you can't do anything. So I can literally keep you. So, we're waiting for driver of the day. Who's in your list so far? Come on, you can do it. Chew faster. Chew faster. Come on. It's a man doing a chicken fillet there. So we're slight clear up, obviously.
I'm back.
Yeah, you are back with the chicken inside you. There's a bit of a cart. There's a cart rescue over there. It's a long walk, wherever it is, over the far end. As they trundle across.
There are several drivers of the day, Nick.
Well, we're halfway through.
We're only halfway through the meeting, so I'm going to wait and see.
And you're presenting it, by the way.
Am I?
You're presenting it live in front of their podium.
On camera?
Yeah, we're staying on air for you to present it. Ollie's going to find the winner, and we're going to present it live from you to them, and I'll commentate on it.
That's fabulous. That's fabulous, Nick. Do I get paid extra for that?
Guess.
No. Probably not.
I'm having
barely get a lunch.
Well, you have got lunch now.
No, I haven't, mate. I haven't got time to eat it.
Honestly, you do. We all know you do this for the love. It's not.
Oh,
now you want paying. Now you want food.
Yeah.
Now you want to motivate your 6-hour drive home.
Yeah, 7. Actually, probably 9 actually.
Yeah.
I'm not going to do it in one fell swoop, am I?
Well, you've got to at least stop several times not to burst.
Yeah. Coming from the northeast, as I do.
Yes.
Everywhere's a bit of a haul, isn't it? I'm hoping the NKC
Do you know what I
will
thought you'd say?
visit
I
Warden Law
genuinely thought you'd
next
say
year.
everywhere's a place to have a wee. I thought that coming from the northeast, everywhere's a place to have a wee. That's a bit weird thing to say. Obviously, you didn't say it, but
What is going on in your head?
so many things.
What is going on?
That's why you never know.
I'm already talking to Ollie and Chris about NKC 2023.
2023, Warden Law.
Yeah.
Just because you don't want to have a long drive.
No, 2 miles from my house, literally. I do love Clear Pigeon. I have been here many times.
This is a great track.
Driven here as well.
Producing great racing.
Yeah, as ever. Out onto the track then. Senior TKM, 110cc, air-cooled motors, and one of, you know what, I was going to say one of our most competitive grids. Pretty much all of our grids are competitive, aren't they, with a string of potential winners. Charlie Savage is at the front with Lucas Sullivan alongside him on the front row. Matt Slate and Matthew Horton are on row 2. Row 3 is Callan Lamont and Steve King. Mitchell Ball and James King are on row 4. Row 5 is Leanna Page and Adam Circa. Then we've got Jason Lovett and Will Cregan, Matthew Temple, Alexander Lehman. Then we've got Ricky Wright and Jake Campbell, 15th and 16th. 17th and 18th is Liam Circa and Ollie Milner. Joseph Jack is 19th, Adam Crofts Davies is 20th, Leo Crabtree, Oliver Fathers 21st and 22nd. Current champion Louis Bevan is on 23rd with James Hull. They're at the back of the grid, so we expect a bit of action from Louis and James coming through the field. Go on Lewis, says Elliot Lawrence. As we have got the grid in orderly fashion enough for allowing us to let them go and race. Oh, and they're coming together with the leaders there.
Ooh.
And it was all about cold tyres, that sliding into one another. It's the 16 that leads Lucas Sullivan out of Billy's blind and through the S's for the first time.
As the pall of smoke clears in front of us.
Yes.
It's like a foggy day in the Tyne, which apparently is near Hull. And into the lead has gone the 16 from the 1. The 16 sported very nice decals in kind of a Lotus. 16 from the 1, is it?
No,
from the
Louis
11.
Bevan's in 20th. That's pretty
from
good.
the 11. My eyes are actually gone. So it's the 16 who's leading. I was going to say he's got his decals are very much Lotus, aren't they? Lotus styling from the 60s. It is the 16 from the 31. I missed a 3 out.
He's got a
Sullivan from Savage.
Lucas Sullivan has got a very retro number board on the back of his car. It's a roundel. And he's got that's definitely Team Lotus.
I know. I recognised it from my Skeletric set when I was 3.
Yellow flag into Hans Hairpin.
Yeah, there's somebody off by the R of Rotax. There's a cart just parked there. The driver has hopped over. But the top 4 now, right together as they get to the top of the circuit, going up through Buttons and into the top bend.
Here they come then. Lucas Sullivan in the homage to Lotus. Team Lotus in the green and gold, British Racing green and gold livery.
82 there was thinking about it. Mitchell Ball was having a right old little think about having a go at Charlie Savage, and then he's got himself Callum Lamont to deal with. Mitchell Ball with the red flashes on his race suit and the red and white helmet. He's in the middle of a sandwich and he wants to go forward and he may well go back.
Still yellow flags while we recover that cart at Hans Hairpin. That negates passing opportunity for this whole field. So they have to just slot in behind. It's still Sullivan leading, and the battle behind him, Charlie Savage, Mitchell Ball and Callum Lamont, if anything, these 3 drivers slowing themselves down, which brings them into the clutches of the number 4, Matthew Horton, who's about to join in.
And it's all gone wrong at the bottom of the corner there. It was completely out of shape. I think it was an over-optimistic move by the 82. So Ball tried it, got out of shape, got the place, lost it, but luckily didn't lose one. And again, still yellow flag, and it all gets very, very orderly and precise, and like it is when you're driving the motorway near a police car. Everyone's doing 69.5 miles an hour, and now they can let loose and go crazy again. But the net effect of that is Lucas Sullivan with the Retro 16 kart, well, the kart's not retro, the paint job is, just edging away, went a bit wide there actually, and he's lost it. Oh, that edge away was lost by going too wide, but now again the aggression of the Mitchell Ball come up for the inside Charlie Savage. We make it work this time. He does. Can he hold it? Yeah. Just lose a bit of apex speed. Is that taking 3 places out of Savage in 31?
Savage was just hung out to dry through Billy's blind and into the S's, and he couldn't do anything about it. And those 3 carts of Mitchell Ball, Callan Lamont and Matthew Horton have just gone by. And if anything, looks like they're pulling away and latching onto the back of Lucas Sullivan.
I think you're going to get 1, 2, 3 quite soon. Right at the front now, green and gold. Sullivan has a real issue because you've got Charlie Savage all over the back of him. Now, Savage was particularly fond of this corner. Billy's blind wasn't close enough this time. The S is one way through unless someone makes a mistake, but can he get a run down to the hairpin? Hans hairpin. It's now the yellow flag's gone away, and he can. It's the first time there's no yellow flag. And there's 2 of them. Ooh, after you, Claude, absolutely there. Now, it looks like I think Sullivan's going to fight back. Can he just take the inside line? Nudge out, he can. The 23 of Callan Lamont nudged out, attempted to follow him a leader, pick up second place, but now he has dropped behind Sullivan, and there's a nice little gap for, sorry, Lucas dropped behind Ball, and there's a nice little, Sullivan, sorry, I'm going to keep correcting. I was right. Stop correcting yourself when you're right, Nicholas.
I have no idea what you've just said there.
Basically, the cars have changed position. Now, Mitchell Ball's leading, Lucas Sullivan second, Callan Lamont's third.
Right, and you know what? Lucas Sullivan, he's only dropped 1 place, and we're already 3 minutes to go, so well past half distance. And Lucas Sullivan slides a little bit wide at Hans hairpin there. He has to kind of regain composure as they head down to the horseshoe. Callan Lamont absolutely all over the rear bumper of that number 16 cart in front of him. And behind Lamont, Matthew Horton, and now Charlie Savage. He's not dropped away at all. Into Billy's blind through the left-hand sweep.
23 pops out, and that's another place down
the
for Sullivan. Lamont there. And Sullivan's been hung out and gets nudged out through the S's as well by the 4 cart of Matthew Horton. So again, it's a disaster. If you lose a place round the blind, you're going to lose 2 or 3.
Yeah, you just hung out to dry on that outside line. It's kind of like NASCAR, isn't it? Because it's a constant arc into the S's. If you're on that outside line, it's very hard to get yourself back into line, and especially if the drivers on your inside are very forceful. Here they come then, 2 minutes on the clock. Mitchell Ball it is that leads, and now we've got a change for second with Callan Lamont for the first time in second across the line. Matthew Horton third, and Matthew Horton down the inside into the S's.
Not having that. Yeah. Horton goes in. Horton didn't hear a who. Horton just went around the car outside.
So he made that stick just in the way that we've been talking about. So Matthew Horton on the number 4 now into that second spot. Behind him is now Callan Lamont, and then behind them Lucas Sullivan holding off the advances of Charlie Savage. Louis Bevan, by the way, started at on the very last row of the grid up into 10th. So into the top 10 for the number 1. That's a great run from him. Damage limitation on this heat where he starts from the back of the grid.
And there's a chance to make the big points, isn't it? Because if you start at the front and finish the front, you've gained no points really.
That's right.
If you start at the back and gain many, but this is more for positions in the final position, the final positions of the final grid for the final. I'll say final a few more times. It makes sense, but it shouldn't do.
It's also championship points, Nick, as well. Yeah. So he's gathering, he's gaining.
He's gathering championship points and he's gathering grid positions at the same time.
And the further up you get from your rear of the grid at the start, the better that you've done in the heats in comparison to the other fast drivers who start at the back. Still no change with Lucas Sullivan in 4th place, holding off and doing a cracking job. As we've got a change for that 2nd place, Callan Lamont coming back, and Matthew Horton into Hans hairpin. Very, very ordered that, wasn't it? It was just like textbook down the inside. Horton now just sits behind him. They've gone through on 16 seconds, so it'll be 1 lap to go aboard next time by for Mitchell Ball, who's already through Billy's blind and into the S's.
Horton and Lamont thinking about it. Unfortunately, I think that got taken away by the back marker who's being slowly lapped. That's the 30 cart of Steve King. He's been very sensible, but he's got a technical problem. He's just letting everyone go because obviously he just basically wants to pull off and not have to walk around the track. But that is the main track battle at the moment, is that 3rd place run between, 2nd place run between Lamont and Horton there, 1.2 seconds, 1.8 seconds behind Ball last time round. 2nd and 3rd where it's all at.
Last lap board for the leader, Nick, across the line now underneath us. As the number 82 continues, Mitchell Ball, a gap of 2 seconds to Callan Lamont. Matthew Horton, right on his bumper though. He's going to try to squeeze by into the S's, not quite. As Lamont just hangs on to that faster outside line. He's not driving defensive at the Hans hairpin as well. He hangs on to that. coming out of
I'm
the
not sure
hairpin.
that was the best concept there from Horton, because he actually lost middle apex speed of the S's, and that didn't give him the run into the hairpin.
But it's worked from before, Nick, and it was just the fact that Callan Lamont had momentum around the outside.
Momentum?
Yeah, I've said it again. Here they come, though, across the line for the checkered flag. Mitchell Ball takes the win. Heat number 2 for senior TKM. Mitchell Ball wins. Callan Lamont second, Matthew Horton third, Lucas Sullivan fourth. Then it's Charlie Savage, Jake Campbell-Mills in 6th, 7th is Leanna Page, Leo Crabtree 8th, 9th is Matt Slade, Louis Bevan, a very fine 10th from the back, James Hull in 11th, 12th is Matthew Temple Purcell, Liam Surkar in 13th, 14th is Alexander Lehman, Jason Lovett in 15th, Oliver Father 16th, and then we've got Adam Surkar, Will Cregan, Ollie Milner, James King, Ricky Wright, Adam Croft-Davies 13th, and then Steve King we lost on lap 10, and Joseph Jacks at the very start.
Another cracking race. What's up next?
100 UK for their third and final heat. So everything to be sorted now for the grid for a 100 UK. I am going to have a bite of my lunch, Nick. So talk amongst yourselves. So we've got 100 UK next, and then we've got the last of the senior Rotax heats, heat number 5 for senior Rotax and Rotax 177. We are now in the realms of the final heats for everyone. So the heats that are coming next, Nick, are the last of the heats. Yeah.
Hello, Tony Carter. Hello, Ben Howell. And I was having a technical conversation with Paul. This chair's interesting, by the way. It's gone a bit pogo sticky again, like a slightly damaged chair. I will do it in a minute. Sorry. Okay, right. So next up is indeed, as you said, 100 UK, just 100cc, not that extra 10cc. There's nasty TKMers. Not sure how that affects lap speed, to be honest.
Well, we'll see. We're looking at 36 seconds for the 110cc carts that we've just seen out.
Now, the 100 UK carts actually have to be in period, don't they? They are period carts, which are found in the back of in the back of sheds and such like.
They have to be
carts made in the
yeah,
90s, effectively.
Formula TKM carts.
2002 that stopped, I think. Isn't it?
No adjustable geometry on the front of the cart. No, only 2-bearing rear axle. So it is really sort of it's a retro class, really. We've got the grid being formed, and I think they're going to be waved around. It's fed from that, isn't it? Yes.
Here we go.
It's Ben Klukas who leads the field around, James Cannon alongside, and then we've got Ross Kerno, Marcus Dory on row 2. The all-plate holder, Scott Williams and Jordan Kendall, are on row 3. Row 4 is Edward Scoffin and Brendan Williams. Row 5, Wesley Grews, Ben Robinson, Lee Hackett and Tom Patler on row 6. Row 7, Alex Kennedy and Dominic Pine. Then we've got Matthew Lawrence and Liam Hamling. We've got Ed Payne and Adam Surratt on the 9th row. Then the 10th row, Dexter Bergman, Andrew Bradley. 11th row, Owen Potter and Marcus Gray. In the final row, row 12, John Allen and Lee Jackson. Has everyone caught up? We've got a spinner at the back.
Oh, no.
But he's going to catch up. He's not too far behind.
They're giving the full-on wave slowdown.
Yeah, that was the number 79. Now, where should the 79 start? John Allen. He was starting on the back row in any case, so he's no harm, no foul, I would suggest.
They've warmed his tyres up slightly more.
Yeah. Ben Klukas has been quick all day. He's very distinctive in that orange helmet, orange and black suit. And here they come across the line then. They're going to be given the get-go. The lights go out and we are racing. And Ben Klukas hangs on to that inside line into Billy's blind. Nobody challenging. Got a cart off on the outside, but into the S's for the first time. Klukas it is who leads.
Not only sure how that cart went off, but carry on.
No, I'm not sure as well, Nick. Into Hans hairpin. Klukas down the inside just to defend a little, and that's the O-plate of Scott Williams around the outside and up into third already. Oh, and down, a little bit of a nudge there from the second place cart. That's the number 22 of Marcus Dory. This is how they started, Klukas and Dory. Williams, though, making that 3-card battle for the lead, out onto the start-finish straight for the first time.
It's quite dangerous at the moment. This guy trying to start his cart. As they come round to the end, you'll see him there. He's been trying to push his car. Oh, blimey. Well, he shouldn't have been doing that, to be honest. The marshals stopped him making that second attempt to start his kart. So that was...
Was he hit?
He was very close. He wasn't hit, no, but it was like... I think basically he looked up, turned round from his concentration of starting that kart. I went, oh my God.
As the field came through. No change at the front, though, while we've been dealing with that little incident. Ben Klukas...
I think they full course yellowed it, didn't they? Oh, there's another accident. There's another accident over there. So we've got a lot of yellow flags out. I think that's perhaps gone now, but we've lost 2 karts over at the far side.
And the yellow flags have gone from the first turn here, and Ben Klukas having to defend.
42 of Adam Sirrett is one of the karts, and the abandoned kart, I think, is maybe the 12 of Owen Potter. Yeah, Owen Potter and Sirrett have been involved in an accident. Potter not getting going again.
Marcus Dorey into the lead. Marcus Dorey into the lead, and Ben Klukas challenging into the hairpin. Can he make it stick the side by side into the horseshoe? Scott Williams has to slot in behind. But Marcus Dorey made that stick into the S's last time by. And the 22 just edging away now from Klukas. Scott Williams and Ross Curnow. And who's that behind them?
It's Wesley Graves.
Jordan Kendall and Wesley Graves wanting on this as well.
It's going to be a big one. Oh, up on 3 wheels. Can he hold it in the O plate? Yes, he did. Beautiful move there by Scott Williams. But then Klukas, remarkably, came back on the second part of the hairpin.
Billy's blind, you mean?
Billy's blind, thank you.
Into the...
So an in and out there through Billy's blind. And as you're rightly saying, it looks like Marcus Dorey is beginning to just be getting a little bit of a gap on Klukas and Williams. And the battle really now is more second, third, fourth and fifth. And a place made up there by the 2 kart of Wesley Graves up the inside of Curnow.
Yeah, they're all beginning to bottle up behind Ben Klukas, having just staved off the advances of Scott Williams. We've hardly started this race, haven't we? 3 minutes, 4 minutes remain, and it's pretty action-packed with the 2 front-running championship protagonists, Scott Williams and Ross Curnow, now with Wesley Graves ahead of Curnow and right on the tail of Scott Williams, who are right on the tail, who's likewise right on the tail of Ben Klukas. Klukas. Down the inside.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yes, he made it.
Both of them. All 3. Well, no. What happened there? Oh, and more action. More bumping and boring. And well, this is the first bit. This is the rag to Billy's blind. Up the inside goes Williams, but then even more up the inside goes Grace. The door is shut quite aggressively. Well, the line, I think
Scott Williams did not expect Wesley Graves to be there.
And they've come off over the line now. And they'll come over the line in a second. In what order they'll be, I don't know. And they're more stretched out, that's for sure.
Graves. It's Wesley Graves who's finally made that stick. But Ben Klukas absolutely
got down to 5th.
When all of that coming together happened, Ben Klukas got out of the way, and by getting out of the way, he's dropped right the way down to 5th. Jordan Kendall came through, took advantage of that. All happened at the S's.
Yeah.
Marcus Dorey leads, though. Let's just settle in and find out what is happening in this race. The 22 of Marcus Dorey leads. Still got karts using the grass.
That's the D plate. That's the Dragon plate kart there, which you saw at Glan, of course, the Welsh champion.
Where is he in the order? I can't find
Well, the D hasn't been down, so he's been given an actual number.
Oh, that's handy. Yeah, very handy.
Try to work out who he's next to, and I'll tell you where he is.
All right,
He's behind the 48.
So
he's 5. Lee Hackett. He's got a D plate, but he's number 5.
Can you remember what the D plate is for, Nick?
Yes, it's for winning the Glanny Gore Championship. It's a Dragon plate.
What was the Landau plate?
No, it's a Dragon plate.
Dragon plate for Glanny Gores. Yeah. So it's the club champion.
Yeah, it may even be the Welsh champion.
Yeah,
might be actually both, but it might be the Welsh champion. I don't know. But yes, he's certainly the Welsh leader. So Dorey, Graves, Williams, Klukas and Kendall. And there they go, Dragon plate itself, but actually number 5. Then Curnow and Hackett.
And Ed P moving up the order to 13th. Just keep an eye on the drivers that are probably going to be at the front of the grid for the final. The battle at the front has come down to less than a second now. So Marcus Dorey on the 22. He's now got Wesley Graves in the number 2 and Scott Williams He's dropped back ever so slightly to 1.5 seconds. But here's the battle for the lead, just coming out of Billy's blind and into the S's. And that's a challenge for the lead with a minute on the clock. There they go towards Hans Hairpin now. The number 2. He's not in a position to challenge, so it's all the 2s. 22 leads. The number 2 is in second. Into the horseshoe then for the 10th time. Oh, and just look at Wesley Graves. He looks the quicker card, doesn't he? He can pretty much position that cart anywhere. Out onto the start-finish.
Kind of think Marcus thought he had this one in the bag a few laps ago. But Graves now looking to make a move up into the inside and Billy's blind. There's the space. But is it? Oh, they absolutely come together. I think they kind of took away what Dory was going to do, which was try and do the loop around and come back and cut back. Because as he began to turn, he found a bit of cart in his way. So Dory on the penultimate lap takes the lead. I don't think they'll get another lap.
No, Wesley Graves takes
the
lead.
Dory, sorry. Yeah. It's like reading is always an issue. So Graves takes the lead. Dory in second, and 6 seconds to go. They won't get another lap. So it's one more to go at this point.
He's got a slightly better pace as Graves, and he's got enough pace to keep Dory behind him. Well, 1 lap to go board. Last lap board being shown by the start line official.
Now, Dory's one hope is this back marker will get in the way, but I think they're just a bit too far ahead.
It's all about timing with the back marker. Here they go towards the head, and the back marker sees them there. And Williams just down the inside there, nice and neat.
Even worked against.
Look at the way Williams is driving that kart. Look at the very little response, very little inputs on the steering wheel. Hardly any inputs on the steering wheel through these turns. From sorry, not Williams. Wesley Graves, the number 2.
Happens to us all at this age, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Checkered flag then for the winner, who is indeed the number 2, Wesley Graves. Marcus Dory second. Scott Williams, who confused me there, was in third. Ben Klukas.
Everyone confuses all the time.
In fourth on the number 84. Jordan Kendall fifth. Sixth was Ross Kernow. Lee Hackett was 7. Ben Robinson across the line in 8th. 9th is Brendan Williams. Ed Pete rounding off the top 10. 11th, Matthew Lawrence. Dexter Bergman, 12th. 13th, Alex Kennedy. Then we've got Lee Jackson, Tom Pattle, and Andrew Bradley in 16th. Marcus Gray, 17th. John Allen, Dominic Pine, James Cannon were the last of our finishers. We lost Adam Sirrett on lap 3. Owen Potter went out on the first lap, and Edward Scoffin and Liam Hamling on the opening lap. So, what's next, Nick? We've got the senior Rotax for their final heat.
Excellent. Sun's still out. Temperature may even reach 10 degrees by now,
10? A
bit more of that chicken fillets going in you, isn't it?
The last bit of chicken fillet.
That's very exciting for you. I'm going to fill my chicken fillet.
How's the Zach Bolton fan club doing?
They've been posting a bit.
That was interesting from Tony Carter.
Oh, they love me. I don't read out things that mention me though, because it sounds like very egotistical.
No, it's just good to see you doing something else.
Yeah.
Never heard you doing any car racing then.
Well, you know me.
Any Le Mans.
You know why that is, don't you?
You started in F1, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. Do you know why they don't hear me?
Downhill every more.
Yeah, because I'm in the booth.
Yeah, you are.
Oh dear. It's nice. Thank you for that. Oh, and the backup as well. Okay, so the next one up is Joe chews his food.
Nearly there.
Go on, keep going. Oh, I've been tapped on the shoulder.
So it's senior Rotax next for their final heat. Such as the size of the grid, we've had to have 5 heats for our Rotax classes, sorting out the grid for the final. Senior Rotax classes have a B-final, by the way. That will be the first of our finals to kick things off, and the first 4 finishers will qualify through to the final. I was talking to Paul Moran about Glanny Gores, where he qualified through from the B-final, and it's very physical on these karts, and Glanny Gores is a very, very fast track, and he basically had time. He was told, oh, you've qualified for the final. throw some fuel in, never even moved, went straight out of the collecting area onto the dummy grid for the A final, threw some fuel in, and he was back out within moments. Much to his body's chagrin. He was like, "Oh my God, I've got to do it all again."
It's telling you with the sweat box in here, isn't it now?
It's lovely.
I shouldn't say that with the boys out there, but I'm going to have it open the door.
Yeah. Oh, really?
Yeah.
No, I like it snuggy.
I'll give you a hug then. You're boiling. I can feel your...
I know, it's lovely, man.
This isn't a sauna, it's a race meeting.
Nathan Hope leads the field round. Thomas Storer alongside. Then we've got Jamie Hardy, Grace Lee Davies. Andy Powell is starting from his front row position on the grid. Tom Sully alongside in sixth. Patrick Williams-Rojas and Ben Blewers. Then we've got Jodine Newman, Jodie Fox, Ben Harper, Toby Case, Tom Radburn, James Wood starts in the middle, Lewis Ball, then Dylan Tate and Paul Moran starting in 17th, Miles Barthorpe starting in 18th, and then we've got Riley Boyne and Tommy Lee Davies. I haven't got time to give you all the 33 kart field.
Number 8.
As we are about to get away.
The go-around man did not wave his green and yellow flag, and they file into Billy's blind, and the loser there is the kart is drifting around the outside and up several positions. See who it was. It is the 17 kart, or the 117 kart. I think it's Ben Blowers who lost a bit of places there.
Well, the leader is very much current reigning NKC champion Thomas Storer, who took full advantage of being on the front row of the grid. And off he goes into the lead. Behind him, though, that's where the battle is, behind that number 1. Coming onto the start-finish straight, there's the battle for second. They're all going to concertina up. Thomas Storer leads, Nathan Hope second, Jimmy Hardy third, Andy Powell up to fourth. Grace Lee Davies is in fifth. Then Patrick Williams-Rojas is in sixth, Tom Sully seventh. Dropping down the order, like you said, Nick, but it was indeed Ben Blowers on the number 17.
Yeah, interesting. One of the ones to watch, Pedro Oliveira, down in 22nd. He seems to have had a couple of lower end of the middle starts, you know what I mean? His middle was back middle, his back was back. We're not seeing him be able to force his way through. Mayweather, but of course it's slightly different to make quick progress than it was at Glan a few weeks ago. But certainly making quick progress in the lead is Thomas Storer. And then you've got Hope, Hardy and Powell, second, third and fourth. And then you've got a massive battle for the kind of 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th, and that's going to end in tears, I think, out of Billy's blind. They got away with it.
Every chance. It all sorts itself out by the time they get to the S's. Yeah. It's the battle for the about the 6th to down to 10th.
Yeah, it's third.
Tom Radburn right in the middle of that lot.
They are basically that train is catching up the inside. Oh,
that's Powell,
19. There's a kind of a block pass, and Jamie Hardy, and he picks up third. But what's going to happen now is that is now a constant snake of karts from 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Basically, the entire field after the first through is in a snake.
Thomas Storer still leads. He's got a gap of 3.6 seconds and Nathan Hope. Then we've got Andy Powell just clinching that third place. Behind Andy is Jamie Hardy, and then we've got pretty much the whole of the Rotax field just ganging up behind Jamie Hardy. So they'll be picking their moment and picking that position off. So Andy Powell very shortly will be
yellow
the
flag
company of pretty much the whole field. Yellow flag flying at Neil.
Not sure why. I can't see a cart off. A cart had gone off, but was struggling to get back on again. So they carry on going. This massive, apart from our leader, who's 4 seconds ahead, then he is the leader, and then the field as they sweep round.
You've got Andy Powell, I think, catching Nathan Hope in second.
If you watch it now on this low cam, look at this cart. Bang, 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 bang. It's the first they've had this where there's been nothing. The entire field is literally together apart from the leader.
Fabulous, fabulous. That is pure Rotax Max karting there, as Andy Powell chasing down the lad down from the northeast. He's got as long a drive home as I have.
Oh gosh, stop it!
I'm sorry, I mentioned that again.
You just have food,
Andy,
honestly.
A regular at Walden Law, my home track. He's currently third, but he's about to be joined by Tom Sully, that bright yellow livery cart, number 46. He's got momentum out of the pack and has closed the gap down the inside. Straight away, that momentum, he didn't even stifle that momentum. He continued the momentum, passing carts in front of him. And that's pretty much what you've got to do. Once you start getting bogged down behind people, you start losing time. So Andy Powell down to fourth, Tom Sully up to third.
Yeah, Sully now has Nathan Hope in his sights. Probably won't be able to make a move into Billy's blind this time. But we're looking probably for a hairpin move next lap. So he needs to keep the momentum up through the S's, not lose it by matching the speed of Hope ahead of him, and now look to the inside and up the inside with some very controlled braking.
He's very good on the brakes, just lifting the inside rear wheel there as he turned into the hairpin. He's got that kart handling superbly as Tom Sully. He'll be one to watch. And Andy Powell moving through, the number 11 of Nathan Hope, completely lost all of that speed into and out of the horseshoe, and that's allowed Powell up. So Nathan Hope down to 4th, Andy Powell back up into 3rd, the position he had earlier.
The problem for Sully is that he's 7.5 seconds behind the leader. So in that 4 minutes to get there, he's lost 7.5 seconds on Storer, who's actually just leaping away from the field.
There's a reason he's carrying the number 1, Nick, and that's because he's very, very quick, and he won this championship in 2021. He carries that number 1 into 22, and as expected with Tom Sully just having to make his way through the field, he eventually gets with some clean air in front of him with 2 minutes remaining, closing down Thomas. If anything, Tom Sully dropping more time to the leader, Thomas Storer.
Yeah, Storer's super quick.
It's 8.1.
Yeah, it's great performance by Storer. He's super fast, and the rest of them are kind of oof.
Oh, and that's the number 11.
Give him a little bit of a shove.
Yeah.
And Nathan Hope.
Patrick Williams-Rahaj coming up onto the rear bumper of the number 11. So Nathan Hope now, he's dealt with people challenging him pretty much the whole of this heat. Now he's got the company of the number 94 right on his tail across the line. Into Billy's blind. Can Rahaj go down the inside? No, he doesn't. He slots back in. Coming out of the S's. If Rahaj's got the momentum, no, he slots to the left. Has a peak down the inside, but not really a challenge, I would say.
Thought about it, changed his mind. So, looking to weigh up the options about how he moves himself into 4th place. Williams-Raj. Is he going to try and move up the inside of Billy's blind on this with about 4 laps to go? Not enough space there. Nathan Hope running the line defensively, and now with a decent run into the hairpin, you've got to say there's a chance for Williams-Raj now, and he backed out of it.
Yeah.
Hasn't got that supreme braking action that Tom Sully's got.
No, not quite able to make that move stick out of the S's towards the Hans hairpin. We are underneath half a minute to go as the leader, Thomas Storer, crosses the line. Now then,
so there's a stationary yellow flag up at the Hans hairpin because there's a marshal trying to rebuild the track. Track markers.
Thomas Storer's got a massive lead, hasn't he? Almost 10 seconds to Tom Sully.
He's just about achieved it. So obviously one of the carts went in quite heavily into the delineation down the middle of the run into right on the Sturmey straight into Hans hairpin.
Last lap board for the leader.
Not sure we're going to have some repairs intra-heat, but that was obviously a clunk we didn't see. And 1 lap to go.
Great drive from Tom Sully, an equally great drive from Andy Powell, who has hung on to that 3rd place in fine style and has not let Sully get out of his sight by any great margin. Continues to follow him round. Thomas Storer already coming towards the end of his final lap. Here he comes now to take the checkered flag. So Storer underneath us takes the checkered flag. Behind him though, this is where the battle's still raging on. Tom Sully will come through in 2nd.
I think as ever, there's been a lot of stories going on in the pack.
There is down the field, I can see out the window. Andy Powell 3rd, Nathan Hope 4th, Patrick Williams-Raj in 5th, Jamie Hardy 6th, Ben Harper through in 7th. It's sorted itself out. Miles Barthorpe in 8th, Pedro Oliveira
both of
in
those
9th.
guys have gained a lot of positions.
Miles Barthorpe and Pedro Oliveira.
Both of them, yeah.
Yeah, they have.
A lot
really mitigated their points loss with starting near the back. Lewis Ball in 10th, Scott Smith, Jodine Newman, Toby Case, Grace Lee Davies, Paul Moran up to 15th, he'd be happy with that. Jodie Fox is in 16th, and then we've got Dan Andrews, Ellis Humphreys, Adam Rogers, Dylan Tatum, Scott Lowther in 21st, Jake Davies, Tommy Lee Davis, Ben Blower, Scott Russell in 25th, Alex Warnaby, Luke Walker, Ian Shotter, James Wood, Riley Bohan, George Boxall, and then we lost Tom Radburn on lap 11. Just seeing him go into the pits there. So Tom Radburn won't be happy there, the number 22, remember, did really well in the previous heat. It's the 177s coming next. You still not got an ad for me?
Yeah, it's at this point we need to go to some sort of, Ben, do you like women in bras? Then buy a Freeman's catalogue. It's kind of that kind of 70s feel to Joe's handovers, isn't there? Yes. This week.
Thanks to Gazberry for bringing those lunches, by the way.
So,
I've just come across a message.
I will pay for them at some point.
Yeah, but he did bring them.
He's a lovely man.
He's got an injury to his knee as well. I can't say. Out onto the Zach Bolton fan club will be over the moon with this. He's on the front row.
The front. Go Zach. Front row Zach Bolton action.
Yeah, it's his turn to be at the front. Darren Smith
is
on
a bit slow though. They haven't actually said anything yet.
Yeah, no, I hope they're still with us. They haven't fallen asleep, I think.
It's after the Sunday lunch was cooked for them by Helen Thingy.
Absolutely. Helen Moran. Yeah. If she's even called Moran, I'm not sure. Darren Smith, Zach Bolton, row 1. Row 2, Martin Rees, Ben Hitch. Adrian Smith, Mike Edwards are on row 3. Terry Smith and Rourke McLean.
Found the dog. That's always good.
Jack Goodyear and Brian McCready are on row 5. Row 6.
Can I just say, that's probably a border terrier. Keep going.
Louis Large and Oliver Smith. Richard Evans and Thomas Childs. Then we've got in 15th and 16th Charlie Dowes, Jake Lewis. Just looking down the order, Steve Gilly, winner of the previous heat. He's down in 27th. Keith Mason is 28th. Brendan Smith 29th. I know I've missed a few in the middle there.
Yes.
Because we're about to get
they're about to get it rolling.
Yeah. Darren Smith on the right-hand side of the grid. Zach Bolton on the left, but Zach Bolton slotting in behind and comes out at that first turn in second. We've had a big off.
Oh, yeah, on the start-finish again. All three of them. 5 carts aren't running. They'll probably get going again due to the fact they got clutches. That's fine. They're all rolled again. 94's one of them.
Oh.
No, out and stuck in the 97, stuck in the boondock. Jonathan Harrison.
Yeah.
Let's get back to the front of the field. And it's a 69 leading from the 41.
That's Zach Bolton.
So Bolton's leading. It's Bolton away. And I just want to point out, Mel Bolton is still here for the Zach Bolton fan club. So
here we go. 1 lap completed. Let's see what the timing screen tells us. Zach Bolton leads. Ben Hitch second. He's dropping down the order.
Yeah.
Where has our pole man gone? I've totally lost him. Ben Hitch is second. Oliver Smith, Darren Smith, third and fourth. Terry Smith. It's Smith, Smith and Smith in
excellent.
third, fourth and fifth.
That might make it, that should make it relatively easy to say who's getting past whom.
Current championship leader coming in this round, Louis Large. He's sharing it with Paul Howarth, but Louis Large up from 11th to 6th. So he really does need a big finish in this one. He needs to be in the top 3. So that one's going to be a one to watch as Louis Large continues. Zach Bolton continues to lead, though, in fine style. As he comes out of Billy's Blind, the second part of Billy's Blind that leads into the S's. He's got a lead that hasn't really altered to Ben Hitch. Oliver Smith in third. Up into fourth has gone Louis Large. He's ahead of Darren and Terry Smith.
He's coming for you.
Jack Goodyear in 7th. 8th is Carl Bryant. Mike Edwards 9th. Now rounding off the top 10 is Tim Darlow.
So the Zach Bolton fan club is in absolute full effect now. So he's come on, Zach, is the basic concept.
There you go. Go Smith from Troy Donaldson.
Well, that is the whole field, isn't it? So refinement that's not narrowing it down at all, really.
Right, and Zach Bolton into the S's. He's going to come under pressure very shortly from Ben Hitch, who's now caught up to the back of him, as has Oliver Smith, as has Louis Large. Louis Large now onto the back of these 3 carts ahead of him in 4th place now. Zach Bolton, local driver to Warden Law, down from the northeast, as is Louis Large. Ben Hitch and Oliver Smith in between them. Out onto the start-finish straight. Zach Bolton looks over his shoulder. He's going to be challenged into turn 1. And he drives defensively. Into third has gone Louis Large, though.
Yeah, Large is really on the move again. And he's already harassing the 41 cart of Ben Hitch.
Now, Zach Bolton and Louis Large kind of running in under the same awning, so a bit of a team effort with Louis helping Zach and Stephen Horner and Keith Mason.
More wave yellows. They try and sort out problem at the hairpin.
Sharing data and stuff. Here they come again then. It'll be 5 laps completed this time. And Louis Large moving down to the outside line for Billy's Blind. not being able to move up the order anymore. Zach Bolton doing a fabulous job at the front of these, failed to hold these carts off.
Ooh.
There's no question in my mind as Ben Hitch looks down the inside, but Zach Bolton, last of the lid breakers. He's got a new braking system on the cart, and he loves it.
And he's checking left and right as he looks around the corner. He is still leading, and he's been leading now for exactly half the race. 3.5 minutes down, 3.5 minutes to go, plus 1 lap.
Here we go.
But Bolton is going to be. I think the issue really is more at the moment is Large versus Hitch.
Yeah, here we go. Sweeping left into the first turn, and Zach Bolton great defensive line from Zach.
You know what he's doing
gives
there?
them no option. You know what? 3 minutes. He's led this race for 4 minutes of this 7-minute heat. And Louis Large looking down the inside of Hitch at the hairpin. Oh, this could start getting desperate towards the checkered flag for this heat. And Zach Bolton, he needs to concentrate because he's beginning to be more focused on what's happening behind him, and he missed his turning point there. And there's Hitch through. Hitch is through into the final turn. The top end sees Hitch move alongside, and there's Louis Large. And that whole thing of losing that speed for Zach Bolton came from looking over his shoulder through the horseshoe.
And now he's got to kind of recompose himself. You've got to sit there and think, right, I'm in 4th. Now I've got to attack the boys who went past me, because it is much easier to follow than to lead. Those 3 already are slightly gapping away. Hitch, Large and Smith. I think pretty certain that Large is happy to have Zach out the way and up the inside.
Yeah, I don't know how he did that. Hitch says, hello, what are you doing? That's
no,
not in the
not
script.
Happening. Sorry, don't want that.
Here they come out onto the start-finish straight. Ben Hitch leads. Louis Large down the inside. They're side by side through the left-hand sweep. Large's cart goes almost airborne on the inside curb, and Hitch hangs on to it. Who's that in third? It's Oliver Smith. Oliver Smith not exactly wanting to not be involved. Zach Bolton still 4th. Carl Bryan 5th. Out of hands hairpin towards the horseshoe, and Louis sits on that rear bumper. Oliver Smith likewise. Zach Bolton still in 4th. Here they come again then, 9 laps completed. Louis this time sits a little bit back off him. Not that much speed difference though to make a challenge. The Hitch continues to lead. This is a great battle for the senior Rotax 177s. They really have got a competitive field of competitors in this class. Into the horseshoe then for the 10th time. Still a minute on the board. So 1 minute and 1 lap to go. Into top bend. Very, very fast. Using all the curve on the outside. Across the line. Can Louis Large? Nope, he sits behind him. You know what? We've seen Louis Large do this many, many times, where he just sits there looking for his moment.
Is it now?
Is it now?
Looks like it.
It is indeed. He's made it stick, hasn't he? Down the inside, looks over his shoulder. Just make sure Ben Hitch is there. Throws the cart into the horseshoe.
Golden helmet leads again.
Yep, the golden helmet indeed. And now he has pulled out a cart's length. He'd be happy with this. He started in 11th and he's maximised his points haul for the championship. He'll score a maximum of 50 if he continues. It'll be 1 lap to go board next time by. Into the S's then.
Louis looking very, very composed. Zach Bolton's kind of made 5th his own after kind of having that one bad corner, which lost him, 3 or 4 places in a row. Hitch has to give best to Large, and then actually Carl Bryan's got past Oliver Smith.
Carl Bryan on the number 2, getting past Oliver Smith that last lap when we were focused on Louis Large.
Now, interestingly, Steve Gillies, who won, of course, the race before lunch, has scored as 26 minus 2 laps, which almost certainly means he's got transponder problems against him. Couldn't say he knows where he really is.
Yeah, that's interesting, Nick. Good point. Final lap for Louis Large, comes out onto the Sturmey straight into the Neil Han hairpin. Out of that for the final time, on into the horseshoe, and he came through from 11th, didn't he? That distinctive golden helmet of Louis Large just turns into the top end for the final time, and down towards the checkered flag will be a welcome sight for Louis. Maximum point score in his 3rd and final heat. As they cross the line then, Louis Large takes the win. Ben Hitch 2nd, Carl Bryan 3rd, Oliver Smith 4th. Zach Bolton, he's got to be happy with that. That's a great result for Zach. Tim Dollar 6th, Richard Evans 7th, Jack Goodyear 8th, 9th is Terry Smith, Alex Thomas 10th, and then we've got Darren Smith, Charlie Jowers, Adrian Smith, Jake Lewis, Alex Jones in 15th, Keith Mason through in 16th, Brendan Smith, Joe Fiftner, Thomas Childs, Mike Edwards rounding off the top 20, and then Colin Campbell, Steve Logan, Brian McCready, Rourke McLean, Darren Edwards. The 26 of Steve Gilly showing 9 laps completed from 13, so that's 4 laps off the lead lap. A further 9 laps off the lead lap, Thomas Eldridge, Jonathan Harrison we lost on lap 1, and Martin Rees we lost on the opening lap. 3 more heats remaining before we get on to the finals for round 2 of the NAVOS NKC 2022.
The Zach Bolton fan club is very chuffed with him. So.
Yeah, you should be very proud of Zach Bolton because he actually led for 4 minutes of a 7-lap heat. I think he led more than 4 minutes of a 7-lap heat. It's got chilly again, hasn't it?
Not really, no.
Yeah, it does.
I don't think you can say it's got chilly on air when the boys are suffering so badly out there.
I'm just back from Sebring in Italy, remember?
Right, yeah.
So I've got thin blood.
Well,
did I mention I've been
let's see how much sympathy that garners on any position round here.
Yeah,
Paul's about to do the same thing I've done, which is walk out with his headset on. No, he's cooling himself down in some weird way.
Are you warm, Paul? Oh, he's stretching his legs.
I thought he was doing some weird country dancing. I thought,
bit of
I've come down to the West Country and now I'm going to dance like I've never danced before.
We should maybe televise that.
I think that's the last thing we should do. What's next?
Well, we've got our junior classes next. We've got Minimax and 100 UK Junior. Remember, we've got 7 Minimax karts and 2 in the 100 UK class. We then go into Junior Rotax for their final heat, and then the Senior TKM.
Right, just so that Matt Guppy is pointing out, he's wearing 2 it's our cameraman on the far end of the track. He's wearing 2 T-shirts, a hoodie and 2 coats. Well done.
Well done.
It'll never be as bad as Frank at the first Warden Law meeting, where he absolutely 100% demanded danger pay because he was frozen by the North Sea, and and he wasn't happy about that at all. But he didn't get anything.
That was February.
That was a terrible day.
That was February.
We ran to it was in Miz almost, wasn't it, as well?
I knew it can sometimes be like that in July. So
well, so near to Hull. That's why.
Guaranteed.
So near to Hull.
Don't know how you said that. Minimax, Charlie Gillam on the pole position, Eric Smith alongside, Reese Green's 3rd, Ethan Carney 4th, current championship leader Alex Fraser 5th. He did take the previous heat in fine style. Louis Reese in 6th. Then we've got Daniel Haynes in 7th. And then we've got Yelena Osbar Scott, the first of the UK juniors, with Hayden Taylor alongside.
They're away. And straight into the lead goes Eric Smith.
And a packed grid. Keep an eye on Alex Fraser. He really was the fastest kart in the previous heat. And with such a short field, not quite sure where he is in that pack. Getting very busy towards the Hans hairpin.
Very busy. And they're slowing him down because it was a full stop.
Ah, right, okay.
Didn't look a full start to me.
We got excited, didn't we? Didn't
look
like
a full. No, I can only see they're in the wrong order, given the shuffling that's going on now.
Right.
They've got very good. This could be another lap before they work out what the hell's going on. The TKM boys have caught a boy and girl have caught them up.
Yeah.
It's Yelena who's ahead of Hayden in this one. Now they're back in order again, hopefully the correct order.
Right, here we go again. Let's give this another try. Let's these youngsters get their grid in order. They look pretty much in orderly fashion, and the 100 UK juniors are behind them. Here we go again. The number 95 loses out to the 21 of Eric Smith, who leads into Billy's Blind for the first time. Out of Billy's Blind towards the S's, Eric Smith very much in charge at the head of that field.
Yeah, it's looking wobble under braking for the 21, which is surprising. They had 2 laps to warm the tyres, but he just overbraked, just put a little bit of steering angle in the car. Realistically, I don't want to do both at the same time.
And the 100 UK juniors staying with the Minimax pack, certainly through the twisty bits here at Clay Pigeon. We'll see the Minimax stretch their legs on the straight and probably break away from the TKM engined runners. We've got somebody peeling off.
Who was that?
Somebody peeling off into the pits.
It looks like it's Reese Green, I'm afraid. So if you're a Reese Green fan, he's had a problem.
Yeah, Reese Green.
So he'll be starting towards the back of the final because 0 points in this particular race.
We've got Daniel Haynes as well, fell behind the 100 UK runners. Daniel Haynes one of our front-running protagonists.
Has there been a coming together between those two, do you think?
There may well have been. I didn't really see that. I was watching them out on track rather than on screen when we were.
So our leader has a comfortable lead, and that is 21 of Eric Smith. He's getting waved on from the balcony of the clubhouse. Oh, the great Smyrna two-stroke. Thank goodness for the TKMs.
Number 55 of Alex Fraser notices on a Lando Norris kart. As the rest of the field go through the S's. And Alex Fraser not really closing that gap in any real sort of quick fashion. The gap just under a second last time by. And here comes Eric Smith on the number 21.
Yeah, the 40 kart, which is Hayden Taylor in the TKM cars, the 100 UK Junior kart. He's noticeably, in fact, so is Yelena, they've both been noticeably getting closer to the pace over the course of the day. This is their first outing, so they're learning the karts, they're learning the circuit and everything else at the same time. Well, and they were easily lapped in the first heat, and now they're, well, actually, Yelena's made a mistake, but prior to that, they weren't very far behind after 3 minutes.
Well, Eric Smith doing a cracking job at the front of this field. Now, considering at Glan he goes, he had a 23rd, a 20th, a 20th, and a 21st.
But don't forget they're running with a different class at the same time.
All right, but
so actually, he was 6th, 4th, and
that's
But he was last. He was last in virtually. Yeah. He was last of the group in the first round in virtually all of them, or at least first, perhaps we should say.
No, he finished just ahead of Daniel Haynes.
Yeah, but this is this is what happens with young lads and young people. Sorry, they do suddenly begin. They have these absolutely vertical hockey stick improvement, and just whoosh, and off it goes.
Yeah.
And this is Eric Smith. Perhaps I don't know. Perhaps he's local to this area. He's been to this track before. Glan is if you've not been there before, don't forget it's got more elevation change than any other kart circuit in Britain. It's a big, fast, bravery circuit, and you're doing some weird things on the bumps as well. This is, I suppose you could call this, if you imagine a kart circuit, this is much more, I'm sure, what's in people's minds. It's a nice touch of tarmac. It's quite flow, and there's an accident behind there. Who's lost it, facing the wrong way in the main straight? What happened there?
I think that's Alex Fraser.
Have we got that again?
Yeah, Alex Fraser.
Current
championship leader Alex Fraser
goes in, and he's gone way too wide.
Nice
and
ouch! It's quite
ouch!
flow, and there's an
spin.
Accident behind there. Who's lost it, facing the wrong way in the
that was just
main
going
straight.
too wide, and he was.
What happened
what he did
there?
Was he kept the foot in. He kept the foot in when perhaps he shouldn't have done.
That's a really, really bumpy exit curbing of the S's, isn't it? He really did get a bit airborne there and ended up on the grass, and it's dropped him down the order to 6th.
Behind, just ahead of Hayden Taylor with 100 TKM Junior. So at the top, we're now with our battle for second overall. That's Ethan Carney and Charlie Gillam. 34 is
Alex Fraser. Not really. Less volume. Not really liking to make things easy on himself.
No.
Giving himself a challenge.
Yes.
Once again.
And I think it's sore back as well.
Yeah, definitely.
Then again, these are kids, so they're probably
yeah.
fine. They don't get sore backs. No problem at all.
Made out of rubber, it is.
Yeah. Not an issue whatsoever.
Yeah. Eric Smith leads, then Ethan Carney now into second, Charlie Gillam third. The gap is 2.3 seconds, by the way. And then we've got a gap of half a second to Charlie Gillam in third. Louis Rees is fourth. Daniel Haynes through in fifth. He was behind the two 100 UK runners as well. Alex Fraser drops to sixth. We'll keep an eye on Alex's progress. 100 UK Junior, Hayden Taylor leads the pair of them. Yelena Osbar-Scott running second, 8th overall, and we lost Reese Green, having not completed any laps. I didn't realise that was the opening lap for Reese Green, falling out.
Yeah, they came together, didn't they? And he just peeled up before he even crossed the line the second time. Smith, Carney, Gillam. Smith now has a 2-second lead. I think it's a big day for Eric. It's a,
it will be.
He struggled at Glan, and now he's showing some real class here.
You keep saying Glan, don't you? Do we shorten
Glan
goes to Glan? Yeah, I think you just have.
I just have.
You keep doing it.
If I keep saying it, becomes fact.
Yeah, maybe it'll stick. You're setting off a new
trend.
trend.
Let's go to Glan.
Where are you this summer? I'm in Glan.
Because a lot of them call it gig, don't they?
You what?
People call it gig.
Yeah, I do. I
call it Glan.
GYG.
Because I would like to point out that I am new to the karting vernacular.
Yeah.
Well, I'm new if you count the fact that I did it for 2 or 3 seasons in the late 80s, early 90s.
That was a lifetime ago.
It was many lifetimes ago for many people.
It was. We're less than a minute to the flag, and Eric Smith, I've got to say, Eric Smith, he's got Ethan Carney, and Ethan Carney, if anything, is gaining. He's gaining ground.
3 laps.
The gap was 1.7 seconds.
Here he comes. Don't spoil his day, Ethan.
It's 1.4.
And there's a back marker, which I assume is Yelena.
Yeah, it's Yelena. She will see that.
Oh, no, there was confusion there.
Standing there.
A little bit of confusion. That was no one's fault. Just one of those things. He's looking at her like, what on earth are you doing there? But realistically, she didn't do anything wrong. You didn't do anything right. It's just one of those things. Confusion coming into a braking zone. You can see beautifully illustrated how much smaller TKM karts are than Rotaxes, even though these are the mini versions of both.
Yeah, that's a great example there. The wider track of the Rotax karts.
1.5 seconds has dropped down to 1 second. So 4/10, 2 laps off.
2 laps to go.
Can Eric keep it together? This is going to be a big moment for him, winning his first heat in the NKC.
Ethan Carney is absolutely ragging that number 34 around. He's sliding through the first part of the S's.
He's closer, but is he close enough? He's only got a lap in 4 corners.
He can see the number 21 ahead of him, Carney.
I'm going to say now I think Eric's going to be okay, but it's going to be close towards the end.
It's just drawing him in. Here we go. Final turn to start the final lap.
But it needs to be less than half a second.
What is it?
8/10.
8/10.
It's going to need a mistake now from Eric. Eric just needs to keep the kart, as I say, on the line, in the line, not do anything silly.
Into the hand, hairpin for the final time then. And just look at that gap closing up towards the final stages. Not just this lap, Nick,
Eric's
but this
tightening
heat.
up.
Yeah.
You're in the lead, you slightly tighten up, but I think he's going to be okay because at this point there's no way past unless it's a major mistake. So just don't go too wide out this final corner. Go top bend just to go between this Eric Smith's first victory in the NKC this season. Foot down, and away he goes.
Well done, Eric Smith, with a great win in the final heat for Minimax. Ethan Carney second, Charlie Gillam third, Louis Rees in fourth, Daniel Haynes in fifth, the recovering Alex Fraser in sixth. And it will be Hayden Taylor who takes the 100 UK Junior win, with Yelena Osbar-Scott finishing behind. And 8th overall. Reece Green, as we mentioned, we lost on the opening lap. We are now into the Junior Rotax final heat, heat number 3, third and final heat for Junior Rotax, coming next.
Hello. We'd like some double glazing.
Hey, maybe we should, big thanks to the sponsors and the supporters of the NKC, NAVOS, Alfano, Edwards Motorsport, A47 Self-Storage, and RG Racing.
Talking about Alfano are awarding a free one of their Alfano 6s they're on now, the GPS locating devices, to the driver of the day. And the driver of the day will be selected by that luminary, is us. So we will select driver of the day based on who we think's
based on a lot of things.
Anything really, yeah.
Not necessarily how well you've done, but how you've reacted
to
adversity.
Driver of the day is not the fastest necessarily.
No.
It's not the best necessarily. It's the person who's impressed us the most over the course of the day.
Yeah. I've got an idea.
You've got one in your mind, or more dogs.
I've got one more in mind.
The Alsatian puppy's missing, unfortunately. The Alsatian puppy, which...
now, what sort of dog is that one in the front there?
It's a Scottish Highland Terrier.
Yeah.
That looks like a Lab or something. That's a doodle something.
Is that a doodle something?
It could be anything. It's a doodle something, I think that.
Oh, it looks like a doodle with a Highland Terrier.
Well, who knows? Perhaps that's what they did.
A high dude.
Hi, dude.
Onto the track then.
Or a hoodie.
Back to reality.
Back to life.
I'm going to quickly give you the grid rundown, mate. Elliot Thomas, Ollie Morris on the front row, James Rigby, Finn Smith.
Oh, facing the wrong way straight away for the 19 kart there.
Then we've got on the third row, Ronnie Shrimpton, Joel Bowden. Fourth row, Dylan Mitchell, Oscar Shrimpton. Fifth row, Archie Butler and Ethan Wyatt. Sixth row, Jack Briscoe, Ben Vicini. Then we've got Rafi Salentano. I hope Rafi's look changes for this third and final heat. Braden Hill, remember, current championship leader or leading the championship into this round. Tristan Bernhard and Adam Catling. Then we've got Alfie Smith and Alexander Mirzani. or Mirazan, I should say, Mason Perrin, Samuel Wyatt, Levi Goodyear, Ashton French.
There they go.
And we've got the number 46 we've lost.
There's a yellow flag going through the S's, so they're going to have to be careful going through here. We lost one of the drivers, so they've got to go through in line and stern through the S's. Oh, and there's a bumping and boring as people aren't realising that you have to take it as carefully as possible. And there's an issue there with a couple of the karts about whether they just slotted in line or whether an advantage was gained. 24 Alfie Smith, I think, perhaps not, might incur the wrath. It is the 46 is not started with his right kart and Valentino Rossi number, but here come the first two, have broken away from the rest of the pack. Across they go, the 37 Elliot Thomas and the 61 of Finn Smith. Smith not making a move into Billy's blind this time, and again still yellow flags through the S's, so that's it, just keep it calm. And now sprinting down Sturmey straight into Hans Hairpin, looking at the inside, and that's the 61 kart ahead of Smith. And now what can Thomas do? He's been pushed back to second. Shrimpton is in third, about a second and a half back. So Elliot Thomas there got past and is already gapping. So Elliot looking particularly good in the 37 in this, the final heat of Junior Rotax.
Kart 46 is Raffi Celentano.
Ah.
So more problems for the number 46 of Celentano. I think he's had 3 non-starts, you know.
It's not going well, is it?
No.
He isn't looking too discouraged in front of us. He seems to have, he's developed the kind of the off. He threw his gloves, brilliant. That is, I think throwing gloves is one of the great professional illustrations of irritation. Be you a motorcycle rider or a racing driver, I'm going to throw my gloves down.
You're absolutely sick as a chip, poor kid.
Sick as a chip?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Finn Smith leads by quite considerable margin.
Yeah, it's
for lap 2.
First 3 of the big battle now is 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, and everybody else.
1.5 seconds, Finn Smith from Elliot Thomas. Ronnie Shrimpton through in third, then Joel Bowden. Archie Buttle up into 5th.
It's Buttle we're seeing now going to 4th.
2 places.
Jim's got another one now up the inside of the 13 of Joel Bowden. They came around the backside, the second half of Billy's blind into the hairpin now. Actually, no real movements here. They kind of actually got back into single file. So breaking away is the 22 of Buttle. So we're going to have the top 4 easing away from the rest of the pack. And the big battle now is led by the orange helmeted machine. So it's like actually the top 6 and 7 are stretching. It's interesting. We're getting a real elasticity of this one, aren't we? They're pulling away.
I tell you what, Samuel Wyatt has moved up into 6th place, moved up 3 places ahead of James Rigby, Dylan Mitchell. Bevaccini has gone with him. Ethan Wyatt, though, his brother, Ethan's the younger one.
I don't know, you talk to them.
Ethan's the younger one. As I don't know if I can. He's dropped down the order he's dropped 6 places down to 13th.
Oh, that's the real wobble there for the blue kart. So that was the 13 kart. Just got a right kind of wobbly tank slapper on coming out through top bend and slipped right on.
So we'll keep an eye on Sam Wyatt. We spoke to him in our paddock walk. And as I mentioned, the game of Monopoly in the Wyatt household being very interesting. Is it important to beat your brother? Yes.
How important?
Is it important to beat your brother? Yes, they both agreed. Yes,
well,
massively. Massively.
It's obviously important to do that.
Yes. Finn Smith still lead. He's extended the lead now to 4.4 seconds. Might as well call that 4.5.
Go on then.
Ronnie Shrimpton, 4.5 seconds. Ronnie Shrimpton is right with Elliot Thomas, though. Just trying to find them on track. Yeah, here they come. Out of...
How far's our leader ahead?
He's quite
miles.
a way,
And up the inside
seconds.
there again as the 13 loses a place to 35. Braden Hill finally moving forward after a couple of less successful races. Dodgy, mate, you know. So Hill now finally putting in that performance we expected to see from after we saw at Glannygore.
So leader into the hand hairpin. There's the second place battle. Elliot Thomas. Ronnie Shrimpton not really closing that gap. It's been about half a second now for a few laps. And he's kind of he's just edging away thousandths of a second each lap. There he goes. Now we've got him. He's through buttons into top bend. Here we go. Here's a challenge. So Ronnie Shrimpton right under the rear bumper now of Elliot Thomas across the line into that
nice
sweeping
kart
entry.
positioning.
No, because he had the faster outside line, gathering momentum. He's done it. He's done it. Ronnie Shrimpton, the inside line, all the way through Billy's blind and into the S's.
I did think that the kart positioning there of Buttle was going to save him, but it didn't it?
Well, I think it was Thomas. He kind of took the outside line because he knew Shrimpton was there.
Sorry,
and
Thomas,
he just,
not Buttle.
Couldn't quite close the gap to him. Here they come across the line to complete 9 laps. No, it's not over. No, Elliot Thomas stays with Shrimpton. I do think, though, Shrimpton's slightly quicker than Elliot Thomas, and by being slightly quicker, it means you can stay ahead. Whereas if the car behind Elliot, which is Elliot Thomas, prove me a liar, Elliot. Go on, prove me that I don't know what I'm talking about, and have a go at him. But I'm not sure he's quite got that little bit of pace that he needs to maybe challenge. And as you see, they're through buttons into top bend. Oh, and saying that, Nick, he does close the gap ever so slightly.
We need to talk about Finn Smith. He's just shy of 8 seconds ahead. That's a remarkable lead he's picked up.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how the grid lines
absolutely,
up. The way these heats have gone.
And now, very racy indeed, Thomas into the hairpin. They've had a yellow flag to the hairpin for the last couple of laps. Now he's got a chance to be released. Can he do the over and under? Gets level
with 72.
With Shrimpton.
Slid a bit wide into the hairpin there. He was really struggling for grip.
Oh, look at that. Oh, problem.
Problem for Ronnie Shrimpton. Hand in the air.
Bad luck, Shrimpton.
And with only
bad luck.
With only literally 30 seconds to go in this heat. But look at this. What's going on here? There's Samuel Wyatt. Sam Wyatt has gone through. Orange overalls of Sam Wyatt.
Did Thomas get confused by the pulling off of Shrimpton? But he's now pulling back. He seems to have lost all his pace as well. Look,
he's lost all of his pace. He's gone down another one to the 22 of Archie.
They didn't hit each other at all, did they?
I'm really bemused at that. The 37 of Elliot Thomas
looked very racy going forward. He got the place because Shrimpton pulled over, and now he's lost 2 places and he's losing time. He's just lost all his performance. But I didn't see any coming together that would result in that.
No, neither did I. That's quite bizarre. Finn Smith, I can tell you, in the number 61.
A mile to 2 miles ahead.
Yeah, he's gone. He's on his final lap. He's had the last lap board, and he's just closing down on that checkered flag. Checkered flag getting prepared by our start line marshal.
I think if we get to the point of when we see the grid, Samuel Wyatt is going to be quite near the front. He's had a first and a second now. He finished this one, and he'll have I don't think his third run was that bad, so Sam might be close.
Checkered flag for Finn. Finn Smith takes the win. Third and final heat for Junior Rotax. Sam Wyatt is a very fine second place. Archie Buttle third. Elliot Thomas ends up fourth. Braden Hill coming through the order to fifth. Ben Faccini is in sixth. Dylan Mitchell seventh. Ashton French eighth. Ninth is Tristan Bernard. Joel Bowden in 10th. James Rigby 11th. Ethan Wyatt through in 12th. Adam Catling 13th. Then we've got Jack Briscoe, Levi Goodyear, Alexander Mirzoyan, Josh Eaton-Brown, Archie Hardman, Alfie Bushell, and that was the last of our runners. We lost Ronnie Shrimpton on lap 10, Alfie Smith on lap 10, and Oscar Shrimpton on lap 5.
So not a good race for the Shrimptons then?
No, the Shrimptons had a bit of a nightmare. Guess what?
What?
Final heat coming up.
Final, blimey, this is
absolutely. That's the wrong term, considering the finals are coming next.
It's
the last heat.
The last heat of the day before the starting of finals.
Yes, the last heat for the finals.
There's the shrug of the shoulders for the number 46 going, it just stopped.
Senior TKM. It hasn't really started that car.
Some waving, some...
Not sure what happened to him.
Has he got fuel in it? Does it look like there's fuel in the car?
Rafi Celentano has had an absolute
nightmare.
Happens.
Sometimes it just doesn't work for a day, does it? And it's worth just... you'll be pleased to know we now have people helping us.
What do you mean?
Alexander Mizoyan, should be driver of the day. Zach Bolton should be driver of the day. Of course Zach Bolton should be driver of the day. Keith Mason should be driver of the day.
Why?
I don't know. No one's written a why, have they?
Well, he has had a great... I mean, he had an absolute nightmare at Glenagores. And he has driven quite well. He got...
Who are you talking about there?
Keith Mason.
Okay.
Of course, off course. I think I know what you mean, Jojo Bo.
Of course, that's the last thing I'd be.
Of course, Zach Bolton should be driver of the day.
So the last heat about to run. So we're going to finish the heats.
It's a bit when somebody called Mel Bolton writes in saying Zach Bolton should be.
Are you thinking there's an element of non-independence on that?
Is Mel Zach's mum?
Could be. Or brother, or sister. No, sister, I think he said. She said earlier on.
I'm not sure.
I think she said earlier on it was his sister, but if it's his mother or his partner, I do apologise.
No relation, no. Just a pure vote for.
Yeah, just randomly.
Alexander Mirzoyan should be driver of the day.
So there's some votes coming in for people who don't matter. Sorry, you do matter, but you don't count.
No, they do. Give us an idea. Give us an idea of who your driver of the day is.
Write us an essay.
Yeah,
in under 200 words.
Stop. Give us your ideas of who you would think, because it doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to necessarily be the fastest drivers. It's the drivers who've. You know what? Raffi Serrentano, driver of the day, because that poor kid has had 3 horrific heats where he's.
If he comes back and wins the final.
Well. Yeah, exactly.
Matt Guppy, who's our cameraman, says Matt Guppy for driver of the day.
He hasn't driven anything other than
he drove his car here.
Camera.
He drove his car here.
Right, our last heats to take place. Our last heat to take place, I should say.
Jojo Bow is Zach's mum, and Mel is his sister.
Right, okay.
Well done, James. 18 Rigby Racing. That was just a well done, rather than I think he should be driver of the day.
Right then, the grid for the final senior TKM heat. Heat number 3, Oliver Fathers, Joseph Jacks on the front row, James Hull, Leo Crabtree. And then on the third row, Ollie Milner, Louis Bevan. Steve King and James King, Battle of the Kings, first, and in the Masters category as well. Separate trophy for the fastest Master as well. Matthew Temple Purcell and Leanna Page are on row 5. Mitchell Ball and Liam Surkar on row 6. Row 7, Matthew Horton and Will Cregan. Then we've got Callan Lamont and Ricky Wright, Jake Campbell-Mills and Matt Slate, Charlie Savage, Jason Lovett, Alexander Lehman and Adam Crofts Davies. And we are about ready. I've still got about 5 carts I haven't mentioned. Are we in orderly fashion? We are indeed, and we get things underway. The senior TKM third and final heat gets underway, and it looks like we've got carts off. It's certainly the number 20 who rejoins, and that is James King. So from the third row of the grid, we've got carts now joining off the back. We've got 3 carts being pulled out of the barrier there at Billy's
not out
Blind.
Yet, so the yellow flags will be waved when they get round with us in, but it is. We've seen that a couple of times now. Carts just left. 2 of them have got going. So right, back to the lead as it comes down to complete lap number 1, and your leader is the 55 of Joseph Jacks. Then it's Ollie Milner, Louis Bevan, Mitchell Ball, Callan Lamont, Jake Campbell-Miller. The people who fell down were Oliver Fathers, James Hull, Leo Crabtree and Leanna Page. So basically it took out a chunk of the middle of the field, didn't it?
Yeah, it really did. That happened right, probably from the third row down over, Nick, as Joseph Jacks takes advantage of starting on the front row.
Bevan looking strong again.
I'm just trying to find out, is that cart that's pulled away, is that the leader or is that a back marker who's just rejoined? Here they come across the line.
First.
Yeah, back marker first across the line, and then we've got the leading pack. First, second, third, fourth, fifth. They're pretty much line astern through the first part of Billy's Blind into the S's. The back marker's going to get in the way. He's not going. He's going to try and keep out of the way. That's Leanna Page. She is trying to keep out of the way.
So she's doing a job. She's doing a job. That's good.
Oh, Leanna's staying ahead. Yeah, Leanna's getting out of the way now and just finding herself the outside line around the horseshoe. There go the leaders through Buttons.
So it's a
top bend.
6-car train, Joe.
It really is.
Down, and it's across the start finish again. And there's now they finally got no yellow flags. They can't have a go at Billy's Blind. So they were thinking about having a right old kerfuffle into that, and they weren't allowed to by the regulations. They sweep now through the S's, all line astern. We've got 62 slightly drifting off, which
we've
is
got no yellow flag. No yellow flag at Hans Hairpin. And we've got no movement in that order.
No, the 62 dropped down one. So it was a place lost by Milner. Jake Campbell took part. Jake Campbell-Mills, is it?
Louis Bevan into the lead.
And Bevan's got, well, that's not a surprise, is it?
Louis Bevan into the lead. He's took Mitchell Ball with him. Mitchell Ball has gone with him. That's pretty much hung Joseph Jacks out to dry across the line. I think Jacks comes through in third place there. What a challenge for the lead. Down the inside has gone Mitchell Ball, and he made it stick of the S's. Out onto the Sturmy straight, down towards the Han hairpin. and it's definitely Mitchell Ball leading now from Louis Bevan in second. We've still got Joseph Jacks hanging on to that third place and keeping everybody back. However, that might have changed by the time they got back towards Buttons.
So it is a battle for the first two, though. I'm absolutely certain that Louis Bevan was very surprised to see the lose the lead to Mitchell Ball, who threw it up the inside at the S's, and the yellow flags have gone now from Billy's blind. So everyone can stop behaving like idiots again. It's fine. It's official. You can throw it any way you want to.
Yeah,
and
nobody.
and a loss of momentum there by Ball, but Jacks was so close he had to check up as well. If he'd been a bit oddly, if he'd been further back, he would have had a chance for a run there. But he had to check up.
You mean Bevan?
Paul Bevan. Yes, Bevan. Who did I say?
You said Jacks.
Oh, it's my brain. So Bevan was only a go. So the second place man.
You just confused me, that's all.
I confused most people and myself, mainly. But yeah, so it was interesting because Ball made the mistake, lost a bit of momentum, but Bevan was so close he had to check up as well.
Yeah.
And therefore he couldn't take the advantage of the extra speed he would have gained down the straight. The net effect is it's actually put those two close to the rest of the pack.
We're past half distance in this final heat.
Really? Blimey, okay.
Yeah. It's gone quickly, hasn't it? This is a great battle at the front.
There. I think we've had a change in the second pack.
There's a little bit of argy-bargy there between Joseph Jacks, Callan Lamont and Jake Campbell-Mills.
I'm not sure they've gone back in that section of carts behind. It's all getting a little bit unnecessary. Last heat of the day.
And if anything, Mitchell Ball has given himself a bit of a breather out of top bend onto the start-finish straight to complete what would be 7 laps. And that's the biggest gap we've seen. It's about 3/10.
Let's drop back to the next set of carts, who are currently 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th. In fact, even 3rd place, Callan Lamont seems to be going a bit better.
Yeah,
but the rest of them are...
It's a good scrap, Nick.
We're now getting and let's still think about it on but the back cart there, which I think has Jacques been demoted to the back of this entire pack?
Yeah.
He's probably quite sore about that. So Jacques now is having a little bit of a go at Ollie Milner. Lost some time there through the horseshoe. But it's one of those races, it's been crazy. Now it's got a calm period where we're all far enough apart not to be bothering each other, but I'm sure they'll give it a go in a second.
Yeah, well, we're inside of the final 2 minutes, so we're not far from the and great, some grids for the final.
Yeah, you see, it's going well, isn't it? Getting all the information you want, because we are literally above the timekeepers this time. We were miles away last time.
Yeah, that's true. This is a great battle. Callan Lamont, Jake Campbell-Mills, Ollie Milner and Joseph Jacks. I'm not sure whether Jacks has been kind of slightly dropped off the back of
he
that.
had a problem. He had a little problem at the horseshoe, a couple of laps. It just seems to be just a lack of the right line more than anything else.
Across the line then, 9 laps complete for Mitchell Ball. Louis Bevan completes his 9th lap. 6/10 is the gap between first and second, and then we've got a gap of about 1.3 before we get this charging pack of carts. 3 carts chasing
big
the
accident at the S's. Sorry, just looked up and I saw a huge accident in the S's. The cart's lost some of its bodywork. It's bodywork on the track now.
That's a front fairing.
You can see the fairing in the bottom right of your screen there. So that's all gone very confused. That will be a while to get cleared up. The yellow flags will stay out.
That's this cart coming through, looking very retro without
very,
the front
very
fairing.
troublesome, and that is the 30. That's the 30 cart, I think. 31 cart.
31 is Charlie Savage.
And he was savaged by the rest of the pack there.
Looks a bit winded as well, Nick.
Yeah.
Hopefully he's all right.
That was a massive misunderstanding there. Means there's yellow flags through the S's. But they're nowhere near the S's leaders at the moment. They are coming round the horseshoe.
Yeah, that bit of debris, that plastic fairing will be retrieved by the marshal there, who's been very, very busy helping push carts around. There's a little bit of plastic still left. He'll manage to get onto the track and off it, he kicks it off. And he has managed to do that, so the yellow flag's still flying because of the marshal being on track. We've got 0 time on the clock, so it'll be the last lap to go board next time by for Mitchell Ball. And he's just about to come onto the start finish.
30 recovering, and then we go.
Here he comes, the number 82, leading from the number 1. Mitchell Ball across the line, 1 lap to go board. Louis Bevan.
This last lap now for these two guys. They've managed to gap each other and gap Callan Lamont. Jake Campbell-Mills in 4th, having a bit of battle with Ollie Milner, but probably that will stay as it is. 6 now. Some right old scrapping going on, but this Mitchell Ball, surprising both Louis Bevan and us by sneaking past him after about 3.5 minutes at the S's. He's been able to gap in since then, so if Louis wants to win this final, he's going to have to think about how to get past him.
I don't think he's got enough pace. Checkered flag flies for Mitchell Ball, Louis Bevan second, 6/10 behind. And then we've got Callan Lamont in third, a change for fourth right on the final lap there as Ollie Milner comes through in fourth, Jake Campbell-Mills fifth, Joseph Jacks started at the front of the field and finished sixth, Matthew Horton seventh, Matthew Temple Purcell finishes in 8th, Will Cregan 9th, 10th is Matt Slate, and then we've got Alexander Lehman, Lucas Sullivan, Ricky Wright, James King, Liam Surkoff finishes 15th, Oliver Fathers, Adam Croft, Davies, Leo Crabtree and Stephen King round off the 19 kart field that finished. Leanna Page finishes in 20th, a lap down after that problem on lap 1, and then we lost Charlie Savage with that coming together at the S's on lap 9. Jason Lovett and James Hull went out on the opening lap.
So that concludes the heats.
Fabulous. We go into the finals next, everybody. This is the important bit, not quite important enough for a trophy, this one, as we start with the 177 B-final. And I've got a grid in front of me. So the grid for the 177s, who will be out next: Lawrence Hilton on the pole position with Stephen Horner alongside. Steve Gilly is third with Thomas Eldridge fourth. Steve Maidman fifth. Brian McCready sixth. Then we've got Billy Clark and Mike Edwards. Adrian Smith and Thomas Hinton are on row 5. David Medlock and Jonathan Harrison are on row 6. And then row 7, Stephen Loggin and Colin Campbell. Richard Edwards and Jake Lewis are on row 8. Row 9 is Rock McLean and Martin Rees. Row 10, Darren Edwards and Simon Wheeler. And then rounding off this 21 kart B final. Yeah, 21 kart B final. That is an outstanding turnout for this senior Rotax 177 class. They'll be getting underway very shortly. Who's talking to us? Keith's driving has been top notch from Frank Cummings. Yep, we're talking about Keith Mason, and he's qualified for the A final.
Okay.
Frank, yep, can't argue that one. Jojo Bo 75 ADHD rocks. Good luck to everyone. And then driver of the day to Sam Wyatt, P17 to P2 last race. Yep, absolutely. What a drive.
A bit of politics there. Matt, can you read your WhatsApp, please?
P1 in Heat 1. Come on, boys, you know it makes sense. Great comms, guys. Thanks for your hard work. That's from Rick Bryn. Rick, I hope you enjoyed our paddock walk that went out in the lunch break, because we had a great chat with Sam Wyatt and his brother Ethan, and little brotherly rivalry is something that we love to see in any form of motorsport, and it's certainly been Sam's day, hasn't it? It's he's had some great drives, so that's a good contender for driver of the day. Yeah, no question. Nathan Wright says Rick Wright. So come on, Nathan, tell us why you want Rick Wright, or are you just saying Rick Wright? Rick Wright. Out onto the track then. It's the 177 B final, Nick. First 4 qualify through to the A final. So it's all about staying in the first 4. Now we've got some drivers who are in the B final by dint of
that's gone well, isn't it?
Not just down to pace, but down to luck and a bit of incident that has put them in this situation. Stephen Horner. He's on the
dog heckling you.
Engines.
So it's top 4 that count.
Engines from HRS. Nigel Horner, one of the renowned Rotax engine builders in the UK. As we,
there they go.
Yeah, here they come out of the final turn.
I'm confused that Steve Gilly is down as second in all our lists, but he's starting in either 4th or 3rd. But that could be just because the way he went across the line.
And just to remind everybody that the finals are all 10 minutes and 1 lap, so slightly longer than the heats. Here we go. Off the start then.
20 karts fighting for 4 places to bump up to the A final. And immediately, Steve Gilly.
Oh, what's happened to Stephen Horner? He was
horribly
just
wrong.
Nowhere to go there, and he ends up off the track and out of this B-final.
Dear, oh dear, what happened there then?
He had cars coming down his inside
to bump up the
as we went into the first turn. And he got taken out. There was a kart went. It basically got taken out. This car here. Yeah, he lost it. And with Stephen Horner on the outside, he wiped Steve. You know what? If Stephen Horner didn't have bad luck, he'd have no luck at all.
So Steve Gilly now leads this one. So obviously that second time he didn't have a transponder. He didn't have a transponder because he has won one heat. So he's in the B file. The other two results must be terrible. There he goes.
Into the horseshoe then. Steve Gilly leads. Lawrence Hilton, who started on the pole, he slots in behind. Thomas Hinton, Billy Clark. Billy Clark's in the last qualifying position in fourth, and he's got a bit of a lonely fourth place as Billy Clark. Brian McCready 7/10
back previous lap, but and now he's you're right. That's way off. 1.3 seconds.
Yeah, so Billy Clark looking relatively safe. Remember though, longer heats, and you know what? If you end up in a B final, Nick, remember 2 sets of tyres for the whole season. You're putting another 10 minutes of running on those tyres that you're going to carry forward.
I think at this point that's the least your worries. The biggest your worry is how you end up in the B final. But now you've got that through, and the key point is to make those top four, then worry about everything later. But it's a good point though. Obviously there is an element of the tyre where it's very, very good, isn't it, to start with, and then it'll plateau for a long time. And
apparently, they do, and then
they'll drop,
off a cliff.
And you have to kind of make sure you get nowhere near the cliff. They're obviously confident that you can run 3 whole meetings on a set. They wouldn't set that rule.
Yeah, because I don't think that's new for this season, is it? I think that's been a feature.
I think it's one of the features. I think one of the features of the success, and why they've had 190 something entries today.
So another lap down for Steve Gilly with 4 laps completed. Loris Hilton in second, Thomas Hinton in third. First of the Masters in the B final, Billy Clark in fourth, and that gap to fifth has now gone out to 1.7 seconds. So he's extending that final qualifying place in fourth. As the rest of the field looks like Stephen Horner on a bit of a recovery drive. He's still down the order though in 19th, and he's totally dropped out of contention, unfortunately for him. 26 seconds off the leader. So Steve Gilly into the hand hairpin. It'll be 6 laps completed next time by. It's the horseshoe, the double left-hander, keeping it tight on the outside, 4 buttons, and then into top bend, out on the start-finish straight. Steve Gilly, Lawrence Hilton. The gap was 6/10. What is it this time? It's 3/10. So there's a challenge for the lead coming here.
The big gap is that one between fourth and fifth.
Yeah, fourth and fifth. That's the important one. But it's also important for where you are on the grid for the A final. And I know they're going to be the last 4 on the grid, but it's how you progress then through the field. And Lawrence Hilton, if anything, looking like he's the fastest car on the track at the moment, 35.7. But there's a 35.6 for Thomas Hinton, fastest lap of the heat, of the B final, I should say. It's not a heat anymore, Bradley. It's a B final. And so Thomas Hinton is the
33.
fastest car.
The 46 is Clark. There's an erroneous 37, so there's a kart marked 37. There isn't a 37 in this, so I think someone's borrowed someone else's kart for this race.
You can't do that.
Well, 37 is very heavily right behind the 84.
Oh, yes, behind the 84.
And he's not on any of our screens.
So where's the 84?
Oh no, 37's a lap down. He's missed a lap. It's Adrian Smith.
Adrian Smith, yeah.
No, I don't think he is a lap down. I think he's missed a lap.
No, I think he'd have been one of the cars that went off.
So why is he being so aggressive?
Because we haven't lost anybody. There's nobody called it a day.
Okay.
So I suspect that Adrian has dropped behind.
It's battle for second here.
Yeah, the battle for second hotting up, isn't it? 3/10.
Hilton and Hinton. Careful how you say those. And the speed is setting in. And then fourth place is on his own, and 5th place being harried by a guy a lap down. So the 46 of Billy Clark is the final bump up man. It's 4 minutes 40 to go. He's important, but he's just on his own. There he is in the background.
Yeah, he's got a huge gap, hasn't he? Brian McCready is the cart. 2.5 seconds is the gap now, and it keeps extending. But McCready is potentially, you know, the last of the qualifiers, but he cannot get on terms with Billy Clark. It's Hilton and Hinton for 2nd and 3rd. Steve Gilly is out in front. He's not gone away. It's only 0.8 of a second, so that, you know what, that's only a small mistake. Missing a braking point is all that it will take for Steve Gilly to then drop back into the clutches of Lawrence Hilton.
But despite Gilly being in this B-final, he did win one of the heats. And he won it going away from the lead, and he's just had 2 awful results outside that.
Yeah, he must have. Surprising.
And you think with a 50-point maximum, you'd be guaranteed in whatever happened. I think he's had a couple of retirements outside that.
He is about to be challenged, I think, from Lawrence Hilton. 0.4 of a second.
Oh, more lappery.
I think that's a back marker. Just doing a great job getting out the way. Now these drivers will know that they are in a qualifying position, and whether or not they want to push and just use up those tyres by challenging the karts around them to improve on their grid position is remains to be seen. We'll see if that's the case. So currently Steve Gilly, Lawrence Hilton, Thomas Hinton and Billy Clark are the qualifiers through to the A final. We are into the final 3 minutes of this 10-minute heat. So it's 3 more minutes and 1 lap for these drivers. Stephen Horner moving up the order now to 16th after that horrific turn of luck at the first turn.
Nope. Another back marker.
Another back marker, yeah. But look how they've closed up. Look how the Steve Gilly now
1, 2 and 3, all together.
Lawrence Hilton on his bumper and Thomas Hinton on Hilton's bumper almost.
Billy Clark, the final bump-up man, is nearly 3 seconds ahead of the 5th place man, Brian McCready. So no real drama in that one, that's for sure. 1, 2 and 3, though, nailed together coming into Billy's blind. Not quite close enough to make any manoeuvres. And in many ways, do you want to throw it up the inside and risk an incident and risk an accident when you are bumping up?
Well, this is what I mean. I mean, you know, these 4 drivers, these 3 now, that are kind of coming together and are going to be presented with an opportunity, potentially, of, you know, overtaking the kart in front. They're not being held up. They are driving pretty hard to stay where they are. But the fact is, all 3 of these that we're watching now are qualified through to the A final.
And they'll be joining each other on the back of the grid.
Yeah, and there's still 90 seconds of racing left, so
3 laps, 4 laps.
The more they push, the more they're eating into the life of their tyres. You see them sliding the kart there. That's really, when you do that, you are taking off rubber. And here they come together now in a challenge for that 2nd place, beginning to develop. Thomas Hinton, hinting on
Hilton
challenging for that 2nd place of Hilton.
Yes.
Yeah, I had to slow down there to see all that.
Did well though.
Yeah. Steve Gilly, that's allowed Gilly a bit of a breather, hasn't it? Inside the final minute then. And Steve Gilly beginning to edge away. That's 4/10 from having Lawrence Hilton right on his bumper. Lawrence Hilton sort of fending off the advance of Thomas Hinton has now allowed Gilly a bit of a breather back. So it's going to be a couple of laps before we see Hilton right on the tail of him.
Billy Clark even more safe in the final bump-up place, 3.5 seconds ahead of Brian McCready. So that's not going to be, unless he makes a horrendous mistake on these last couple of laps, it's not going to be an issue. So 2 laps to go.
Yeah, it's going to be the last lap board next time by, isn't it? And these 3 really just have to...
I'm not sure they're trying to overtake each other at the moment.
I'm not sure whether they are. I mean, he's driving defensively, is Steve Gilly. He looked over his shoulder there. And, you know, he's driving down the inside into the horseshoe. So, just being removed.
I think Hilton
is the path of...
I think Hilton is thinking about it. I think he's thinking about having a little bit of an edge at them, but if Steve makes a mistake, Hilton will take it up. But I don't think he's going to make a throw up the inside move.
No, he'd be silly
risky.
too. He'd be silly too.
So it's Gilly from Hilton from Hinton. Billy Clark are your 4 bump ups on the last lap. Going into the hairpin for the final time.
Driving defensively though, and then moving out to the last second into the braking area.
He should be fine now. This should be the 3 ordered, unless someone makes a horrible mistake exiting top bend.
Through buttons for the final time, into top bend, and it'll be Steve Gilly qualifying into the A final. Lawrence Hilton will go with him. Thomas Hinton crosses the line to be the 3rd qualifier.
And a very, very lonely race with Billy Clark, but he does get a bump up.
Billy Clark, final qualifier. The rest of the field. Oh, and a big
massive
off.
accident. Ouch, how did that happen?
Not really sure what went on there.
You've got to replay that. Isn't it on the camera?
I'm trying to see what the number on that card is.
He's come off into there.
I'm trying to see what the card
17?
is. Just came across there.
97?
Massive accident.
We might miss this.
Ouch, how'd that happen? Sure.
What on earth
What
happened?
went on there? Replay that.
Ah, it's already happened there. Yeah.
Wasn't it on the cameras? I'm trying to see.
So who is it? That must have hurt, and I've no idea how that
Is
happened.
it Steve Maidment?
Wow.
It's got a 7 in the number. We just can't quite see. So could be.
Jonathan Harrison's 97? Is it 97?
I'm
Jonathan
not
Harrison?
surprised he's winded. It's 37, I think.
Adrian Smith, who was coming back through from losing the lap in the first place.
Yeah.
37, yeah, thanks to Matt there. That was Adrian Smith. That was a nasty, nasty accident. I think he's in the cart,
winded.
but I think he's in the cart. Is he in the cart for a reason, or is he just not? Is he just? I think they might want to have a little look at him. I'm not sure.
Yeah, he's definitely winded.
That's a paramedic walking over to see him.
Who we had breakfast with.
We had breakfast with.
Yeah.
He's up. He's fine. He's conscious, but that would have been a big thump and a big shock.
Well, you're flat out there, aren't you? Top bend. You come out of top bend almost at optimum speed, and then you carry that optimum speed through that sweeping left. And I'm not really sure what happened there, but instead of sweeping left towards the first turn here at Clay Pigeon, he's gone straight on and kind of just went into the barriers. Happy to say he's out of the cart. He's got his breath back. And all smiles there from the chief medical officer.
I think you're absolutely right, Joey. It was winded, and that's a really uncomfortable thing. And you actually do need, when you've been properly winded like that, you need to sit down, not move, just get the breathing automatic again, because you kind of cough for breath, don't you, to try and get it going.
Yeah, you just basically, it pushes all the air out of your lungs, so you've got to re-inflate your lungs. It's like, you know, it was a big hit, Nick. It was
we heard it, looked up, I mean, it's the last race of the day, so at least for him, not for us. So he'll be able to fix his car, but it's looking like there's some damage there on the machine. The nose, he's got in nose first in rotation, I think, hasn't he? Looking at the damage on the front of the cart.
Yeah, he just went in, straight in, unabated, and didn't seem to change direction from what I saw. So that concludes the B-final for the 177s. We've got 4 qualifiers through. Steve Gilly, Lawrence Hilton, Thomas Hinton and Billy Clark will start on the final 2 rows of the grid in the A final. And I'm happy to report that Adrian Smith is walking back from the point of impact.
He looks okay, though. I guess he'll have a little bit of soreness tomorrow.
He looks fine. He absolutely is fine there. He's a big lad. And,
well, he's 177.
Yeah, he's a big lad, and he's big. He looks big and tough.
Yeah.
So I think, you know, he'll have taken that in his stride.
Well, to the point where I think it would have gone out.
He definitely went out. He definitely was winded.
So that means there needs to be a little bit of tyre management, tyre barrier repair.
That gives us time to talk about our 25 kart B-final.
B-final?
B-final.
B-final.
25 karts in the B-final for our senior Rotax. Again, 4 qualifiers through to the A final. We've got Lewis Ball on the pole position from James Costin alongside. Second row of the grid is James Wood and Sam Cresswell. Got Tom Sully and Martin Coe, first of the Masters, in 5th and 6th. Nathan Hope and Scott Russell are on row 4. Row 5 is Tom Radburn and Toby Case. Dylan Tatham Tatum, I should say, and Martin Jackson are on row 6. And on row 7, we've got Ben Blewers and Jez Owen. Riley Bowen and Sion Smith are on row 8. Row 9 is Alex Wannabe and Ian Shotter. Row 10, Matthew Hildred and Louise Williams Rahaj. Steve Jackson and Andrew O'Keefe are on row 11. Then we've got George Boxall and Grace Lee Davis on row 12. And rounding off the 25 kart field is Lewis Berry.
So they should be released quite soon, and we're just making sure everything's okay off that impact. And as I said, they are released. And the swarm of angry bees. There's the Rotax B-final. All about the top 4. Louis Ball, James Costin, James Wood, Tom Sully, Martin Coe, Toby Case, Jackson Blowers, Owen Bowen, Smith, Hildred, another Hildred, Shotter, Williams Raz, Jackson Berry, Andrew O'Keefe, Grace Lee Davis, and George Boxall are your 23 runners. I think you said 25, but well, you didn't pick a couple of them up on that sprint past the line. There's a possibility a couple of carts might have gone home because they're at the back of the B-file and you've had a bad day.
Ah, right, so we've only got 23.
Looks like it, but let's wait for the official start.
Yeah.
And again, looks like it's a one-lap formation. There's a cart right at the back, desperate to catch up. Well, that is quite a quick one, this one. They might get this one waved off. I don't think the back... Oh, I'm surprised to let that one go, because he stretched the field a bit more than it should, I think, going through, but they're now up through Billy's blind.
Cart's off on the outside, Nick.
As always, but just one this time, and he's got going again. And the second one, he wasn't completely off. No, they've all got going. So all the carts are rolling, so no one will get lapped too quickly, and we won't have our yellow flags when we go there for the next lap round. So leading, and with quite a significant lead coming. Oh, he's really soaring at the wheel. And it's the number 20, or is it 70? I think it's the 70 of Louis Ball. I think he was 20. He needs to stuck the sticker very slightly, make 70. So Louis Ball leads in the 70, and then there's a kind of a effectively 9 or 10 carts nailed together. 155 of James Costin, the Cresswell, Sully, Russell, Coe, everyone.
That's good. That's great, because we've got a massive battle for the final qualifying position. It's the number 20 of Scott Russell. He's the first of the non-qualifiers, as into third place has gone Tom Sully. So we've gone, Tom Sully has now gotten out of the danger zone, hasn't he, by moving into third. Sam Cresswell now in fourth. Scott Russell is the man who's threatening to be the final qualifier. There's the battle, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth.
Theoretically 7 carts backing over 3 qualifying slots. They settle in. A little bit of aggression there from the 50 of Sam Croswell, having a look up inside Tom Sully, but Sully having none of it. Louis Ball, with that early break, out of this potential chaos, because the problem is that you could get, either one of you could get knocked off, and that's it. A nice move there as Sully gets through Costin.
Yeah, Tom Sully on a charge, isn't he?
Probably upset he's in the B-final.
He's after Lewis Ball. So he's well out of the danger zone. He was in fourth, but he's well out of the danger zone and pulling away from that cart in third place, which is now James Costin. Across the line then.
Green-nosed cart is Sam Cresswell, and that's the next one. He's currently in the bubble, and behind him it's Scott Russell, who's not in the bubble because he's not in there. And Costin now looking to move forward as well. So, sorry, Cresswell looking to move forward. So Costin under a bit of pressure here, because he's drifting backwards. And looking at the pace of Cresswell, he looks like he's got a little more speed, though. A nice little switch back there through the buttons has given him a little bit of breathing room to the 155, the white cart of Costin. Now Cresswell, he's got a little bit, he's got a couple of extra miles now down the straight, hasn't he? He used that to his advantage. He's going to go into the S's. Oh, and he just lost a bit coming in the entrance of the S's. I don't think he's going to get a chance. He may try and drive at the inside. He's thinking about it, but a very, very good defensive line there taken by Costin. So none shall pass. And now trying the outside route. Oh, the over and under. Beautiful over and under.
There's the move, and joining
and a
in
wave,
there.
a little wavette. Did you see that?
Yeah.
A little wave. Oh, look at me, I've got the over and under.
Look at that, though. Scott Russell
wading through.
He was like a buzzard hovering over a carcass in a desert, wasn't he? Just waiting for them to trip over one another. And here they come into Billy's blind. Scott Russell. He's there right on the tail of Sam Cresswell. No. Sorry, James Costin.
Yeah, Costin's the one who's in trouble now, because Costin's on the bump and going backwards.
He is in trouble.
He's in danger of not taking any further part in the meeting. So 155. That's the man who's our focus. James Costin's in the fourth, the final bump up spot. He was second, but he's slowly been shuffled back and
got a bit of a breather there, hasn't he? Coming out of top bend.
Just got a bit more space.
Yeah.
With the green helmet, that's the man who's in the pound seats, the 155. He'll be safe into the braking zone this time.
Into the hairpin. And he's got a breathing space there, hasn't he? Scott Russell has kind of dropped off.
Yeah.
He's kind of losing touch. What I mean by that is he's not, even if James Costin makes a slight mistake, he's just not quite close enough to maybe capitalise fully on it. It's going to close the gap. Now the gap at the line between those two is 0.3 of a second. I mean, I know we can see it. We don't necessarily need a stopwatch, but it gives us an idea of how it's sort of toing and froing. Still plenty of time. We're still not even at half distance in this B-final.
Quite a lot of other passes and repasses further down, but they will only affect eventual point scores. They won't affect who moves into the A-final, which is later this afternoon. I assume it's probably the last race of the day, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Yeah, so plenty of time for these guys to recover. Across the line then. It's Lewis Ball, Tom Sully, Sam Cresswell, James Costin, who we're focusing on here because he is the final qualifier into the A-final in the 155 with the number 20 of Scott Russell
getting a little bit
right behind him.
He was getting a bit racy, and then suddenly through the S, he lost that sort of momentum that he gained before. He was right close, and now he's dropped back this sort of 4/10 gap.
He's actually dropping back into the clutches of Nathan Hope, who I'm sure is thinking, if I can get by Scott Russell, I can have a go at James Costin myself. I'm pretty sure they're aware of where they are in the field. You kind of do get a feel when you're racing. You can see the carts ahead of you, and you have done from the start, and you kind of do get a feel where you are.
They'll know where they need to be as fourth, and they'll know they're in fifth and sixth. It gets more difficult when you're at 11th or 12th, but at that point, you're pretty sure where you are, and that is the biggest gap that James Costin has had over Scott Russell for some time. So Russell needs to buck his ideas up because he's dropping off the final bump-up place.
Costin is.
Just to remind you, the top three of Louis Ball, Tom Sully and Sam Cresswell are away and gone.
It's not so much, though. It's not so much Scott Russell has dropped away. James Costin has upped his pace. Personal bests lap after lap after lap. He's down to a 35.3. He's only 0.2 off Lewis Ball in leading this B-final.
Well,
so
that's what you
Costin,
need to do.
Yeah,
put your best laps into the final. I mean, it's like perhaps he's got to set up that he tries. One of these guys who needs to work himself into a race. Perhaps the setup gets better as the temperature gets in the tyres. But he was looking like a sitting duck earlier, and now he's looking like a flying duck.
He looks over his shoulder. And he just sees where Scott Russell is. He looks over again. You know what? He's got his head down. He's put some great laps in. Now he's wondering where Scott Russell is. He's just checked over his shoulder. He sees where Scott Russell is, and he realises that he's not necessarily where he thought he might be. And he's got that kart working well through the horseshoe into Buttons. We're inside of 3 minutes remaining in this B-final for the senior Rotax class. It's the lighter of the senior Rotax class. It's the 162 category. And we are watching that 155 card because he is the final of, he's the fourth and final qualifier out of this B-final into the A-final. Looks over his shoulder again. Did you see that?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's just checking where Scott Russell
Scott's
is.
a bit closer. I think Scott's a bit closer. He was 7/10. I thought he was back. But I think he really needs just to throw everything at it because he falls off. His day ends as soon as if he actually gets there.
That's right.
So 7/10 last time round.
That's what makes it so exciting, though, isn't it? You know,
now it's 6/10
qualification.
So
6.65.
You know, there is a possibility that Costin's overheated his tyres.
It's 0.665. It was 0.688.
Those 300s are very important.
Inside the final quarter of this 10-minute B-final. As Lewis Ball has pretty much been at the head of this field, he's got a 3-second gap. Tom Sully forced his way through, but hasn't really been able to close that gap to Lewis Ball. And Sam Cresswell, he's a further 2 seconds behind in third, but in pretty safe condition from the number 155 of James Costin, who we thought was going to be under pressure from Scott Russell on the number 20, but Scott just didn't quite seem to have enough in the toolbox to perhaps make a challenge for that final qualifying position, as James Costin comes out of the final turn and across the line. 15 laps completed into Billy's blind.
He's done quite a clever job, really, because he's stuck himself in fourth. He's made us think something's going to happen. So he's got himself like 7 minutes of TV time.
He's got,
he's had more time on the TV than anybody else in this entire event, because we can't come, because he's still within one minor mistake of losing it, and we
don't want to miss that.
And now it's like a really bad marriage. We commit so much time to it, we don't want to walk away from it now. I mean, who's going to get the friends? You know, that's the thing.
We can't take our eyes off this number 155, because he's the final qualifier, and if he makes that mistake,
he won't.
I'm sure he won't. 20 seconds.
No, so he won't qualify.
Where's the leader? Where's number 17, Lewis Ball?
He's 7 seconds up the road.
Right, so he's... I'm just wondering when he's going
to.
There
he goes. He's going round buttons now.
So it will be the last lap to go board.
Yeah, he won't click less than 3 seconds. There we go. So this is the 155, who you now all intimately know every element of his kart, his outfit, what he likes to eat, where he has his holidays. So James Costin, you can send a check to kartinglive.tv, care of Facebook. We'll charge you £25 a lap of coverage. So that's just give us 250 quid and that's fine. We'll call it quits. But so it's a hint for you. If you ever get in a B-final at an NKC card, stick yourself in fourth, make it look like you're going to use it, and you might end up on camera for a huge amount of time.
Huge amount of time. Checkered flag.
You see, if you do it wrong, like the guy the previous heat was, where there's no jeopardy, you've got no time at all. So the guy came fourth last time because he was 3 seconds either way. No jeopardy, no TV time. Race is over. Bump up to Louis Ball, Tom Sully, Sam Cresswell, and James Costin.
Just been handed paper, Nick.
Blimey.
More grids coming off the printer.
So we've got the first real final coming up.
We've got the first final, which you will win a trophy for, and that's Minimax and our 100 UK Juniors. Yeah, that's coming next. So, did you clarify to the viewers who has qualified there, Nick? Who's qualified from the...
Yes, I did.
Yes, you did. Okay,
yes,
that's fine.
That's a basic. I can do that because that transfers well from RC.
How's the nominations for Driver of the Day going?
It's just basically people who know people. Chris Graves is going to be nominating Wes Graves. Yeah. We got this. Nathan Wright did tell us why Rick Wright should be nominated.
All right,
it's only his 8th ever competitive race in karting.
Oh, really?
And ever done the odd corporate race with mates. I see he's friends. Right, I thought I'd make him more kind of friendly with mates.
Well, I mean, that's a good contender, really, and he's 8th ever.
I think we've got a contender in the next race.
Have we?
Yeah, I think that's a contender.
I really do. Yes, after round one.
Yeah. I think it's the most improved contender.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
we're picking out contenders. We'll decide, and in a convoluted way, we're going to try and present it on the track within 5 minutes of the end, which is going to involve members of the NKC team trying to find this driver who may have gone home or whatever. So you can present them with an Alfano trophy, Alfano base.
And you're going to fill until we do
I am going to fill.
You really are.
And I'll get us off the air.
Okay. Yeah.
I guess, Ash, just so you know, at the end of the whole day, you need to stay in position and have everything still wired up, mate, because there'll be about 5 or 10 minutes of FNAFing. And Paul's going to carry on talking to you. But the good news is for Matt, is Matt can de-rig after the last final. Give me a thumbs up, Matt. Yay!
Mini-Maxes are out for their final. Eric Smith, who Nick was alluding to be a contender for Driver of the Day because of these improved running this weekend. Reese Green is second, Ethan Carney, Louis Reese. They're being told to slow down. They're bunching right up. Have they been given the go-ahead to get going?
No, because the biggest problem is the TKMs are so far apart. TKMs are something in the region of about 15 seconds apart. So two of them.
So Eric Smith on the pole from Reese Green.
They're further apart and Prince Andrew and Fergie. That's
We've
how
got
far apart they
Ethan
are.
Carney and Louis Rees on row 2. Alex Fraser, current championship leader, on row 3 with Daniel Hayes
More
Haynes
90s
alongside.
gossip.
Charlie Gillam is the 7th and final runner in Minimax. And then we've got Hayden Taylor and Yelena Osbar-Scott, the two 100 UK junior runners.
Right, they
now
have
that's
now-
a better looking grid.
It's not, because
But
the
it's
back,
not
the back
actually,
of the Mini-Max got itself confused.
Right.
Now they're all right.
Now
So
they're all
someone
right.
needs to wave at them. Yeah, good. That's that. The marshal doing the universal thing for slow down, which will be ignored by most of them. Getting ready for the big start here for the final of round 2. Clay Pigeon, Minimax and 100 UK, and into the lead immediately goes, I think, Eric Smith in the blue and white. Reece Green has also had a trying day with a couple of races, haven't quite gone his way, but managed to qualify second through the S's for the first time. And this small but perfectly formed field streaks through. There's a problem at the back with, I think Yolanda's got a technical issue because she's dropped right. Yelena, sorry, has dropped right off.
She may have just oiled up on that.
Yeah,
pace lap.
it was a
Yeah,
bit weird.
going very slow.
But there we go, 21 from 71. So it's Smith from Green, and then it's Louis Rees. So we have to make sure we just use surnames here, because I've had Reece Green and Louis Rees together, and we get very I got very confused. Again, not a difficult thing to do.
So across the line then, one lap completed. It's Smith, Green, Rees, Fraser, Carney, Haynes, Gillam, Hayden Taylor, the first of the 100 UK juniors, and Yelena Osbar-Scott.
Nasty bit of
Through as
curbage
well.
there for the 71 of Green. He absolutely had a
Challenge for the
right on
lead, Nick.
inside.
Challenge
wow,
for the
that's
lead.
impressive, because he'd lost a lot of momentum
Yeah, it's the 71
over the curb. But great move there by Reece Green as he takes Eric Smith. But Smith's had none of it. Oh, the inside. But I think Green's got the momentum, and now Smith has to worry more about the 47 of Louis Rees. Pushing hard. Now, this looks in 4 corners like Reece Green could get away here. Don't forget, he wasn't on pole because he had a non-finish effectively in the first heat. He fell off, well, or was pushed off, or he helped off, or just wasn't on the track anymore at the first corner. So 4 karts absolutely scrapping hard for the lead. The fourth of those, Alex Fraser, and they come into the line and in second there. Louis Rees was thinking whether he can go Eric Smith.
Yeah, Louis Rees driving defensively into the hand hairpin there. He knows that he's got Alex Fraser on that Lando Norris kart right with him into buttons. So the 2 leaders, Reece Green now leading from Eric Smith.
Green lost momentum coming out. He made a mistake of some sort coming out of the
Did he?
the top corner, so because you can see it right together. You lose. I think he just got too much curb and lost drive, because I think Reece Green is the fastest kart out there on a clean lap, but he's so far struggling to put those clean laps together.
They've come back together again, haven't they, all 4?
Yeah, perhaps feeling the pressure, but I think if Reece could actually sit down, well, he's obviously sitting down, you know what I mean, can have a talking to himself in the kart, and I think he's got a good few tenths on them, but he made a mistake, which is the worst place to make it at this track, which is about, I'll tell you where it was here-ish, where he went and he just lost all momentum coming down the straight. And you see now he's gapped, but he lost that last time. He's going to pull as well, but now he's getting away.
He's taken your advice, and he's sat down and he's had a word with himself as Fraser down the inside. Alex Fraser not
third and fourth
really,
changing, is it? Oh, not enough space
not
really through the
being
S's there.
decisive enough, is he? He's like causing a bit
now,
of problems down the inside of the 47 now into the hairpin.
That's bad news. Oh, and there's a lot of bumping and boring through the hairpin, and Louis Rees was getting absolutely beaten up by the rest of the field. That split everyone up. So we got a first 2, a third in the middle, and then 47 and 22, and then the rest of the Mini-Maxes, followed by a long way before the first of the TKMs, which is Hayden Taylor and Yelena a few seconds behind him. So there we go, Reece Green. Eric Smith hanging on to him better than I thought he would. I thought Reece would be gone. I thought Reece would check out once he got into the lead, but that lead is just half a second still. And Eric Smith absolutely looking to pick up the lead. So whip round the hairpin.
Through the horseshoe, Reece Green, Eric Smith, and we're going to keep an eye on Alex Fraser now on that 55, because he looks like he's closing the gap to that second place kart of Eric Smith. This is where perhaps the battle's going to start to develop.
Yeah, Eric lost 2 tenths to
he's gaining.
Reece.
He's gaining.
Whereas Alex Fraser, I assume, was significantly quicker in that last lap.
He is, look at him. The gap coming down now towards the hairpin. And if anything, Fraser now right on the rear bumper of the number 21 of Eric Smith, out of the hairpin into the horseshoe. Reece Green has got that cushion of about half a second, and he's hanging on to it. Now look at that. Alex Fraser's
dropped back. Come down again.
Yeah, now he closes the
Eric's.
gap.
I think Eric's had a really good lap, and he's kind of moved as the ham in the sandwich. He's kind of moved forward to the top layer of bread, but now the bottom layer of bread is having an old squash on him. But the three of them are way closer than they were together a lap ago.
Yeah, they are. They've come together, haven't they? And yet now the leader, Reece Green, there's certain parts of the track where the drivers are better than they are on other parts of the track.
Yeah.
And they've kind of come together across the line, but here they are. They're going to close up now. First, second and third there on the screen. And here they are through top bend, final bend here at Clay Pigeon.
Maurice has increased his lead this time round,
Look at Alex Fraser, the momentum.
Fraser is very good down this part of the track.
Yeah.
Fraser is quick at the back end of the track, and if he's going to hop out and try it through by no. But the lead went up by 0.2, but the distance between 1, 2 and 3 is still just 0.6. So
absolutely together out the SSO, and Eric Smith has a look over his right shoulder, and Alex Fraser's not there because he was going down his left
that's
side.
Great news for Reece Green, because Reece in the lead now.
He's gone, hasn't he?
He gets a free half second as they're faffing about with each other, about to lap Yelena in the different class kart. So she's in she's in 100 UK, and much slower, especially in the straights.
We've passed half distance, so we're getting towards the final stages, and time's running out for Alex Fraser. If Alex Fraser's going to have a go at Eric Smith, and likewise if Eric Smith is going to catch Reece Green in the lead, behind them Louis Rees, Daniel Haynes and Ethan Carney are having their own little scrap for fourth place, fifth and sixth. Charlie Gillam dropping off the back of them a little bit, but no, he's catching them and joining in, so a four-car battle for fourth to seventh.
But never complain when the top three are in a single shot. It's always the close racing we need. But it is very much, it looks like Reece Green's establishing a more solid lead. He's only a tenth of the time, but look, and Fraser is so good down the straight, isn't he? Or the bendy straight.
Yeah, he really is. I know what you mean. Start finish straight, which isn't straight at all.
Yeah. But then he's not as good, and always seems to lose time through the S's. And in fairness, Eric's getting back on Reece Green again.
Here they come then out of the horseshoe towards Buttons through the right-hander.
I think if you put the best part of the lap of each of the three drivers, they'd be about a second faster.
Yes. Yeah.
That might not be possible. Maybe down the setup where you're fast in certain places.
Now they've strung back out again. 3 minutes remaining. They've strung back out again, and now neither of them, either of the three of those drivers, look like they can challenge and improve their position. And that's the podium right there at the moment. Reece Green, Eric Smith, Alex Fraser. The podium positions for round 2 of the NKC, the NAVOS NKC.
Top three covered by a second when across the line last time, and 300. It's been to see how that is. You say it's just got a little bit relaxed now, hasn't it? Distance-wise.
Now they've closed back
now
up.
Eric's in trouble now. Eric's in big trouble because Alex is great down the straight. You can look behind all you like. Running defensive. Oh, and he just effectively had a cart in his way. Wasn't prepared to go outside the Lando Norris machine. And Fraser continues behind, but again, that has been another little special bonus for Reece Green. And Reece,
he's waved him by.
There he goes.
He's waved him by. Eric Smith waves Alex Fraser by and says down the inside. I'm not really sure why. Now, Eric Smith slots in behind Alex Fraser onto the start finish. 2 minutes remaining.
It's a sensible thing to do. You don't think you can stay with him. You're worried about being taken off the track by someone.
So Alex Fraser now having
Eric Smith dropping back off him.
Yeah, Alex Fraser's just gone, hasn't he? I
just wonder whether there's a little minor issue with Eric, or Eric knows his tyres aren't really where they need to be for the second half, because it's not something you normally see someone, it's happened. But is it just a case where he thinks, well, third's fine after the nightmare I had at Gig, or Gland, depending who you are. Interesting. Yeah. So 1, 2 and 3. Fraser, 8 tenths behind Reece Green last time round. Has he closed it down at all, Joe? No. He's lost a tenth.
No. 36.6 from Reece Green. Quickest lap of the race for him. 36.9 for Daniel Hayes down in 5th. Quickest lap for him as well. So
it's quite a tight field as far as time's concerned.
Eric Smith a tenth of a second slower than Alex Fraser. So inside the final minute now, Nick, and
lapping Hayden Taylor.
Yeah. Oh, and that's a bit of a...
That didn't work well for...
That didn't go very
Eric.
well.
Oh, he's taken Eric off. Let's see that one again. Oh dear, bad luck for Eric Smith there.
Nick and
What happened? So this is a misunderstanding with the back marker. The back marker, well, it's not even the back marker, it's the leader of his own class.
Now,
Hayden
number
Taylor.
19.
And
Let's see that one
you know what?
again. Oh
Criticised
dear, oh dear,
the
bad luck.
Sebring last week, a multiple world champion, did exactly the same thing with the back marker, and then drove like a maniac, and his nose is definitely
We've
dropped.
got a bumper issue on that Alex Fraser car.
That's
going
5
to be
seconds,
that's going to be a 5-second penalty.
which is going to take
I'm
him
pretty
behind Reese and Haynes, with
You-
Smith now in 5th.
I'm not really, we don't usually comment on the judicial process, but you can't
No, that's
avoid
definitely
seeing
down,
that,
that
can
is,
you?
yeah. I'm not sure well, I think that probably happened at the same sort of overtaking kerfuffle, because he's not actually hit anybody during the race as far as I know.
No, not at all. I mean,
Perhaps they'll argue that one.
7 karts in the
But,
field.
yeah, it was unfortunate that, but lapping is a hard thing to do and not something you're particularly used to in
there's no
karting.
mitigation, Nick. There's no mitigation. It's if you bumpers drop, then 5-second penalty.
Is it, really?
Yeah. Because it takes away the judicial process,
Right.
which is the whole point of the thing.
Well, he's only 4.4 seconds ahead of Louis Reese. He's only 4.8 seconds. This is the last lap starting now, I think. No, it's finished.
No, last lap board.
Really? Oh, well, they must have just not clipped it last time.
Last
Okay,
lap
sorry.
board. Here we go.
Thank you very much. So running around one more time. Alex Fraser needs to try and find an extra couple of tenths. But he has actually he's trying to get close to Reese Green.
Yeah, he's doing as much as he can. Alex Fraser, he's got 5.1 seconds. No, he hasn't. He's got 4.5 seconds on Louis Reese.
Yeah, so that is probably not going to be second for him.
Now, checkered flag for Reese Green.
And the Reese
And he
Green fan
takes the
club are
win.
chuffed to bits there. The man
Yeah.
at high vis is very pleased about that. If Alex Fraser loses the 5 seconds,
It's 5.5. It's 5.5 to Louis Reese in third.
just got it.
Daniel
so Fraser
Haynes.
keeps his second.
Daniel Haynes in fourth. A very disconsolate
Unlucky for Eric there.
Smith.
But you
Yeah.
know, you make the mistake.
Yeah. So bad, Eric Smith, he had a terrible Glenagors round. He comes here, he qualifies on pole. Did he qualify on pole?
Yeah.
Yes, he did. He qualified on pole for the Minimax race, and then
Ran the race well, decided
Yeah.
to settle for third, and then had that thing could happen to anybody, which is it coming together with a back marker. But at least he didn't drive off with a broken car into a barrier.
what you mean, like
Lopez, yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
Jan Maria Lopez, yeah.
But then again, it was none of our surprised faces.
No, not quite. No.
So great first final. Anyway,
Yeah,
Bring
great,
'em on.
great.
Bring
Yeah,
'em on.
it was like a high-speed game of chess. I know I use that analogy a lot in
is
motorsport.
there a soap opera behind every garage door as
There's
well?
a soap opera behind every garage door as well. Yes, yeah, it is. It really was though, and then just pulling out that stops. Alex Fraser's front bumper was wobbling around. It's hard to miss that, but he finished 5.5 seconds ahead of Louis Reese, so that podium will probably stand. Daniel Hayes in fourth, Eric Smith fifth, Charlie Gillum sixth, Hayden Taylor finished first in 100 UK Junior from Yelena Osbar Scott, and then Ethan Carney was eighth and only completed 10 laps. Junior Rotax final, another Smith on pole position, this time Finn. I'm not sure if there's any relation,
Well,
and that's not good, is it?
That's not that you're both facing entirely the wrong direction, which is not a good start.
Yeah, thankfully they're way past the timing beam, so that won't cause any
But
problems.
we haven't started either, so it's fine.
It's another contender for driver of the day, Sam Wyatt, in those orange overalls. He's in second place alongside
Finn Smith must have had a great run to get ahead of him.
Archie Buttle and Ashton Frenshaw on row 2, Mason Perrin and Braden Hill are on row 3. Elliot Thomas and Adam Catling are next. Then Ronnie Shrimpton and Tristan Bernard on row 5. Levi Goodyear and Ben Ficini are on row 6. Row 7, Joel Bowden, Jack Briscoe, James Rigby, Alexander Mirzoyan, Dylan Mitchell, Josh Eaton Brown, Archie Hardiman, Alfie Smith, Oscar Shrimpton, Ethan Wyatt, Alfie Bushell, Ollie Morris, and the very unlucky Rafi Salentano hopefully will make the start.
Yes, and some laps would help. There they come.
Here we go. That
Nice.
looks a very good looking grid.
Go for that. Nice. They've done that properly, haven't they? Off they go.
Who's going to be the leader when they come out of Billy's blind for the first time? Sam Wyatt slides wide, but hangs on to that second place. Finn Smith, though, pole position driver. Oh, and look at how much
All over, aren't
sliding.
they? All over it.
Yeah, the tyres are cool, Nick. The tyres are cool. They haven't got those tyres where they want them in just one lap of running. No question. Look at Sam Wyatt coming back at Sam Smith. Finn Smith. Out of the horseshoe towards Buttons.
It would be Sam Smith. He can do slow things.
Sam Wyatt, he looks racy, isn't he? We did on our paddock walk yesterday when we interviewed him. He was kind of had this sort of determined look on his face.
Look at this. Well, he's got to beat his brother, isn't he?
Yeah, he's beaten his brother. Ethan down the order somewhat. Sam, the older brother, and more experienced, I think. Battle for the lead beginning to get very, very interesting as Finn Smith leads 0.2 of a second. The gap to second place, Sam Wyatt. Sam in the orange overalls with the black shoulders, orange helmet. Now the question is, Finn Smith looks very, very composed there at the front of this field. 10 minutes and 1 lap, still quite a lengthy, in comparison to the heats, quite a lengthy final.
3/10 on him that time, Sam Wyatt. So Finn Smith pulled and Sam Wyatt, Archie Butler and Ashton French.
Battle for third beginning to hot
Can't
as
help feeling
well.
that Braden Hill might join. He's not had very good qualifying, but he's certainly a quick driver.
Yeah. There's the battle for third into the hairpin as well,
First
Nick.
and
Just
second.
behind.
Yeah, let's drop back to the battle to third and fourth. It's, I think, a little bit more urgent at the moment. The
good spot.
camouflage green machine of Archie Buttle, and then Ashton French, one of the two orange helmeted and slightly orange overall person we had racing against each other.
Yeah, Finn Smith leads across the line, Samuel Wyatt in second. Then we've got this battle, Archie Buttle and Ashton French right on the rear bumper of the 22. That orange helmet of Buttle, easy to spot. Down the inside, is he? At the hand hairpin, he does
there
indeed.
He goes.
Oh, he slides wide. Buttle comes back at him side by side towards the horseshoe. No, he makes it stick. Yep, you can't sneak in the inside there because you've got to get that cart across to the left.
If Archie can get if Ashton can get a run on this.
Out of the final turn, he uses all of that curb, doesn't he? Almost the whole cart off the track. Not quite enough, though, to challenge into Billy's blind. Now sweeping round towards the S's. And if anything, Ashton French looks relatively comfortable now in that third spot.
Change for fifth and sixth behind them, actually, just see that coming through. So I think Mason Perrin has taken Braden Hill. It may be the other way around. They may have swapped twice in that lap. First and second over the line. Here comes third and fourth that we're with. Let's drop back to the next pair of carts, which is Braden Hill and Mason Perrin. Here's Mason Perrin in sixth, Braden Hill in fifth. And Mason Perrin, oh, that was always going to happen, but they've carried on with momentum, so no one's actually done much more than perhaps damaged a rim, which I'll have to get someone to pay for.
Yeah, that might have altered his tracking somewhat. That was a big hit, wasn't it, on the rear axle. Rear axles on karts tend to be a bit sturdier than the front axles. You just got those steering rods.
I was reading about this yesterday, and someone said, I want to buy a rear axle, and so I have a soft rear axle to sell. What's the difference between a soft rear axle and a hard rear axle?
Stiffness.
But what does it do?
Well, your softer axle will sort of twist and bend more.
So it gives you more
give you more sort of, bite and more grip. The harder axle, you might want the harder axle to give you a bit less grip, so the rear end rotates.
Yeah.
So it's levels. It affects levels of grip, basically, in a nutshell. Great battle, that. Great battle.
35 and 30.
Yeah, Braden Hill
and Perrin. Perrin very keen to get past Braden Hill.
Braden Hill came into this second round of the championship.
Oh, Mason gets up the inside. Can he hold it? No, Braden Hill's going to go over and under. Who's going to come out of it into the S's? And it's as it is. And then sitting behind like a little vulture, it's Ronnie Shrimpton waiting for this to all go wrong.
Yeah,
and
Ronnie's there, isn't he?
Inside, and then Ronnie is going to do the double Braden, I think. I think Braden may lose both places. No, Shrimpton door closed, but through has gone Mason Perrin.
Yeah, back through. I think he wasn't happy with losing that spot, was he?
So
Great move from Perrin.
Ronnie Shrimpton has started quite a long way down after one non-finish in his three heats.
Well, they came into this round first and second in the championship. Braden Hill leading, Ronnie Shrimpton second. Ashton French, who's currently in third, is fourth in the championship. I'm not even going to hazard an attempt at working out the championship.
Oh no, don't do that. Oh, Lots of nibbling for there. Ronnie very keen to get past Braden, but of course I don't know if Finn Smith or Samuel Wyatt were in this, whether they're even England, I don't know.
We're inside of the second half of this final. Junior Rotax on your screens at the moment. And across the line, 9 laps completed by Finn Smith in the lead, who leads by 1.5 seconds from Sam Wyatt. Ashton French is a further 3.7 seconds behind in third. Then we've got Archie Buttle, who's right on the tail of Ashton French and hasn't dropped off anything. He hasn't dropped away at all. Mason Perrin, that battle we've been watching for a little while now, leads Braden Hill from Ronnie Shrimpton. And then 2.5 for Elliot Thomas through in 8th.
They're still leading this final, says Finn Smith. He's pulled away from Sammy Wyatt. Sammy Wyatt is massively ahead of Ashton French, but that is actually, I think, the battle on the track now actually is that French and Buttle. They're only 3/10 behind. So we can try and pick up the battle, which is for 3rd and 4th, and that is coming round the horseshoe now and going through buttons 53 and 22. Orange helmet lead them through into Big Bend. Now down onto the main straight now. This is your 3rd and 4th battle. Orange, red and orange colour in the green. It's very green, odd greeny kart behind. There we go. And that is Buttle, who lost that place early on. Decided with 3 minutes to go, rather have it back and get himself on the podium.
Yeah, very strong drive here in the Rotax, Junior Rotax final from the number 53 of Ashton French, who, having got by Buttle, will want to try and catch Sam Wyatt. However, that's a big ask.
No, that's a big ask. He's got more. He's got, and he's gone too wide, and that is often the precursor to a problem here, because you go too wide.
Yeah, didn't quite make it stick. And Ashton French hung on to that challenge.
Those yellow flags down there. Someone said, Ronnie Shrimpton has gone off there.
We've got a slow-moving kart who I'll get an ID on when he comes through the S's. Is this 72?
Yeah, that was
Ronnie Shrimpton.
Ronnie Shrimpton thought to recognise the colours. Yeah,
Yeah.
Shrimpton's gone off in a move that's going to put him way down. This is the battle still for 3rd and 4th. A better power off the...
Yeah, not quite enough, is it, for Archie Buttle to challenge into that first turn.
2 minutes to go. Shrimpton down to 10th off that error.
They've got a back marker ahead of them, Nick. This might come into play. How Ashton French can get by without sort of stifling his momentum, and it's already been stifled through the horseshoe into buttons. This is a very fast part of the track, and he's going to have his momentum onto the start-finish straight. Held up. Here comes Buttle. Underneath the rear bumper. He hasn't got enough though, because right on the edge of braking is Ashton French. And we thought that back marker might affect that battle for what is 3rd place. Final step of the podium is what we are watching here. And that was very, very on the edge driving from both of these drivers, Ashton French, Archie Buttle.
That was his brother. No, ignore what I said. I can't read. Still again. They're very close together, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
Had Bushell and Buttle mixed up.
For some reason, Buttle has dropped right off the rear bumper after being absolutely glued to his bumper on the previous lap. We're inside the final minute, by the way. And if anything, Ashton French has got a bit of a cushion. So maybe a little mistake there. What was their last lap times? 35.1. No, it's more to do with Ashton French really turning the screw, and that's the fastest lap for him of this whole race. 35.1.
So this one and 2 more, I would say. Yep, the leader's already gone through, so we've got 2 more laps.
So the leader, 61, Finn Smith, got a massive lead.
Ashton French has really just said, no thanks, don't really get involved in having a race with you. So coming round now, we need to find our leader. That's 61. He's coming through buttons now on the top bend. White helmet, red and something coloured car, and he's onto the cross hatchings. Now that's your leader. Starting his last lap, 61. There he goes through Billy's blind. Coming this by 3.5 seconds in what's been a bit of a textbook performance.
Really is, isn't it? He went off from the pole position, Nick, and he has not been headed. Sam Wyatt, I thought, might be the biggest challenger here, but Sam Wyatt just has not had the pace, and he's dropped back to 3.5 seconds almost.
Yeah.
There he goes.
So, really good performance. 1 corner to go. Go out wide for a celebration, and Finn Smith takes last lap, 1 lap to go.
Oh,
apparently.
really?
Oh, really?
I thought he was already on the last lap. I thought
Well,
that was the last lap board.
No, there we are. See, so it's good there was 3 of us up here. So he's on his last lap. Well done.
I could swear there was zero
He must
time
have
on
just
the clock.
he must have just caught it.
He was right on the cusp.
Oh,
That's a
crash.
big hit.
Oh.
Yeah, that's a big hit.
Bit
We're
of
on the
crash
final
underneath
lap.
us, but the final lap will happen. It's the 20 or 37. Not sure which. I think it's 37. I think again. Unlucky number that is. Elliot Thomas in the 37 who's gone in. But that's the winner, and you'll see Elliot there on the exit of the corner being looked at by the marshal. Again, we've had another incident on the curve of the main straight. But let's not let that minute take away from Finn Smith. Samuel Wyatt was second. In 3rd place, Ashton French. 4th, Mason Perrin. 5th, that's Archie Buttle. 6th, Braden Hill. 7th, Tristan Boulard. 8th is Ben Ficini. 9th is Ethan Wyatt. 10th, Ronnie Shrimpton. No, 11th. No, he's had a problem the last lap. I've waited to get through. So 10th, Adam Catling. 11th, Jack Briscoe. 12th, Dylan Mitchell. 13th, Joel Bowden. 14th, James Rigby. 15th, Levi Gouvier. 16th, Ronnie Shipton. 17th, Oscar Shrimpton. 18th, Joe Heaton Brown. Rafi Celentano actually got a race in there and came in 19th. Alexander Mizoil came in to 20th. Alfie Bushell is 21st. Elliot Thomas, who's by the side of the track, not feeling very happy with himself, was 22nd, and Archie Hardman was the last to run. So we've got another car off, another rider a little bit unhappy, driver, a little bit unhappy within that environment, and they're getting the cart over. I think he's again possibly winded. He went in at not a massive rate of knots into the wooden structure, interestingly, but yeah, not nice. Hopefully he took his hands off the wheel when he went in, because that could be a wrist injury otherwise. Sitting in the car, which is what you do. Sit in the car, wait to have a chat to the paramedic, which he's doing. You can see it again. Again, another accident that's happened just by the side of the ambulance. You can see on the left-hand side of the screen. He's out. He's up and he's breathing and talking, and I think they're just waiting to go up. The accident just looked uncomfortable more than anything else, to be honest. So when we have solved this slight problem with the injured driver, we will have the 100 UK final. Yeah, Gazbarrow goes for a quick shifty. Have a look at the Elliot. Elliot being talked to by the paramedic. I think they're worried because they're worried about possible whiplash because he went in hard in the front. He's chatting away, letting him rest, letting him recuperate himself. Going through a kind of a checklist. Do you feel okay to the left? Do you feel okay to the right? Are you okay as far as your legs are concerned? Just slightly worried he might have got himself stuck underneath the wooden barrier or the cart, maybe. No one seems like there's no massive amount of concern. So there's no. I think there's a rush. It's just to see how he feels. Give him a while to settle down. So anyway, that was a good race. Prior to that slight disappointment of an accident at the end. He's getting out now. He's had a chat with the paramedic. Gone through the checklist to check for no concussion. Out he gets. Rib protector probably done its work. I think he was
Be winded again, wouldn't he?
I think so. Yeah, I think he was. I think he certainly had a bit of shock. He's breathing heavily. The young lad. He was. Yeah, the cart. I can see what the problem was. The cart ended up going under that wooden bit, and therefore he probably had a little bit of intrusion onto the side of the cart of some of the wooden products. Quite frightening because he would have been heading towards that. Normally you're heading towards quite a nice.
There was a coming together, wasn't there?
Yeah, there was another one straight on the bend. But I think the thing about that is normally when you're going off a track or a kart track, you know you're going to hit a barrier that's going to move or a tyre, but he was heading for that bit of wood. But he's absolutely fine, Elliot. He's very disappointed, but he's absolutely fine.
Yeah, that's good to see, actually. Because that's a bit scary there, that gap.
Yeah,
with the exposed
that
wooden
may need
fence.
to get itself patched up, I think, actually, moving forward.
I'm not really sure what that's about, to be honest. But good to see. We've got our 100 UK final coming up next, Nick.
I know. Hence, we changed the graphic.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a... Are you ready for this? Because this is going to be an absolute stonker. We've got Wesley Graves, the number 2, starting on the pole. Marcus Dory, you know how quick he is. These two were battling in the third and final heat. All the twos, 22, remember? Scott Williams on the O plate. He's alongside Ben Klukas, the number 84 on row 2. Jordan Kendall is on row 3 with Ed Peed alongside. Then we've got Lee Hackett. Then we've got Matthew Lawrence alongside him. Row 5 is Dexter Bergman with Ross Kerno. Then we've got Ben Robinson and Liam Hamling on row 6. Row 7 is Andrew Bradley and Marcus Gray. Then row 8, Brendan Williams, Alex Kennedy. Row 9 is Edward Scoffin and Tom Pattle. And then row 10, Dominic Pine and Adam Sirrett. Row 11 is John Allen and James Cannon. And then the final row of the grid, 24 kart grid, Lee Jackson and Owen Potter. It's another 10 minutes and 1 lap, and this time it's for a trophy. Round 2 of the 2022 NAVOS NKC for 100 UK. We've mentioned this before, Nick. This is our retro class. It's karts that were very prevalent in the 90s, and you've got to basically have a 1990s chassis, a non-adjustable front end. There's no caster and camber and adjustment allowed on the chassis at the front. We've only got two bearing rear axle on the rear, and they are on the hard Dunlop tyre, the durable Dunlop tyre.
They're going to go round again.
As ever. Single cylinder, 100cc TKM engine. And 2-stroke, of course. So these karts take a little bit of getting up to temp. Doing a very good job of slowing the pace down towards the Hans hairpin. We've still got quite a bit of lap to get round, and there's a very easy chance for these engines to start oiling up if you can't adjust your mixture. And joining in at
the 57 car.
Joining in at the front of the field.
He's the 57, who should be...
Yeah, he needs to go round again and then join on the back.
He's actually scored as last. I don't know where he's supposed to be on the grid.
James Cannon needs to be...
57.
He's at the back. He's on the 22nd place. Go round again. There you go. There it is.
That's
and
quite clever. Loopy-de-loop through around it.
Great to have that there. We have got an ordered grid. Who's on the front? They're not asking for another lap, are they? No, we're going to get this underway. Paul of blue smoke then from these 2-stroke TKMs. And it's the number 2. Wheel banging his way to the lead. Wheel banging with Marcus Dory. They've had a great third heat, wheel to wheel. And there's the O plate. Scott Williams looking very racy indeed, right on the bumper of Marcus Dory into the hairpin. And he makes the move down the inside. And Ben Klukas, he's joining in as well. He's side by side. And
nudge right off there.
Who was the contact with, Nick?
We'll see that again and we'll find out. So as they come through,
makes the move down the inside.
So O plate there.
And
there's
Ben
the yellow
Klukas
helmet of the O plate, and that's the 22
right off there.
Forcing the issue, didn't
he?
he?
Ben Klukas, he does.
We'll see that again and we'll find out.
Someone's off down the straight. There's more chaos, to be honest, in the middle of the pack there.
Yeah, so chaos abound. Yellow flags flying pretty much everywhere. Certainly at the Hans hairpin where the field are now.
There's a lot of karts, because the O plate karts, that's it. He's unfortunately, Scott Williams is off and can't restart.
So he's damaged his kart there with that knock. That was a big knock, wasn't it? If
yeah, he got turned off. I think possibly there's a restarting issue with these TKMs, of course.
Yeah, of course. That's left Wesley Graves with a huge...
and up the inside the second. 47. Ed Peed, they're really having a go for second place. And now he's got nudged right up. Look, 22. Marcus Dorey really is not prepared to try and go actually overtake people, is he? He's just going to bump them out of the way.
It was kind of momentum that put him alongside Ed Peed, who's now found himself. Is that Ed Peed in second?
Yeah, 47.
Looks
I
like
think it's third. I think unless it's a lapped car. It's 2 from 6. Yeah, Jordan Kendall's second. Peed's third. This is third, fourth, and fifth, which is Peed, Klukas, and Dorey.
And these three absolutely neck and neck cross the line.
Out comes Dorey again, gets a little hand signal from Klukas. I think there's maybe a little bit of unquiet about some of the contact that these various karts have been having in these first couple of laps.
They've kind of settled down.
I
mean that in relative terms. Into the hairpin then, and they're moving these karts around in the braking area. They're changing direction. It's not unsettling them at all. Ed Peed is the kart that we're looking at there with the bright yellow helmet. Then behind him, the orange helmet with the orange kind of stripe down the overalls is Ben Klukas. Behind them, in the white with the white helmet, is Marcus Dorey. And Marcus Dorey's already had contact with about 3 or 4 karts out there so far. Things are settling down now though. And he's maybe going to challenge Ben Klukas on the inside.
Into the inside, nice one there.
S's made that
move.
Yeah, very clinical. It's also very brave on these tyres. You're just hanging on to the limit of the adhesion. I would suggest, Nick, that Ed Peed is closing the gap to Jordan Kendall in second.
Yeah, I think he is. I mean, I think Wesley Graves has made that break, helped by the fact that Scott Williams was taken out. Peed now is going to have some problems, because I think that Marcus Dorey's got the absolute bit between his teeth, and as you can see even now, he's got those couple of extra miles now you don't normally see with a KTM when you drive at the inside. No, KTM, TKM. Look at that.
6/10.
And then he just was still moving. The 22 was still moving the momentum. He took too much curb, and you can see the thing walking to the outside, but he just kept his foot in. So Dorey putting in a very, what's the word for it? Eye-catchy performance. Eye-catchy performance. You can't not look at what he's doing. But absolutely, 100% definitely, Joe, you are correct in every way, in that Jordan Kendall has been massively closed down by Peed and Dorey. And Dorey now I'm sure he's going to throw out the inside. Peed, though, good direct. Yeah, what happened there is Peed was just thought about it, and in doing it, actually, he was helped by the fact that Kendall was ahead of him. As Kendall comes through the S's, is anyone going to throw up the inside, going into the hairpin?
He's not quite close enough, but there goes Dorey.
Thought about it.
Dorey did think about it. It's like they don't want to. They want to, if they've got the momentum.
Oh,
like
wow!
Here,
Look at that.
Peed through on Kendall.
Straight through on Kendall. Kendall's going to lose 2 places. He's going to get bullied out. Dorey's even thinking about doing another move on Peed. Peed the 47 with the yellow helmet. There are a lot of black side pods. It's the white helmet with the blue overalls. That is. Oh, look at that. Dorey now side by side.
Kendall got hung out to dry there, and Ben Klukas has gone through as well. So Jordan Kendall from second down to 5th. In just a couple of corners.
Graves 4 seconds ahead. This is the point though. This constant battling has done the thing it often does for leading cars. It enables them to get a long way ahead.
So we've now got Ed Peed in second. Oh, and there's Dorey. You don't want to see that, do you? Dorey's got me on the edge of my seat here in that number 22. Ed Peed, very experienced driver, been racing karts for a long time. Formula A driver back in the 90s and early 2000s. Here comes Dorey though, right on the bumper. Is he looking down the inside? No, not quite. Not enough speed difference between these karts. Ben Klukas, he's kind of just pulled up a deck chair, hasn't he? He's keeping an eye on what's happening in front of him. He knows how forceful these two drivers can be on one another. Into the Hans hairpin, and they're side by side out, but Pete's going to have the inside line for the horseshoe.
Klukas has got him as well. Klukas has got him.
Yeah.
Klukas got the 22, and so Klukas then nipped up the inside of Marcus Dorey. So Dorey was so busy trying to go forward, he's gone backwards.
Yeah, that's always the thing, isn't it? When you're trying to attack, you've also got to defend. And here they come, 1, 2, and 3, or second, third, and fourth, I should say.
I think Klukas might be thinking about a move up the inside. He's done it. They're both inside Peter. Pete goes from second to fourth. Dorey was not actually fully on the track for virtually the whole of that corner.
Dorey.
And then there's 2 more joined the fight.
Dorey said, hang on, I'm coming with you. Russ Colonel now getting mixed in as well. At the hairpin, there's a little bit of argy-bargy.
And back has come Jordan Kendall, who's shuffled right back, and now he's shuffling right forward again.
Oh, this is great karting. Absolutely outstanding karting as ever, from the 100 UK finalists.
Particularly for Wesley Graves, who's so far ahead.
Yeah, Wesley Graves is like checking out, because these guys behind him, they're absolutely, it's a bit of a fist fight, metaphorically, with these guys, quite literally at times.
Yes. Klukas and Dory really going for it now.
As Klukas hangs on to that second place, but I tell you what, your money's got to be on Dory for having another go. Ed Peed, unfortunately, has lost that momentum, has now dropped off the tail of these two in front of him. If only these two can start fighting. And
there it was. That was
exactly
it. Almost as you wished.
Yeah, there it is. Ed Peed has brought Ross Kerno and Jordan Kendall with him.
Klukas lost all his momentum during the first part of the horseshoe, but he also completely held up Dory, and so suddenly Pete's back on his tail again.
Here we go. Inside of the final 3 minutes, Ben Klukas into turn one. He's got back markers ahead of him. He'll want to clear them as quickly as possible without stifling his flow. Here he comes out towards the hairpin onto the Sturmey straight. There's not enough room for 3 carts into there. No, nothing happens. Klukas hangs onto it. And that's Dory moving alongside, and if anything,
I'm not sure that works really.
Oh, look at this. Klukas through buttons.
3 of them have got through. Oh, someone's gone off. And a wheel's fallen off.
A wheel's fallen off.
One of the carts. One of the carts at the back has lost a wheel. We'll find out who that is on the when they start moving down the field. It's Ross Kerno's lost a wheel. So Ross Kerno's cart lost a wheel, I think. Yep, he's still falling down. Yeah, Ross Kerno was the one who's come off the top.
Change for second. Marcus Dory, he did that hanging onto the inside line through Billy's blind and into the S's. And that's demoted Ben Klukas back to third. He's got Ed Peed right on his bumper in 4th place now. But can Marcus Dory get away from these squabbling carts behind him? It's Marcus Dory, Ed Peed, Jordan Kendall, Ben Robinson joining in the 89 in 5th. Meanwhile, up at the front, 8 seconds ahead, is Wesley Graves. Back marker in the way. No, not quite. That's the 22 I'm talking about. That's Marcus Dory. He's in second. Ben Klukas third.
Peed's looking to try and get past Klukas. Klukas running very, very good lines, but that is effectively allowing Dory to move away.
Dory's been able to give himself a cushion. Now, if these two, if Klukas and Peed can start cooperating instead of squabbling, they will catch Marcus Dory.
It's not long. There's only a minute and 7 seconds, so there's only about 3 laps to go, possibly 4. And they are way more interested in having their own row than the cart ahead of them.
Oh, there's Ed Peed down the inside through the left-hand sweep.
He tried the outside, which isn't going to work.
Well, that's not the line for Billy's blind, the right-hander. Turn one here at Clear Pigeon. Into the S's. Marcus Dory using all of the curbs. There's the trailing carts behind him. And he's pulled out a bit of a gap, hasn't he? He's got a cushion. Biggest cushion we've seen all race, half a second. And it doesn't matter what Klukas and Peed can do, they can't seem to bridge that gap. They've stopped squabbling, and now they're working on bridging that gap to that second place. 9 seconds is the gap to the leader, Wes Graves. Wes has just gone. He's already into in and out of the S's as the second place cart of Dory goes through turn one. It will be last lap board next time by for Wes Graves.
Yeah, this is an absolute textbook from Wes Graves, to be honest.
Battle for
yellow
second
flag
place.
Out another cart. It's the 6th cart has broken down. So that was the early second place man Jordan Kendall's broken down.
Yeah.
And they're about to start the last lap.
Here he goes into turn one. Wes Graves takes the last lap board. There's that battle for second, third and fourth. They will see the last lap board as well.
Let's see if we can pick up our leader. He's going into the hairpin now. He's the brightly coloured car, the number 2.
I'll keep an eye on that battle to see if there's any changes on the final lap as we pick up our leader to take us home to the...
There he is.
100 UK final.
Wesley Graves, who's received absolutely no stream time because he has dominated this final in textbook fashion. Got the break, got the lead, and then pulled away where everyone else was arguing around. And he gives a little wave, two-handed wave to celebrate his win. Great performance there indeed from Graves. Over the line where we have to wait a very, very long time for Marcus Dory to come across the line. There's yellow flags waving because, of course, they'll need to slow down. There is Dory. Ben Klukas and Ed Peed come over together without changing position. Ben Robinson takes 5th. Lee Hackett is 6th. It's Matthew Lawrence in 7th. And there's a bit of a gap before we get to Brendan Williams in 8th. Another gap for Dexter Bergman in 9th, Alex Kennedy in 10th, Adam Sirrett in 11th, Lee Jackson in 12th. Then we have Marcus Gray, Edward Scoffin, Andrew Bradley, John Allen, Jordan Kendall, Dominic Pine, Ross Curnow, who was 6 laps back, James Cannon as well, a few laps back, I think Tom Patty, Liam Hamling and Scott Williams. So another amazing...
that was a great race, wasn't it?
It was great stuff, yeah.
That was fabulous stuff. And yeah, it gets a bit aggressive and a bit physical out there, but that's what kart racing is about. We are down to our final 3 races of the weekend here at Clay Pigeon. Next out is our senior TKM final, and if you enjoyed the 100 UK final, then there's more of the same, slightly different engine configuration. TKM engines once again, but this time they're 110cc, 2-stroke, single cylinder 2-stroke, air cooled, and some of these karts, and it's basically down to owner driver choice. Some of these karts have clutches, some of these karts have starting systems, but it is basically the same running gear, slightly rebored 100cc TKM engine, now forming the heart of the senior TKM class. We've got 24 karts qualified for the year final, and it's Mitchell Ball who will start on the pole position. Jake Campbell-Mills will start alongside, and then we've got current reigning champion Louis Bevan. He starts on row 2 in 3rd place. Matthew Horton is 4th alongside. In 5th and 6th is Lucas Sullivan and Matt Slate. And then on row 4 we've got Alexander Lehman and Will Cregan. And, Will Cregeen. We'll get that round the right way. Callan Lamont and Ollie Milner are on row 5 with row 6 with Joseph Jacks and Leo Crabtree. Charlie Savage and Matthew Temple-Purcell are on row 7. Leanna Page and Liam Surkar are on row 8. Oliver Fathers and Ricky Wright are on row 9 with James Hull and James King on row 10. Row 11 is Jason Lovett and Adam Croft-Davies with Steve King and Adam Surkar rounding off the 24 kart field. Another pall of 2-stroke, blue 2-stroke smoke descends upon the start-finish straight here at Clay Pigeon, and the field of 24 karts off on their warm-up lap. Already the grid being slowed down by Mitchell Ball on the pole position. He's got his teammate behind him in the form of the number 1 reigning champion Louis Bevan. A couple of stragglers there just catching up on the Sturmey straight, but I'm not sure if we're in position to let these go here.
Well, I bet they'd rather you weren't, but it looks like they might be.
Yeah, they are well formed. Got one straggler, so they might let the field run. We've got a well-ordered grid apart from that one straggler, so we should get this thing underway. Indeed we do.
Absolutely, there we go.
Into turn 1, pole position man slides wide into the braking area for the first turn, but hangs on to that lead, or does he? Muscling his way through is the number 56 of Jake Campbell-Mills. And can Campbell-Mills hang on to that lead into the hand hairpin? He does indeed. He leads out of the hand hairpin. Now, where's Louis Bevan gone? Louis Bevan is still in 3rd. It's a bit of a fist fight, isn't it, around that first lap here at Clay Pigeon. Out of the top bend and towards us, sun in our eyes now as they cross the line for the first time. It's Jake Campbell-Mills leading, Mitchell Ball, Louis Bevan, Lucas Sullivan, Callan Lamont, Will Cregeen, Joseph Jacks, Matthew Horton, Leo Crabtree and Matt Slate rounding off the top 10.
So there was a change and a rechange there. Mitchell Ball was in the lead for about a good 4 yards, I think. No more, no less, through the bottom of Billy's blind. So yellow flag, got 2 karts off at the start of this. I think just mechanical breakdowns rather than anything else. So they're going to have a yellow flag into buttons for a while. They come past us now, and the leader is the 56, Jake Campbell-Mills. Mitchell Ball still second, Louis Bevan 3rd, Lucas Sullivan in 4th. Bevan, who of course wasn't as quick as a couple of the other carts earlier
challenge
on.
for the lead there. Jake Campbell-Mills, Mitchell Ball down the inside, and he takes Louis Bevan with him, or does he? Mitchell Ball into the lead by the time they get to the horseshoe, but Campbell-Mills hangs on to second and just staves off the advances of Louis Bevan into Buttons and then into Top Bend to complete the lap. 3 laps completed now, and a change of lead for the first time in this senior TKM final. So leading out of Billy's Blind and into the S's. First, second and third now breaking away from that 4th place cart of Lucas Sullivan. Great racing from the senior TKMs as ever. Into the horseshoe then. The leader, Mitchell Ball, beginning to ease a gap away from Campbell-Mills, who can't relax at all. He's got Louis Bevan, who's just waiting for his moment. And Louis Bevan will be fully aware that he needs to get by Campbell-Mills and stop Mitchell Ball, increasing that lead ever more.
Yeah, Bevan looking particularly racy as they go through Billy's Blind and now taking a reasonable curve. But it was a good drive out there from Campbell-Mills. It's going to take a pretty brave run up the inside. No, this time Bevan thinks better of it. Just slightly behind them is Can Lamont. And we've lost another cart that's gone off at the turn 1 into the barriers, but you can see where he gets going, or whether the flag, maybe he's getting rolled against the flag will be away, so it's still a chance. A little bit of a creepy lead. Mitchell Ball's now got a few car lengths for the second place with Mitchell Ball, Campbell Ball, Mills, so Mitchell Ball from Jake Campbell-Mills, Louis Bevan and Cal Lamont, and the front 3 are right back together again, so no sooner had Mitchell Ball got himself a bit of a lead, it's all disappeared.
Yeah, they've settled down, haven't they? Louis Bevan stopped challenging Jake Campbell-Mills. Very clever driving from the current NKC champion. And who's that in 4th place?
It's 23 of Cal Lamont.
Yeah, we've got a 4-car battle now for the lead. 6.5 minutes to go. Still all to race for here in the senior TKM final. 6 laps completed then. It's Mitchell Ball, Jake Campbell-Mills. I'm not even going to give you the gaps because we don't see there are hardly any gaps.
But it's
don't
about,
need that.
It's about an arm's length in the cigarette paper, isn't it?
Yes, it is. We don't need to monitor that because there isn't any gap. Into
getting that little ebb and flow again.
Yeah, into the hairpin and into now the horseshoe, which is a sweeping left-hander through 180 degrees and then through the right-hander at Buttons, and then into the final turn here at Clear Pigeon, which is Top Bend, out using all of the curb. Pick a winner from these 4, it's a tricky one. We're about a half a minute away from half distance, so these drivers just settling in, aren't they? They're just waiting their turn.
Yeah, this is very much a building procedure, Joe. They're thinking about it, and if someone makes a mistake, they'll bite, but it is a train of talent in the top 4.
Mitchell Ball leads through the horseshoe once again. It will be half distance this time across the line. And it's Mitchell Ball, Jake Campbell-Mills, Louis Bevan, Callan Lamont in 4th. Behind them a very lonely 5th place for Matthew Horton. And then we've got Lucas Sullivan, Leo Crabtree, Will Cregeen and Joseph Jacks with Charlie Savage rounding off the top 10. Leading 4 though, as one 4-cart train into the hand hairpin.
Louis Bevan's got a fan, it's his mum watching at home. Caroline Strange. So the 4 of them.
Hello, Caroline.
Sweeping through the second part of the horseshoe and into Buttons. Little bit of lead for Mitchell Ball. He's finally managed to give himself some breathing space. And it's really whether Bevan or Lamont can do anything about Jake Campbell-Mills. I'm not saying he's slow, Jake Campbell-Mills, but he is not as far. Even jockeying around. Oh, and Bevan made a mistake. He put 2 wheels on the inside and he's lost third. Even harder hit for the curve for Lamont. They're both really pushing hard because they're kind of limited. They're slowed down by the speed that Campbell-Mills had at a certain part of the track, and that's caused some problems for them. But it does mean that, oddly, released from that pressure, Campbell-Mills has now moved back forward towards Mitchell Ball.
Yeah, I think that was a bit of a mistake from Bevan. He hit the inside curb and that bounced him to the outside, and that allowed Callan Lamont to move up the order. Now, can Callum Lamont close that gap back up to Jake Campbell-Mills? I think the answer is yes, Nick, as they come out of Billy's Blind into the S's.
Well, it would be yes, but
the four have just closed back up, and you know, this is great karting It's getting towards that point in the race, though. 3.5 minutes remain. It'll be getting towards 3 minutes next time by, and they'll see the time left as they come underneath the start gantry. There's a clock readout. They'll know exactly how much time they've got. And you know what? Mitchell Ball seems to be controlling the pace.
And Ellen Laidlaw said, "Come on, Mitchell."
I jinxed it. Yeah, you did, Caroline. You did.
Is Louis dropping back? Yeah, Louis dropping off a bit, isn't he, in fourth? We saw this in fairness, we saw this in the final heat. I'm not sure whether his car is quite as good towards the back end of races.
You know what? Caroline Strange there, Louis Bevan's mum saying, "I jinxed it." How do you think we feel? We don't open our mouths sometimes. Louis is eating my boy's dust.
Craig Lamont saying it's great coverage, but so annoying hearing you pronounce Callan's surname incorrectly. So it's Callan Lamont. Well, if you can write it down phonetically, Craig, we'll try and get it correct.
Yeah, tell us how to say it, Craig.
So there's 5 or 6 of them now. They've definitely dropped Louis now from this top 3, but the top 3 are nailed together, and all you get is the various ebb and flow during parts of the circuit where one is faster than the other. Looking racy is Callan, I'll say Lamont again, I apologise to Craig.
Yeah, he's looking racy, isn't he? And they've closed right back up to Mitchell Ball with under 2 minutes remaining. Out onto the Sturmey straight, and Callan Lamont looking like he would maybe challenge, but no, settling in behind Campbell Mills. Once again, it ebbs and flows. They've dropped Louis. Louis Bevan has dropped off the tail of Lamont.
I kind of feel that the Callan could get past Jake Campbell Mills, he'd be able to push, but what's happening now is Michael Ball's got his biggest lead of the race at 0.3 of a second.
Yes, it has. Yeah, I do think Callan Lamont is being stifled a little bit, but you know what? There's just not... he hasn't got the amount of pace to be able to challenge, and that's how close it is, you know?
He's micro-pace faster rather than... Craig Lamont's forgiven us for constantly mispronouncing the surname.
Thanks, Craig. Tell us how to say it, though. Is it Lamont? Is it? Do you pronounce it the French way?
I don't know. I'm not changing it to another wrong pronunciation.
No. Uncle Craig, tell us how to say Lamont. Is it Lamont? Lamont?
That's 5 times you've insulted now. Stop it.
I know,
right,
sorry,
coming through the S's
with
38 seconds to go. So they've got this lap and 2 more. Oh, trying to will it ahead there. The 23 of Callan there, you can see him bobbing, trying to get the thing to go a bit faster by pushing it with almost with his body forward.
The drivers, you know, Nick, the drivers can see how much time's left. They know they've got what? It's not last lap to go, board. They've got time to get across the line, haven't they?
2 this time.
Yeah. So they know it's going to be 2 laps. They can see there's just off 10 seconds maybe as they cross the line. So they know it's going to be 1 lap to go.
Jake Campbell Mills has moved back forward towards Michael Ball, 1.6 seconds. Sorry, 0.16 seconds. Absolutely nailed together, these 3. Louis Bevan dropped by about a second, but someone needs to make a move. Now, it might be, this is a big championship and points are important, so settling for second is okay. Back marker, the 20, but he keeps out the way.
It's the first name we're getting wrong. It's Callan. Not Callan, it's Callan.
Ah, right.
Callan Lamont.
Callan Lamont, okay. You're right, there's only one L.
Right.
There's only one L, not 2 for... Because Callan is the Australian. Right,
Here we go.
Callan Lamont, here we go.
Last snap, Mitchell Ball leads. Campbell Mills second. Callan Lamont, got that right, I hope, Greg, is right on his bumper, out onto the Sturmey straight for the final time towards the Hans hairpin. And he challenges down the inside. And it's a coming together. And that's left Callan Lamont through.
Is Lamont going to win it?
I've given myself a sore throat. It's Callan Lamont, I think, has come through with Mitchell Ball being contacted by Campbell Mills. This is
they come across the line, the winner.
Callan
has won the race. Let's see how that happened.
Oh my goodness, it was a challenge by Campbell Mills
right on his bumper,
coming out onto the straight. He has a go down the inside of Mitchell Ball, and there, right at the last moment, they stay together.
Oh, and it's a coming together, and that's left Callan Lamont through.
Contact, and Callan Lamont absolutely will be delighted to have seen that happen as he just sneaked down the inside. Callan is the right name. I'm going to give up on this. Let me know before the day's end. Callan Lamont, until we're told otherwise. Louis Bevan came through in second. Jake Campbell Mills in third. Mitchell Ball in fourth. Matthew Horton fifth. Leo Crabtree was sixth. Will Cregeen is seventh. Lucas Sullivan eighth. Joseph Jackson ninth. Rounding off the top 10 is Charlie Savage. And then we've got Matt Slate, Leanna Page, Ollie Milner, Alexander Lehman, Liam Surkar, Oliver Fathers, Jason Lovett, Adam Surkar, Adam Crofts Davey, Steve King in 20th, James King in 21st. And then we lost Matthew Temple Purcell on lap 11. We lost James Hull and Ricky Wright at the very start. Wow, let's take a breather. Yes, Ian Hall, mate, we've had some cracking racing today. We've got further. It's not finished yet, mate. Don't go away. Don't go off for your Sunday lunch quite yet, mate. We've got the Rotax 177A final and the Senior Rotax A final to come. Caroline Strange, well done. Calandra, not who is she from Louis Bevan's move. She knows Callan. Callan Lamont there, taking that with grace. Yeah, we're open to interpretation of how you felt about that move there by Campbell Mills. But that's maximum points in the championship in the final for the senior TKMs. And we move on now to the senior Rotax 177. That's the heavier of the senior Rotax field. And it's local man Philip Howarth who's taken maximum points in the heats to put himself on the pole position for this one. Harry Rowett is alongside. Oliver Smith, first of the Masters from Tim Darlow, alongside him in fourth. Ben Hitch and Rhys Llewellyn are on row 3. It's Louis Large and Richard Evans on row 4. Row 5 is Andy Gosling and Alex Thomas, with Carl Bryant and Joe Piffner on row 6. Great drive from Keith Mason all day to be qualifying in 13th on row 7 with Thomas Childs. We've then got James Yapp and Zach Bolton on row 8. Alex Jones and Michael Mallet are on row 9. Row 10 is Jai Oliver from Liam Rabjohns. Aidan Hammond and Dan Millward are on row 11. Charlie Jowers and Terry Smith. Brendan Smith and Chris Xavier are on row 13, with row 14 Michael Gamble and Mark Rowe. Jack Goodyear and Darren Smith are on row 15. Steve Gilly, first of the B-final qualifiers, are on row 16 with Lawrence Hilton, and then Thomas Hinton and Billy Clark round off the, would you believe, Nick, 34 kart field in the senior Rotax 177 class.
I've just done I'm out of breath for my battery change, not me personally. But yeah, well, the sun's gone very much in my eyes. That was a fantastic race, that last one. It was the best race.
Yeah, great stuff.
I've seen for
Ian Hall just says some cracking racing today.
Absolutely,
and, yeah,
that was cracking.
Don't go away.
And we got a massive denouement at the end. But there's hopefully in many ways, the two big ones to come.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, here we go. Great looking, great form for the start of this one. Philip Howard is going to be hard to beat. This is his home track. And look at that lead he's got into turn 1. He's got a 3-kart lead already by the time they get to the S's. Dare I say it, everybody looking like they're intact. Louis Large is slotting in behind Rhys Llewellyn there for 6th, into the hand hairpin for the first time.
And that's a fantastic break, instantaneously made by Philip Howard, who's showing his local track knowledge, and has already gapped by about half a second the rest of the field. And it's a long rolling snake, and we'll try and give you the order. So it's second place, it's the silvery green car of Harry Rowett, then it's Smith, Darlow, Hitch, Llewellyn, Large, Evans. The top 9 have gone off in grid order, so sensible start from everybody, but they are, the first 2 are just beginning to break away, and we're kind of expecting, I think, to see a little bit of movement from Louis Large, aren't we?
Well, I'm not sure how much Louis is going to be able to move up, because everybody around him are very, very quick here at Clay Pigeon. Louis currently 7th, Rhys Llewellyn on the number 4 plate. He's ahead of him. Ben Hitch ahead of him in 5th, then Tim Darlow in 4th, Oliver Smith in 3rd. Harry Webb, but just look at Phil Howarth. He knew that the Clay Pigeon round for the NKC was where he needed to maximise his point score.
And that's what he's done with 145 out of 150 in qualifying. And so far, admittedly we're only a minute and a half in, leading this from a second and third now coming together. And it's the 83 of Oliver Smith and then against the 82 of Harry Rowett. So Smith's bridged that gap. I think he must have been behind somebody else, but he's absolutely flying now because he's come right up to the back of Rowett as they come down to the first corner round the blind bend. Now he's made the gap, he's caught up, but now he has to find a way of getting past.
That's the battle of the race though for 6th place as Louis Large hangs on to the back of the number 4.
There's 3 separate battles. There's a second and third, a third, fourth, a fourth, fifth and sixth, and a 7th, 8th and 9th. This is the second and third one we're looking at the moment. There's the 82.
Oh, Large gets hit.
Looking to get through, and it could be this. He's right on his tail as they're coming down the straight. Well, it's a curvy straight, so let's not get too excited by that. Can Smith make a dive at that? No. So the one place where Rowett has got a little bit of advantage in straight line speed. So now they come back this section again. He's lost a bit of drive. Will it be a lunge up the inside from Smith? He's going to give it a go, and he's done it. So into second place. Nice move.
Brilliant move that.
But instantaneously coming back was Rowett. Now what I would say is Rowett is faster on the straight, so there's a possibility he can pick him up again here. It's all about the drive out of the top bend.
Yeah, this is where he'd get the advantage and give himself a bit of a cushion from coming back.
Oh, and he was all over the back there. The second and third continue to fight like cat and dog. Behind them, it's Darlow, Hitch, Llewellyn and Large.
Louis Large finally getting past Llewellyn, who's dropped down to 10th after that little bit of a kerfuffle, let's say.
Let's drop back to the next battle, which is 3 carts. It's led by the 18 cart of Tim Darlow.
Yeah, Tim Darlow, Louis Large and Joe Fifner.
Fifner looking... It's Darlow, Hitch and Llewellyn. There they go.
Oh, that's now updated itself. Now it has. Tim Darlow, Joe Fifner, Louis Large is the battle that we're looking at there, isn't it?
It's Large in the multicolour. The sun now is shining onto all our screens.
Yeah,
we might have to use eyes.
We might have to look out the window.
No, I'm not doing that. It's dangerous.
We've had 4 minutes of this 10-minute final. It's 10 minutes and 1 lap.
So the 29, is a 29 in this? Yes, so Fifner is into 4th position.
Who's that behind Large? Alex Thomas now coming into play. As Large goes through, is that?
Trying to see whether Large did make up the place there.
Yeah, and Alex Thomas has followed him through.
Yeah, the 1, 2, 8 and the 11 have gone past the 18. That's it. So Darlow drops down 2. Louis Large into 5th. Still Howarth leading by 4.7 seconds. Smith has gapped his second place man from Rowett, but hasn't actually gained anything. Fifner now is the man on the move, moving forward, and Large fighting off, as you can see on the camera, the 11 of Alex Thomas.
Oh, and Thomas moving through on Large there, the inside line into the S's out of Billy's blind.
Not sure how long it'll last.
Not sure.
Oh, Large gave him certainly gave him a little bit of a nudgette.
Yeah,
and
Alex
now Large
Thomas
on the outside. Can he get the cut back? He's going to go for it, but I don't think it's going to work because there's now a right-hand corner which is going to give the advantage back to Alex Thomas.
So once again we see that outside line out of Billy's blind into the S's really not working, and it didn't work that time for Louis Large. He tries to come back at him. Kart squirming around on the brakes into Billy's blind once again. Louis not able to just quite stick to that number 11's rear bumper. Meanwhile, up ahead of Alex Thomas, Joe Fifner is moving away from the carts behind him.
We need to move forward one now because the battle is 3rd and 4th.
Yeah, he's moving on to the back end of Harry Rowett.
So it's 3rd and 4th battle now. Dark, kind of greeny, sort of drab green cart coming across start finish now. The 82 under horrendous pressure from the 29 of Fifner, who's also bridged the gap. Fifner looking up the inside there as they go through the S's. But it's really about the momentum into this braking zone. It's the traditional one, but are we getting a little bit of clever positioning there by Rowett. Trying to say Fifner, thou shalt not pass. Fifner gets at the inside. So Fifner just had better drive coming out of the hairpin. And he's now through into third. And Harry Rowett's slow drift towards the back of the field continues.
Well, Oliver Smith has got just over 5 seconds deficit to the leader, Philip Howarth. He's got a 1.4 second lead to now Joe Fifner, who's just moved ahead of Rowett. Alex Thomas still in 5th, Louis Large 6th. Tim Darlow right on Louis Large's tail. So those karts in 5th, 6th and 7th kind of circulating together as Joe Fifner now moves away from Harry Rowett into third, in that third spot, into Buttons and out of the final turn, top bend and across the line. It'll be 12 laps completed, and with under 3 minutes remaining in this final for the 177 Rotax class, things beginning to spread out a little, and it's
the only real battle is the continuing Louis Large Alex Thomas battle for 5th and 6th, but everywhere else is strung up. There's a possibility that those two guys actually might start to bridge the gap to Harry Rowell or Fifner.
Yeah, we'll see what that gap is. It's Harry Rowett, isn't it? That's just ahead of Alex Thomas. But as long as they don't start battling, that could well happen. Let's see what the lap times are. So 35.5 for Harry Rowett, 35.3 for Thomas, 35.5 for Louis Large. So if anything, Alex Thomas just moving away from Large, but closing the gap ever so slightly to Rowett in 4th. Joe Fifner, meanwhile, well, he's got almost a second now. He's pulled out a second to Rowett in 4th place. And meanwhile, at the front of the field, Philip Howarth, who's led from the start, started from the pole position, and he's going to score pretty much maximum points here in this final if things continue in this fin, because he's extended the lead to 5.3 seconds.
He absolutely has maximised his clay knowledge, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has.
He's right, this is the 6 tracks. I know this one particularly well, and I'm going to get maximum points. But then again, that's his mindset itself. You can't overdrive just because you think you deserve the points. You've got to actually put it down. Large, obviously, who won up at Danny Gort.
Yeah, Louis trying to get on terms with Alex Roberts and just not quite having the pace in the kart. Roberts, again, last time by, Roberts 35.4. Louis Large 35.4, just a couple of hundredths slower. And as I say that, he closes the gap, does Louis? Closes the gap with the hand hairpin. And if anything, coming to the final stages of this final, with 30 seconds remaining on the clock, it'll be last lap board for Philip Howarth, or will it? Because it's right on the cusp of 35 seconds when he crossed underneath us. Meanwhile, Louis Large closes back onto the bumper of Alex Thomas. I thought he was dropping away, but Louis found a little bit of something somewhere in the toolbox, and he's coming back at him.
Yeah, there's a little ebb and flow in all these events, isn't there? As they begin to, get themselves.
That's right. I'm just watching for the leader, Nick.
In and out. See where he passed the line in time. Whether he can get 2 laps or 1.
Here he comes now.
It's going to be very, very close.
It's going to be Oh, it is last lap board. Last lap board for Philip Howarth. So we'll keep an eye on his progress around the final lap. Meanwhile, the battle for 5th and 6th rages on, with Louis Large now right on the bumper of Alex Thomas. The leader just coming through the horseshoe for the final time. Philip Howarth now into Buttons.
Bar leader coming in the back end
of the final turn. Here he comes, Philip Howarth. Out of the final turn for the final time this afternoon, and takes maximum points, acknowledges the checkered flag, and that's a fine win on home turf for Philip Howarth. Oliver Smith will finish 2nd. There goes Joe Fifner in 3rd. It's Harry Rowett who takes 4th. Alex Thomas finishes ahead of Louis Large with only 4/10 of a second in it at the end. Andy Gosling 7th, Tim Dollo 8th, Rhys Llewellyn 9th, 10th is Ben Hitch, Carl Bryant 11th, Liam Rabjohns 12th, 13th is Thomas Childs, Keith Mason finishes 14th, Michael Mannett 15th, Jai Oliver 16th, James Yap 17th, Zach Bolton 18th, Richard Evans 19th, Dan Millward 20th, 21st was Lawrence Hilton. Then we had Steve Gilly. Hey, Steve Gilly moving up from the
bump up,
penultimate
yeah.
row right up to 22nd. Great drive from him. Alex Jones, Charlie Gowers, Thomas Hinton, Terry Smith, Aidan Hammond, Jack Goodyear, Michael Gamble, Chris Xavier, Bill Clark, Brendan Smith, Mark Rowe, and Mark Rowe we lost on 5 laps ago, and 7 laps ago, Darren Smith. So the
last race of the day.
Last race of the day indeed coming up, and it's the senior Rotax final for everybody. We've got a 34 car grid again. Did I say car? You know what I meant, cart. Would you believe, man on pole position, Paul Ozan. We spoke to him in our paddock walk, and would you believe, the old man of the grid, Paul Ozan. I hope he doesn't mind me saying that, but Paul Ozan on the pole position with 135 points. Jack Jones alongside him. It's Lewis Jones and Callum Davies on row 2. Row 3 is Harry Barker and Miles Barthorpe. Thomas Storer, current reigning NKC champion, shares row 4 with Ellis Humphreys. We've then got Simon Keeble and Pedro Oliveira are on row 5. Row 6 is Scott Smith and Adam Rogers. Andy Powell will be happy with 13th, I would think. Row 7 with Luke Evans. Milton Steele-Vassen is on row 8 with George Walker. Then we've got Ben Harper and Patrick Williams-Rahaj on row 9. Row 10 is Jake Davies and Paul Moran. Jody Newman and Tommy Lee Davis, I should say, are on row 11. Row 12 is Luke Walker and Dan Andrews. Harold Brainwhite, the 15-year-old, is on row 13 with Jamie Hardy, with Jay Lewis and Scott Lowther on row 14. George Sanders and Jody Fox are on row 15. Row 16, Lewis Ball and Tom Sully. And then we've got Sam Cresswell and James Costin rounding off the 34 kart field. Now then, Paul Moran qualifying on row 10. He qualified out of the B-final last time at Gleneagles. He'd be happy with that, qualifying into the A final. But this race, Paul Ozan, the experienced hand, been doing this since the mid-80s, since he was a child, and this is where it all started at Clay Pigeon. He'll be delighted to be starting this A final from the pole position, a position he's not too unfamiliar with.
We have Come On Ben Harper, you can do this. Love Mum. So starting from 17th, here we go. Last race of the day, last final of the day, underway here at Clay Pigeon for round 2 of the NKC Championship, sponsored by NAVOS, and immediately, and there's a first and second come together, and they let through third and fourth. So certainly third, fourth come through, so it's a complete shuffle about, and 21 leads from 1, 2, 4. So that's Lewis Jones from Miles Barthorpe. So that was absolutely the aggression of Jack Jones on Paul Ozan, which pushed them both out. I think Jones may be in third. No, it's not. It's Callum Davis in third. So that was all a little bit kind of unnecessary around that first run through Billy's blind.
Yeah, very aggressive first couple of corners there. Let's see how it's panned out as they cross the line then for the first time. It's Lewis Jones who leads, Miles Barthorpe in second, Callum Davies third, fourth is Jack Jones. Paul Ozan demoted to fifth on that first lap. And then we've got Thomas Storer.
And the lead changes at the far end there. And up the inside went, so Miles Barthorpe went through quite easily. Past Lewis Jones, Barthorpe leading, Jones is second, third is Callum Davis. And that is 2 L's.
Here they come across the line, challenge side by side across the line, second and third. Who's going to, it settles in before they get to the first turn here.
Large amount of
Lewis Jones, Callum Davies there side by side. Jack Jones fourth, still Paul Ozan in fifth. He'll be wanting to regain and get to the front of this field. Thomas Storer in sixth, Pedro Oliveira in seventh. Rest of the field through the S's. No more shenanigans going on, certainly on lap 3. Miles Barthorpe though, he's not breaking away, is he? That's Lewis Jones. Lewis Jones right Callum Davies right on the tail of Lewis Jones is what I was trying to say there. And he makes the move.
Inside, yeah.
Yeah, he makes a move.
Which is just as well, because Barthorpe getting away, already 1.5 seconds gone.
What I meant to say was breaking away and creating a gap of over a second. And that's because these are squabbling. There's a fighting over this second, third, fourth,
but
and
already
fifth.
the second place that Callum's taken is enabled to slightly gap the 21 of Jones. So I think now Callum can concentrate on looking forward and not behind as they go sweeping out wide and then coming down the straight, where we do see sometimes some speed differential, but it is the 78 now who's putting the pressure on. That's Jack Jones, who's now going to try and get up to Lewis Jones. So the two Joneses, doubt they're related.
Battle of the Joneses.
Battle of the Jones.
Third place, final step of the podium. That's what they're squabbling over.
Jones the steam.
Into the Hans hairpin. Miles Barthorpe already into the horseshoe. Now then, the gap between the leader Barthorpe and Callum Davies was 1.9 seconds last time by. Let's just see if Callum Davies, who having broke away from Lewis Jones and Jack Jones, can actually close that gap. Let's see where it is. Miles Barthorpe across the line. Nope, stays the same, 1.9 seconds. The two Joneses continue behind them. That's the 21, Lewis Jones and Jack Jones in third and fourth. Paul Lozan still in fifth. Thomas Storer, current reigning champion, in sixth. Still Pedro Oliveira in seventh. As we continue to watch that battle develop, 6.5 minutes remaining this time by.
Yeah, the battle now very much is 4th, 5th and 6th scrap. Jones very much holding it on up the inside. Goes Jack Jones there. Lewis Jones kind of needs to leave him. Is he going to get it through? Yeah, he's made it work. So
he just persevered with that, didn't he?
Yeah,
What didn't happen didn't work at first.
And I wonder if Thomas Storer is going to try and do a bit of a move around the outside of Lewis, who appears to be being a bit beaten up by everyone else in the field at the moment.
He kind of, Lewis Jones had to kind of make room for him, and he just persevered and just stuck there, didn't he, Jack Jones?
Yeah.
It's made it. It's worked well for him because he's in the third.
He's up and away, and now let's see. And the next victim who's looking to pounce him is the number one car of Thomas Storer, the car, of course, of the current champion. But this time, Lewis is a little bit more circumspect on the entry into Billy's blind. Doesn't leave a gap, doesn't leave a chance to be pushed out with no route back into the S's, which he had last lap.
Change of position for fifth as Thomas Storer in the number one goes ahead of Paul Lozan on the 72. That's a little bit behind these two.
It's right behind those two.
There it is. There's Storer just moving on to the tail end of Lewis Jones now.
And I think,
having got by Lozan.
Yeah, what's he going to do? He's right behind him. He can get the drive. Is he going to throw it up the inside? Or we see some defensive drive from Jones. There's a little bit of a gap, not enough for Storer. Now Storer now needs to. And they've lost momentum, and it's kind of like you need to carry it all round Billy's blind, so you can actually have a chance of lobbing up the inside here. Can he do it? Now some defensive lines again from Jones going to the hairpin.
Oh, now this is allowing the car to be Pedro Oliveira ahead of Lozan, and this is allowing Oliveira to get onto the rear end of Thomas Storer, and Paul Lozan's coming with him. And as I say that, they just eke out a little bit of a gap there. Oliveira trying all he can to close the gap to the number one. Here's the number one, side by side with Lewis Jones on the 21. They sort themselves out towards the first turn though, and once again the 21 slides wide, doesn't create a gap though, and there they are punching right up out onto the Stormy Straight into the Han hairpin.
Oh, Storer nearly moved out far enough to let himself through, but now the up and under isn't going to work. Jones is going to stay ahead, I think.
He tried the late apex, didn't he, to cut back. Didn't quite pull off, didn't have the momentum.
And now you've got Oliveira lying in wait. Pedro Oliveira had a very good, though slightly unlucky Glan event. Looked very, very quick, but lost one of his heats due to mechanical, and that put him back in the pack for the final.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 carts now packing up behind the cart of Lewis Jones, and there down the inside of the number one Storer has gone Oliveira. Storer just waits it out though, goes round the outside, slots back in as the ideal line for the horseshoe, out of the horseshoe, through buttons, into the final turn, and behind that train of carts, the Lewis Jones number 21, the caught in the bottom of 7 carts into turn 1. Billy's blind. He hangs on to that position into the S's. It's going to start getting naughty, Nick, because there's 3 minutes remaining.
People
and
want to
they're
get
going to
through.
start getting desperate.
just to remind you that Miles Barthorpe is 3.5 seconds ahead of Callum Davis. Jack Jones is a further 3 seconds back. Lewis Jones at the front of this train is 8 seconds off the lead, and everyone else you can see is within half a second of Lewis. So
here they come, 12 laps completed then for the leaders. Jack Jones now, Lewis Jones through in 4th. No change though. Look at that, absolutely glued. You can so close, you could pitch a tent over that lot. Into the hairpin, and once again we see Storer on the number 1. He takes the late apex and cuts back, but not enough, because that line that Lewis Jones takes is enough to keep him back.
Just behind that, Ozan getting interesting, getting back past Oliveira again. Oliveira's been relatively circumspect with this. I think he's almost thinking these two are going to open the door for him, and Storer really getting aggressive, going through the start-finish kink. And now that Oliveira is right behind them, has he gained enough momentum? Can he keep the momentum through Essex? Will he be able to get up the inside of Storer? There's this kind of defensive drift line that Jones runs, and they all just follow him.
Yeah, it's they're all trying to maximise their cornering capabilities. They don't want to be left out to dry. So easy when you're in a train of karts to be hung out to dry and you lose not just one place but 3 or 4. We're inside of 2 minutes remaining now. Time running out to improve on that position. Thomas Storer in 5th place. Having to drive defensively is Lewis Jones, and Storer, he's not being drawn into going around the outside. They're already onto the straight towards the Han hairpin. Storer alongside, takes the late apex, the wider line. Still has to stay behind Lewis Jones into the horseshoe. And Jones now he's driving the defensive line literally everywhere on this track now. Into the final turn. There's just over a minute remaining as they cross the line. He will drive down. Oh, and Storer puts himself on the right-hand side of Jones, but Jones wants that inside line. He snatches that inside line. He sticks that kart where everyone just cannot get on terms. And once again, down the inside line into the hairpin. He just has to do that on every corner. He'll sit there on the inside line into the horseshoe. He's holding everybody up.
He's a second a lap slower.
Yes, he will be. He's driving defensive.
And as long as he stays ahead, he can be 10 seconds a lap slower. No overtaking down Billy's blind this time. There's been a cart off, so this is an absolute manna from heaven.
Yes, he can drive.
Lewis.
He doesn't need the defensive line this time because of the yellow flag. He draws that kart through the S's. He needs to be quick through the S's because he needs to defend a little bit at the hairpin. Still, Storer can't find the momentum to get by. And he's got to be careful because right behind Thomas Storer is Pedro Oliveira, and right behind Oliveira is Paul Ozan.
2 to go.
This is fabulous karting.
It's about to become an 11-car train.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Someone in the next 2 laps is going to do something, because otherwise what's the point of being here?
Yeah, well,
Jones driving very cleverly. He's just found the place where he needs to be fast, which is just coming out of the S. He's had to go very super defensive. Storer takes the outside line. Switchback attempt for Storer. It won't work because the kart of Jones is just where he wants to try and get momentum. Oliveira thinking of a little nibble up Storer.
Last lap board for the leaders, by the way. Miles Barthorpe completes 18 laps. 18 laps for Callum Davies. 18 laps for Jack Jones. Here's the battle we're looking at. On to the final lap. If anybody's going to do it, it's going to be now. And there's Oliveira on the inside of Storer. Oh, it's not what Thomas Storer would have wanted. And can Oliveira get rid of that pesky Lewis Jones? We look for the leader. There it is, the checkered flag.
We'll stick with this, unfortunately, because fortunately, because it's the battle. But Miles Barthorpe, fantastic run there.
And what a race for what turned out to be 4th place. The podium positions have sorted themselves. Miles Barthorpe wins, Callum Davies 2nd, Jack Jones 3rd, Lewis Jones it was in 4th. And just look at that train of karts behind. There's absolutely nothing in it. Down to 15th place, would you believe? Lewis Jones 4th, Pedro Oliveira 5th, Thomas Storer 6th, Paul Ozan 7th, George Walker in 8th, 9th was Simon Keeble. Rounding off the top 10 was Ellis Humphreys. And then we had Luke Evans, Adam Rogers, Scott Smith, Milton Steele-Vassen, Patrick Williams Rohaj, Jay Lewis, Andy Powell, Jordine Newman, Harold Rainwright and Dan Andrews rounding off the top 20. And then we had Lewis Ball, Paul Moran, Luke Walker, Tommy Lee Davis, Jamie Hardy, Jake Davis, James Costin, Jody Fox, and the last finisher was Sam Cresswell in 30th. We lost Ben Harper 4 laps ago, and Scott Lowther 6 laps ago, and Tom Sully, who only completed 5 laps. Well, Nick,
that's it.
That's
the day.
Is
well,
round
almost.
2.
Almost. Well, no, almost.
I know we're not finished. Round 2 of the NKC, 4 rounds to go. I've got to say that I'm quite excited.
We were very, very lucky. We had 4 or 5 cracking races. Absolutely superb races. I think the penultimate one was the best, to be honest. But you shouldn't have favourite children in favourite races, should you either?
No, they were all.
There was some fantastic running. The actual running, the clay pigeon circuit is, I'm going to say, absolutely fantastic. It's an amazing place. It breeds good racing, but what's nice is it breeds proper defensive racing. You can hold a position. It's not like there's so many opportunities you've got nothing to do. If you've got a slightly slower car or a slightly slower line, you can hold a position and you can actually kind of think your way around the track and stay somewhere near the front.
And you can defend, can't you?
Yeah.
As
it's defending is what counts.
Lewis Jones, a textbook study in defensive driving there from Lewis. It really was.
So we will be awarding driver of the day. I mean, this is supposed to take a couple of minutes. It might take many more minutes than that because it'll be a little bit of an award in front of the rostrum. I will commentate on you awarding an award. That'll be exciting for me, won't it?
All right, okay. Have we got a winner?
Yeah, we voted for a winner.
Did you take my piece of paper?
Yeah, I took it down to show who the winner was. But I've seen people running around for the NKC to try and find this winner. No, I luckily well known. But it's been great to have you with us for the second event. The third event is about 6 weeks away.
Yeah, a little bit of a gap, isn't it?
Hang on, you carry on talking.
Yeah, a little bit of a gap. We usually run the NKC first weekend of the month. This time it's is it the second or the third weekend of? I think it's the third weekend of May that we head up to Cumbria from one end of the country to the other. Here we are just outside of Yeovil in the southwest of England. Well, the next round we go all the way up the west coast of the UK to Cumbria, to Rowrah. Rowrah, famous for my first ever kart race. I remember back in 1986 was the first track that I visited and competed at.
Joseph, you could go down the stairs to meet the driver of the day and take them in front of the rostrum where there'll be a presentation which will be filmed by. You don't need a coat. So the driver of the day will be revealed in a minute. You can tell him why he's driver of the day, and I'll tell the listeners. What do you want?
I will need a microphone.
No, you can't do that. So I'm going to commentate over it. Yeah, we'll fix it for next time. So this is quite interesting. So if you could cut up the podium, Ash. And there we go. Harry the zoom. That is the podium, which will very shortly see the awarding of the driver of the day. They actually walked off yet? Oh dear, it's like he's never done live television before, isn't it really? He's sitting at the bottom of the stairs having a gossip, not actually doing what he's supposed to do, which is getting the winner of the driver of the day and their team over to where they need to be. Just get that. So any second now, the driver of the day will be revealed. You can see the podium shaking in the distance. But yes, just say thank you to our sponsors, obviously the National Kart Cup, 100 UK, NAVOS, RG Racing, Alfano, Edwards Motorsport, A47 Storage. They are getting out there now. It's going to be a quiet presentation. It's brilliant there. The winning driver threw his jumper at his mum. So our driver of the day is from the junior class. And is that as tight as you can get, Ash? I suppose you're on the end of the lens there. There we go. And they've won it. They need to look at the camera. Old man can't climb steps. There we are. And it's being awarded to Eric Smith. Eric Smith from the Minimax. The reason we gave it to Eric had an absolutely terrible gland. He looked out and he was just incredibly competitive today. He did particularly well in all his heats. He qualified on pole. Then in the race, he showed some sensible racecraft by letting someone through. And then he had that thing that everyone had a tangle with a back marker. And we feel this is the ultimate learning experience for any motor race. Have a tangle with a back marker. So that is our driver of the day, Eric Smith, and there will be another driver of the day next time round, and we will see you all. So that's it. So we will see you again very soon when we join you at the Cumbria race in Raura. I think it's the 15th of May. It might be the 14th. It's the Sunday anyway. Let me just check that before we say goodbye. When we get to May, it is indeed the 15th of May. That's the next round, round 3 of the NKC Kart Cup here on Karting Live TV. And we'll say goodbye to you all. And thank you for joining us. And have a lovely, lovely Sunday evening.